Honourable members, the Speaker.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area and pay respect to the elders past and present of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to vouchsafe thy blessing upon this Parliament. Direct and prosper our deliberations to the advancement of thy glory and the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, for ever and ever. Amen. Order if members can leave the chamber quickly and quietly. Give the call to the honourable member for Dunkley.
Mr Speaker, I present the fifth report of the Petitions Committee for the 48th Parliament, together with 50 e-petitions and 15 ministerial responses to petitions previously presented. The e-petitions being presented cover a range of topics including social media minimum age, immigration, family law, the National Disability Insurance Agency and digital ID. I am pleased to inform the House that the committee also certified 18 new e-petitions at its last meeting. These e-petitions are now collecting signatures on the e-petitions website. Since the beginning of the 48th Parliament, the committee has assessed over 800 petitions. This has been a tremendous undertaking, and I thank my fellow committee members for their collegiate approach. Thank you, Mr Speaker. I look forward to updating the House further on the work of the Petitions Committee.
I thank the member for Dunkley. I give the call to the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 1, interactive gambling amendment, ending online wagering on Greyhound Racing Bill 2025.
Give the call to the honourable member for Clerk.
Good morning, Speaker. I present the interactive gambling amendment, ending online wagering on Greyhound Racing Bill 2025 and the explanatory memorandum.
Call the clerk.
No, I just need to get the bill first. First reading, a bill for an Act to amend the Interactive Gambling Act 2001 and for related purposes.
I call the member for Clark.
Speaker, I move that this bill be now read a second time. Speaker, the greyhound racing industry in Australia results in animals suffering unspeakable and entrenched industrial-scale cruelty, which is why I've long campaigned for an end to the appalling industry. Indeed, animal welfare issues in the industry are well documented and widespread. They include outrageous levels of injury and death, physical overexertion, inadequate housing, lack of socialisation and environmental enrichment, cruel training practices, illegal live baiting, administration of banned or unregistered substances, and euthanasia of poorly performing and unwanted dogs. Speaker, many in the community share my disgust at this industry and its appalling practices, and so you can imagine just how welcome is the Tasmanian government's recent decision to phase out greyhound racing. But the truth is that Tasmania is a small player in a much larger industry, and while that industry is in decline, Australia has the ignominious honour of hosting the largest greyhound racing industry in the world. Indeed, Australia has more than half the world's remaining operational greyhound tracks, and following a recent decision by New Zealand, will be one of just 4 nations in the world that maintains a legal operating greyhound racing industry. Mercifully though, Deputy Speaker, the greyhound racing industry in Australia is in decline, both in terms of participation and perception. In fact, a recent report commissioned by economist Saul Eslake found that in Tasmania, attendance rates were down around 11% between 2011 and 2023 on the industry's own figures, and that the number of races also fell by 6%. And it's not just in Tasmania, with Greyhound Racing New South Wales being forced to plan for the closure of 11 of its 26 tracks due to a significant decrease in demand. Deputy Speaker, public perception of the industry has also been shifting, with more and more Australians recognising its inherent cruelty. Indeed, in September this year, 66.5% of people surveyed by McCrindle were concerned about the treatment of greyhounds in the greyhound racing industry. And an October 2022 poll commissioned by Grey 2K USA and the Coalition for the Protection of Greyhounds found that 57% of Australians supported an end to dog racing. What's more, recent EMRS polling in Tasmania found that 74% of Tasmanians supported the announced greyhound racing ban. But, Deputy Speaker, what continues to prop up the industry is online wagering. And while not quite at the peak of $10.7 billion in 2022, last year still saw around $7.5 billion waged on greyhounds in Australia. Appallingly though, but sadly unsurprisingly, wagering on Australian greyhound racing accounts for roughly 70% of all bets placed on dog racing worldwide. This is a frankly staggering amount of money that only serves to perpetuate cruelty and suffering on an industrial scale. And the real cost? Well, so far this year there have been 99 greyhounds die and 9,663 greyhounds injured on greyhound racing tracks in Australia, with New South Wales having the highest injury rate in Australasia, 60% higher than the rate that led to New Zealand banning the industry. Mind you, Deputy Speaker, it's Victoria that kills more dogs on its tracks than in any other state. Furthermore, off-track, the industry continues to breed far too many dogs, and rehoming programs are failing. No wonder, I suppose, that over 1,600 greyhounds were euthanased within the industry just in 2024, the highest national toll since 2019. In other words, Deputy Speaker, greyhounds are being abused and dying in the name of this industry, and Australians want it to stop. Which brings me to the purpose of this refreshingly straightforward bill, simply to amend the Interactive Gambling Act 2001 to remove the exemption for wagering services which relate to betting on greyhound racing. In effect, this would end online wagering on greyhound racing and hasten the demise of the industry. Sensibly, the bill provides for a period of 2 years to allow the industry to adequately plan and provide for the welfare of dogs following the anticipated sharp drop in revenue. Now, Deputy Speaker, I stand by my long-held belief that the only way to actually ensure the safety of greyhounds is to ban the industry. Frankly, there is simply no conceivable way to conduct races in a way that adequately meets animal welfare standards. No wonder community pressure is building on state governments to follow the example of the Australian Capital Territory and Tasmania and end the cruelty. But until all state governments get their act together on this, federal pressure needs to be brought to bear on the industry, and that's where this gambling ban comes in. Deputy Speaker, to close, I'll quote Alexander von Humboldt, who said, "Cruelty to animals is one of the most significant vices of a low and ignoble people. Wherever one notices them, they constitute a sign of ignorance and brutality which cannot be painted over, even by all the evidence of wealth and luxury. Hence, it should be a stain on our national conscience that in 2025, Australia stands virtually alone as the global stronghold of the cruel greyhound racing industry. Frankly, Deputy Speaker, the only way to end the cruelty is to end the industry, and the sooner that happens, the better, starting with at least a ban on online gambling on the racing." Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Is the motion seconded? I give the call to the member for Mackellar.
I second the motion. Speaker, I want to start by thanking the member for Clark for his tireless advocacy for animal welfare and for bringing compassion and common sense to this parliament. There is widespread support for ending greyhound racing in this country. I've heard it consistently in my own electorate of Mackellar since I was elected in 2022, and I've seen it reflected in the national polling. The greyhound racing industry is one built on animal cruelty. In 2015, following the ABC Four Corners expose about the industry, a special commission of inquiry into greyhound racing in New South Wales was undertaken. The report described overwhelming evidence of systemic animal cruelty, including the mass killing of greyhounds, the widespread practice of live baiting, racing deaths and injuries, and mistreatment of the dogs. The then Premier of New South Wales, Michael Baird, acted swiftly to ban the industry in New South Wales, but this was soon overturned due to political pressure to give the industry another chance to reform itself. Well, the industry has now had 10 years to reform itself, so where do we find ourselves a decade on? Sadly, it seems not much has changed. Last year, a handover report by New South Wales former Chief Veterinary Officer Dr. Alex Britton claimed that some dogs were being raced at a barbaric intensity, that rehomed animal figures were inflated and that some dogs were locked in metal cages. Dr. Britton wrote in his report there are cases of extreme distress, deep claw marks gouged all over the inside of metal cages, and recent pools of blood from toenails that have been ripped off from clawing at the cage door in distress. The New South Wales Minister for Racing and Gaming, on reading the report, stated, "This level of animal distress is appalling and can neither be condoned or excused." Last year, a new independent inquiry was undertaken to again look at greyhound racing in New South Wales. The report was handed to the Racing Minister early this year, but is yet to be made public or acted upon. As we've heard, last year alone there were 128 recorded track deaths and a shocking 11,500 track injuries. Astoundingly, as the member for Clark has noted, Australia will soon be one of just 4 nations in the world that maintains a legal operating greyhound racing industry. The industry has had 10 years to reform itself here in New South Wales, and it has failed dismally. We've heard of other examples in Tasmania and around the country. If we want to ensure that the way we treat animals reflects modern Australian values, then this outdated and cruel practice must stop. Australians want this industry to stop, and so I commend this bill to the House to end online wagering on greyhound racing. Thank you.
Thank you. So the question was that the bill be now read a second time, but the time allotted for this debate has expired and the debate is adjourned, and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. And I call on the clerk for the next item of business.
Private members' business. Order of the day number 1. Repeal Net Zero Bill 2025. Resumption of debate on second reading.
Thank you. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I'm giving the call to the member for Forrest.
Deputy Speaker, slowly, and then suddenly, within the coalition, the Speaker's list on this bill started as something of a renegade action to begin a long and necessary debate on the need to dump Labor's net zero agenda, especially the taxes, penalties and big government schemes that now see taxpayers forced to stump up for the generation, storage, transmission, retail and even the consumption of power, directly supporting the businesses in Australia who are no longer viable in this country because energy prices are through the roof. So much for a future made in Australia. Without taking money off nurses and tradies, the Mount Isa refinery closed, the Port Pirie smelter closed, Whyalla closed, the Alcoa Kwinana refinery closed, Tomago closing. Instead, in just a few months, we have landed on a coalition policy position to put Australians first. Because I'm not sure when we decided as a country that Canberra always knows best, with unelected bureaucrats who live far, far away from communities like mine, somehow best placed to decide what ordinary Aussies do in their homes, in their businesses and in their communities. It's a lens through which I come to look at most policies of government. I'm a live and let live sort of guy after all. And I honestly believe that an important part of the Australian psyche still holds that we just don't want to be told what to do all of the time. When we come to the issue of net zero, it seems that this government decided it knows better than Australians, or more egregiously perhaps, that it simply doesn't trust them to do the right thing in their own circumstances. Rather than leaving it to each Australian to decide whether an electric vehicle is suited to their needs, whether for commuting, recreation with a caravan or boat, or even to suit their work from the construction site to the back paddock. No, this government decided to impose taxes on folks who choose an internal combustion engine vehicle, with just one example pushing up the cost of a new Ford Ranger by some $14,000 by 2029. I think the truly criminal part of the government deciding that they know more about what sort of car you should drive is the fact that they've cooked up a scheme of subsidies that makes a Tesla cheaper for a surgeon than for a nurse. I mean, I thought Labor was supposed to represent the worker, but they're instead running a scheme that gives high-income earners a bigger tax break to buy an EV, and the poor old taxpayers left to foot the bill. So we take tax money off a nurse to make a surgeon's novated lease for his Tesla cheaper. Astonishingly, the Parliamentary Budget Office expects this rort to cost some $23 billion over a decade, and yet Labor stand by it. Why can't we end all subsidies, taxes and penalties and every other way that Canberra is trying to direct how Aussies drive and live their lives and just leave it to them? Because internationally the evidence is clear. Labor's net zero zealotry is doomed to fail Australians, with no country in the world having lower power prices once wind and solar account for more than 20% of generation in the grid. I've been asked by local media about CSIRO's GenCost report and other government modelling that somehow, miraculously, always shows power prices coming down with more renewables. The reality is that none of this modelling has ever been right in terms of cost at the meter, the only place that it counts for Aussie businesses and households. On page 5 of the GenCost report, it literally says, "The report is focused on the investor's perspective and not the long-term value to the consumer." If that doesn't bell the cat, I don't know what does. Nobody wants to talk about the Labor Party's Reputex modelling of a $275 power price cut for Australians by 2025, least of all the minister responsible for the mess, who's now cutting back his hours to spend more time junketing with the COP set. But the Prime Minister of Australia said, "I don't think I know that prices will come down." Here's something else the Prime Minister said in Longford on April 12, 2022. "From time to time, if ever I make a mistake, I'll own it and I'll accept responsibility." Well, Prime Minister, why won't you own this? Why won't you take responsibility as you promised the Australian people you would? Because if you did, you'd do the right thing by Australians and dump your net zero agenda that has pushed power prices up while seeing emissions flatline and Aussie jobs be exported overseas.
Member for Boothby.
What has happened since the member for New England proposed this motion to the House? We now know that the party that the member may or may not be a member of, the Nationals, has rejected net zero. We also know that their partnering coalition, the Liberal Party, has obediently followed suit, sort of, because they tried to have a bit of a bet each way, with the opposition leader saying they're abandoning net zero, but that somehow they're going to stay in the Paris Agreement, while also actually going against the entire principles of the agreement, no matter what their talking points say. Their commitment to reducing emissions only goes as far as entertaining it as a possible outcome that would be, and I quote, welcome, but certainly not worth trying to achieve. Now, that all sounds very confusing and really like a word salad that's trying to please everybody, or at least not offend anybody. But of course, it really fails to do anything. But fear not, Deputy Speaker. It must be a real policy because they've also released a glossy leaflet. It's full of dot points of lovely motherhood statements that sound great, but have net zero detail on how they intend to achieve them. Addressing the shortfall in energy caused by 24 of the 28 coal-fired power plants, announcing closures under the Morrison government and nothing done to replace them? Nada. Addressing the unreliability of ageing coal-fired power plants that their owners know are uneconomic to repair or replace? Zilch. Addressing the lack of market interest in investing in coal-fired or nuclear power stations? Zip. Addressing cost of energy for households and businesses that will only be made worse by going away from the cheapest form of energy generation and instead backing more expensive forms of energy generation that need major capital injections? Nil. And bizarrely, this reminded me of the TV series South Park. Now stay with me, and I'll give you a brief synopsis to explain. It's an episode called The Underpants Gnomes. Our heroes, Cartman, Stan, Kyle and Kenny, you pick who is whom, meet another boy who insists the gnomes are stealing his underpants. Turns out he's right, and our heroes trace the gnomes back to their cave where they can see the cunning plan. On the wall is a chart. On the left, step 1, steal underpants. On the right, step 3, profit. And in the middle, step 2, a large question mark. And that's pretty much the Coalition's energy plan in 3 easy steps. Step 1, get rid of net zero. Tick. Step 3, possibility of welcome outcomes. Step 2, a big question mark. But don't you worry your pretty little head about it. It's all good. Here, look at this glossy brochure. Now, while this refers to their lack of energy plan, there is also a complete lack of plan to deal with climate change. And the irony is that the Coalition seats are largely based in rural and regional areas, some of the areas most at risk from the impacts of climate change. They're represented by people who don't believe in climate change, or don't understand the science, or are not willing to do anything about it, or all three. Droughts, floods, cyclones, increasingly powerful and more frequent storms, algal blooms and marine die-offs, as we've seen in South Australia. These affect us all, but they particularly affect farmers, aquaculture, commercial fishing, tourism, all based largely in the regions, and the flow-on effects affect the towns and regional communities that support them. So for those opposite who say they understand the science of climate change, what are they going to say to their communities about their lack of action on climate change? Because a lack of a target, a lack of a plan, shows you don't care. It isn't a priority. And to say if it does happen, it would be welcome, is an insulting crumb thrown from the table to keep the supplicants quiet. To those who say they care about the cost of electricity, what are they going to say to households, the businesses and the industries in their electorates about a credible way to replace the energy generation that left the system under their watch or announced its imminent closure under their watch? And when the evidence is there that coal and gas are an expensive form of generation and nuclear, the most expensive for a country like Australia, how can they seriously look at the renewables transformation already well underway and say they want to stop progress? Will they look in the eyes of the next generation our children, our grandchildren, and show them a glossy brochure with no substance, no plans, no targets, only the meaningless word welcome. How insulting.
Member for Indi.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to oppose the repeal net zero bill. First introduced by the member for New England in his individual capacity, this is now the official stance of the coalition. This bill would unravel Australia's emissions reduction framework without putting anything else in place. It would close the Net Zero Economy Authority, which supports the workforce transition across regional Australia. It would repeal vehicle efficiency standards that drive fuel costs down. Turning away from renewables would jeopardise almost $10 billion in direct payments to farmers and landholders by 2050. It would rob regional communities and councils of another $1.9 billion in community benefit sharing programs. It would threaten the thousands of jobs expected to be created in the next 5 years. And there is no alternative proposal, no positive vision for the future, just repeal, rescind, omit. This bill is a missed opportunity to make sure Australia's path to net zero delivers substantial, tangible, lasting benefit to regional and rural communities such as those that I represent. I support the transition to a net zero economy, but not blindly. It must be done with regional and rural development front of mind. That's why when I identified serious deficiencies in the community engagement on renewable infrastructure projects, I didn't just stand on the sidelines. I went to the government and I worked with the minister to secure the Dyer Review, which is helping shape best practice and will ultimately lead to community benefit. Because in Indi and across regional Australia, people are ready to share in the benefits of the energy transition. These are communities who want fair warning, fair process and fair intergenerational community benefit. Their demands for meaningful engagement should not be contorted into blanket opposition because there is support. Recent polling shows strong support for the transition to renewable energy across regional Victoria, Queensland and New South Wales, including, Deputy Speaker, in New England. The member for New England may be interested to know that the majority of respondents in his own electorate support Australia shifting to renewable energy and agree that investment in renewables will be a good thing for regional Australia. So while the member for New England says no to net zero, his own constituents are actually saying yes. The energy transition is an opportunity for regional Australia, and many of us in this chamber represent regional towns whose origins trace all the way back to the gold rush. Australia's unique geography drove a wave of prosperity that changed our nation's fortunes and future. Today, regional Australia is on the cusp of another gold rush, powered not by what is under the ground, but the energy sources of the 21st century: solar, wind and hydro. And dynamic regional communities are seizing the opportunities. One of the largest local governments in New England, the Armidale Regional Council, is establishing a multi-million-dollar future fund to put revenue from renewable energy straight back into the community. Rural Gurumbat in my electorate has secured support for a new mobile phone tower as well as a $2 million community benefit fund. And Hay Shire Council has negotiated community benefits amounting to $26 million over the next 30 years for one of its projects. Deputy Speaker, I want all communities contributing to the transition to share in the benefit. In 2021, we were told, and I quote, "We cannot pretend the world is not changing. We were warned that if we did, we ran the risk of stranding jobs, especially in regional areas." And who said that? It was the Morrison government's then Minister for Energy and Emissions Reduction, the member for Hume. And he was right. We cannot pretend that the world is not changing. Business and industry have made it clear they want policy certainties, not U-turns. Last week, the Australian Energy Council released a survey confirming that the energy sector is committed to net zero. CEOs agree it is too late to turn back. And it's been a little over a week since the Leader of the Opposition confirmed the Coalition had abandoned net zero. And I say to my northern neighbour, the member for Farrer, it's not too late to reconsider. Instead of denial and division. I invite the Coalition to bring constructive policies to the table. I invite the National Party to consider how to best promote the interests of their communities. I should not be the only regional MP pushing to make sure net zero works for regional Australia and results in intergenerational net benefit.
Member for Petrie.
I begin by offering my congratulations to the member for New England because something remarkable has happened. Every single part of the bill he has dumped before this parliament is now official coalition policy. Every line, every sentence, every bold claim, and all now adopted by those opposite, which is truly remarkable, seeing as everyone opposite, except the member for New England, voted against debating on this private member's bill. Even the member for New England's seconder didn't even want to have this debate.
Apologies, just a point of order. Excuse me, member for Indi, member for New England. I'm really having difficulty hearing the debate over here. I'm going to ask you to both refrain from conversation in the chamber. By all means, pop outside and carry on the conversation, but the member for Petrie has the call.
It has now been endorsed by the members for Goldstein, Moncrieff and Birua. It has been backed by Senators Hume, Kovacic and Bragg, which is confusing, seeing as Senator Bragg threatened to quit the front bench if the Liberals dumped net zero. Does this mean there's a vacancy in the shadow cabinet? Is the member for Canning eyeing it off? For the party that introduced net zero targets when they were last in government, to them now dumping net zero, but then stating they support the Paris Agreement, the former cancels out the latter. It simply doesn't make sense. The number of backflips on policy we witnessed during the election campaign and what we're seeing now, you'd think they're eyeing off the green and gold jerseys of the Australian Olympic gymnastics team. The party that once claimed the legacy of Menzies now proudly transforms itself into the party of Barnaby Joyce. The Coalition are opposed to net zero emissions, but they are committed to winning net zero seats. While they're busy trying to reinvent themselves, or rather regress themselves, here are the facts. The Albanese government is delivering a responsible, sensible and effective energy plan. We have delivered 3 rounds of targeted power bill relief. We've capped gas prices when it mattered. We invested heavily in cheap, clean, renewable energy, and those opposite voted against every one of those measures. Every time we backed Australians, they backed higher bills. And what happened when we took action? Wholesale electricity prices fell by 1/3 last quarter, not by accident, not by chance, but because this government acted when the opposition refused to. We want wholesale price drops flowing through to retail bills as fast as possible, and the experts warned that delays would do the opposite. The Australian Energy Market Commission reported that delaying renewable generation and transmission will put upward pressure on electricity bills. If you delay, you pay. And delay is exactly what the Coalition is offering. Our plan is working. Last month's renewables supplied half of the national electricity market. Last year alone, more than 5 gigawatts of new solar, wind, battery and gas capacity entered the system. We have approved 111 renewable and related projects, which is enough to power 13 million homes. More than 1 in 3 Australian households now has rooftop solar, with over 4 million solar installations, with the great state of Queensland leading the way. Since July, more than 120,000 household batteries have been installed, which boosts the national battery capacity by 50%. We have introduced overdue energy market reforms to ensure consumers get the best deal possible. Compare that to the decade of disaster delivered by those opposite. 24 out of Australia's 28 coal-fired power stations announced their closure during their time in government. And what did they do? Absolutely nothing. No replacement plan, no transition plan, no grid modernisation, net zero action. They announced 23 different energy policies and did not land a single one. Not one. Their chaos created the energy mess that Australians are still paying for today. And we know what doing nothing looks like. Research shows household power bills could rise by $449 a year by 2030 if Australia slows renewable investment and leans on coal and gas. Prices could climb by more than $600 a year if a major coal plant fails unexpectedly. Treasury warns that abandoning net zero would mean lower growth, fewer jobs, higher prices and less investment. A disorderly transition would cost the economy $1.2 trillion by 2050. And recent research shows that electricity prices today would be 50% higher if Australia relied entirely on coal and gas instead of investing in renewables. While the Coalition argues about whether climate change is real, this government is lowering emissions, driving investment and modernising the grid, fighting for safer, cleaner and more prosperous future.
Order. The member's time has expired. There being no further speakers, the debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made an order of the day for the next sitting. Clerk.
Private members' business. Notice number 2. A motion in relation to gas shortfalls.
The member for Bradfield.
Thank you. I move the motion relating to gas shortfalls in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper. Deputy Speaker, this motion speaks to the heart of our energy security and our economic future. It asks a simple question. Will Australians have access to affordable, reliable energy in the years ahead, or will we allow uncertainty and inadequate regulation to undermine our prosperity? My motion is about effective gas market regulation. And up front, I want to make something very clear. We have enough gas in this country. We do not have a gas supply problem. We have a gas export problem. To the extent that we have shortfalls predicted on the East Coast, it is an infrastructure and distribution problem, not a problem of production. And as always, we need to be clear about the facts. 2 developments have transformed our gas market. First, in 2015, liquefied natural gas exports began from Gladstone, Queensland. And within a decade, 75% of total East Coast gas demand was being exported overseas. Overall, around 80% of gas produced in Australia is being exported. Second, production from traditional southeastern fields, particularly Gippsland, is falling sharply. Peak day production capacity there will drop by 58% between 2024 and 2028. Governments have tried to manage this risk. Since 2017, we've seen the Turnbull government's Australian Domestic Gas Security Mechanism codified to become a heads of agreement under the Morrison government, and then the Gas Market Code introduced by the Albanese government. These measures have helped avert shortfalls, but at a cost. Buyers and sellers alike are frustrated. Long-term contracts have shrunk and short-term deals have surged from 28 petajoules in 2021 to 79 petajoules in 2024. This is not stability, this is volatility. And Australians deserve better. They deserve a gas market that's predictable, reliable, affordable and transparent. It should not be difficult to achieve this. And yet today, our system depends on ad hoc ministerial decisions and quarterly negotiations with LNG exporters. Deputy Speaker, this is no way to run a market, and a market that underpins manufacturing, electricity generation and household energy security. And worse still, the fact that a huge majority of our gas is exported means Australians may be in an absurd position of paying more for our gas than people in international markets do. Japan has even started reselling the Australian gas that it imports, which is surplus to requirements, at a substantial profit. Something has to give, and my motion sets out a clear path forward. First, it calls for the government to ensure that uncontracted gas is offered to the domestic market at a reasonable price before it is exported. This principle is not radical, it's common sense. Second, it calls for the end to the cycle of changing interventions. We need a single integrated framework that it operates continuously, not a patchwork of mechanisms that require constant activation. Export licences should carry an ongoing obligation to supply the domestic market. Third, the motion calls for a thorough review of the future gas strategy. And that review must go beyond supply. It must consider demand management, the impact of gas users across the economy and our climate commitments. Gas will play a role in the transition to net zero, but what role and for how long? Without clarity, investors cannot make decisions about pipeline, storage or regasification of terminals, and without those investments, the risk of a southeast gas shortfall will increase. Fourth, the motion calls for transparency, and today the ACCC monitors the gas market while the AER oversees the broad energy system, and this duplication creates confusion. The monitoring role should move to the AER, supported by AEMO's forecasting, with a requirement to publish aggregated price and contract data and market imbalances. Transparency is the foundation for efficiency and trust. And finally, the motion anchors reform in two objectives: an ongoing obligation of LNG exporters to supply the domestic market, and an improved transparency through regular publication of market data. These changes will give suppliers, investors and large users the confidence that they need to invest in clean technologies and infrastructure. And Deputy Speaker, this is not just about gas. It's about energy security, economic competitiveness and the credibility of our transition to net zero. If we fail to act, manufacturers will face higher costs, householders will face even higher energy bills, and our electricity system will face greater risk during peak demand. If we succeed, we'll have a market that works, one that delivers affordable energy, supports jobs and aligns with our climate goals.
Time has expired. Is there a seconder for the member for Bradfield's motion? The member for Warringah.
I second the motion and reserve my right to speak.
Thank you. The question is that the motion be agreed to. The member for Chifley has the call.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker, and thanks to the member for Bradfield for this resolution. I agree. Australians deserve a gas market that's predictable, reliable, affordable, transparent, not a radical proposition. But right now, our gas system defies even the gravity of basic economic logic. The consequences of this felt in households, factories, businesses across the country. And we face a projected seasonal gas shortfall by 2028. And not because we don't have enough gas, but because the gas that comes from beneath Australian soil is prioritised for customers offshore rather than customers onshore. Pre-pandemic gas prices sat at around $3 to $4 a gigajoule, today at around $10.30. And when I said our gas prices defy the gravity of conventional economics, I mean this. Domestic gas demand has actually fallen, supply sustained but shunted off overseas, and that's why falling demand hasn't reflected in prices. The market's fundamentally distorted. Over decades, governments have entrenched this, largely by inaction, hoping the problem would go away, though I'm proud to say in the last term this government was the first to have the guts to tackle this, even with the active resistance of the coalition. In late 2022, the government capped prices at $12 per gigajoule despite fierce warnings from gas exporters and foreign buyers who predicted the worst, and those predictions soured. We stepped in at a moment of crisis and we were right to do so. Access to stable, affordable gas is not just an industrial preference, it's a sovereign capability necessity. It'll be essential to the transition to net zero. Predictable voices will tell you all we need is more supply. That's misleading. We need supply at the right prices and we need contracts that are fair. Manufacturers often tell me they're unable to get contracts longer than 12 months because of the profiteering obsession by gas companies holding out to ramp up prices beyond the contract period. This is intolerable. Tinkering at the edges is not enough to fix this. The ACCC has doubted that past interventions aren't having a perceivable effect. We need strong action, a complete rethink of the terms on which Australian resources serve the Australian national interest. In this country, it's almost like we're embarrassed about possessing so many resources and are so timid we feel we just have to cop what overseas companies and buyers tell us. What rot! Or we're spooked by this argument. If we demand too much, these companies won't invest in new fields. Lame. Former WA Premier Alan Carpenter stared down that threat and established a West Coast reservation system. Our generation trades off the courage of past generations without displaying the spine to do the same today. This timidity has allowed a structural flaw to fester, with domestic prices influenced by export prices, Australian users competing with Tokyo, Seoul, Singapore for Australian gas. We beg for the scraps, forced to cop globally indexed pricing that has absolutely no relationship to the cost of production. Our gas, our prices, that should be the bedrock, the cornerstone of our thinking. The cost of doing business in this country for multinational gas firms is that they must provide a gas price in line with historic pre-pandemic levels. And this should apply to any new field that's open too, and we absolutely need to establish a gas reservation policy to meet our local needs this decade, not in the next. We must stand firm on another issue. We cannot tolerate being lectured to by overseas buyers telling us what we can do with our gas when they on-sell the gas they get from us to make a massive profit. Last year, Japan resold a third of the LNG it purchased from Australia, making over $1 billion in profit, and in quantities large enough to supply our domestic industry for a year. We should reshape the Australian domestic gas security mechanism to allow the government to intervene, adjusting future supply based on past resold volumes. This nation should not be reduced to pauper status. We should be an energy superpower, and that should translate to economic strength. That's the ambition we should have no hesitation in pursuing. We may also need to prevent the sale of uncontracted gas offshore and ensure companies don't sidestep this by ramping up sales of uncontracted gas to drain what's available for locals. We cannot wait for a better deal for this country. We should have the ambition to pursue better for this nation, and we should reject the naysaying and the fear-mongering by those who want to tell us we should cop something that we all know in this place we should not.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. The member for Warringah has the call.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I rise to support the motion from the member of Bradfield. Australians deserve a fair, affordable, transparent and predictable energy system, and not the export-distorted market that we have today. This motion highlights an underlying truth in Australia's energy debate. Australia does not have a gas shortage problem. We have lots of gas. But instead of prioritising our domestic markets, we allow companies to export it for great profit. We do not need more gas approvals. What we need are rules that ensure gas in Australia stays for Australia, and that we fast-track transition off gas for households where electrification is much more efficient, affordable and better for their health and their wallets. We don't need more gas. We just need to be smarter about where we use it, what we have and who we prioritise. It's been 10 years since we started exporting LNG. We now export around 80% of the gas that we produce. Small group of LNG exporters control 90% of our proven and probable gas reserves. And you will hear them crying poor and complaining about transition, and the ads on radio networks and TVs have accelerated, all talking about the natural benefits and how gas is part of our transition and we should all need it. But what they don't say is the price that Australians are paying. Australian users of gas have been paying the price of poor policy. Instead of benefiting from their natural resource, domestic users are forced to compete with international markets. Since 2015, consumption for gas in Eastern Australia has fallen by 32%, but prices have tripled. Pressure on our domestic households and business remains unacceptable. Australians pay 4 to 7 times more for gas than other large gas-producing nations, including the USA, Russia, Qatar and Canada. According to ACOS, people on low incomes bear the brunt of this, spending 5 times more of their income on energy than high-income earners. This is not a market that's delivering for Australians. In 2023-2024, Australians paid more than 4 times on HECS or HELP debts than our gas companies did on PRRT. Instead of rules to protect our domestic requirements, exporters have strong incentives to maximise exports. Projects like Santos GLNG project in Queensland have siphoned gas from the domestic market to fulfil export commitments. It is wrong. For too long, governments have been applying temporary band-aid solutions to avoid shortfalls, building an energy system reliant on fossil fuels and continuing to let the gas industry shape policies long after the science has shifted. However, as the government looks to reform the gas market, we must recognise the broader climate reality. 1.5 degrees is not just a goal, it's a threshold beyond which things will change dramatically. Here we are the week after COP30 and very little was achieved. Gas, driven by methane emissions, is a major contributor to global warming. Australia's methane accountability is jeopardising our emissions reduction targets. We still do not have proper accounting, measuring and monitoring of methane emissions from LNG facilities. We know methane emissions are expected to account to 68 to 95% of Australia's targeted emissions by 2035. And unfortunately, Australia continues to underreport methane by as much as 60%, according to International Energy Agency. We cannot fix the gas market while ignoring the parallel climate failure that it represents. Last week, I sent an open letter alongside 100 other leaders from across politics, academia, NGOs and business to the Prime Minister and the Minister for Climate Change and Energy to sign on to the Mutirao roadmap. The pledge would look to construct a phase-out of fossil fuels. I'm pleased to hear that over the weekend, Australia has now signed up to the declaration on a just transition away from fossil fuels and recognise the need to phase out inefficient fossil fuel subsidies as soon as possible. With the lack of funding received by Australians on the PRRT, and I was strongly opposed to the way the government structured that legislative change, I look forward to hearing from the government how they propose to now meet these new commitments. There are many inefficient fossil fuel subsidies in the Australian system that we can talk of, in particular the diesel fuel tax credit. I support this motion because it moves us towards a fairer, more secure and more climate-aligned energy system. Simple measures and ones that the government should have the political will to pursue. Now the government must act with ambition, integrity to ensure reforms actually deliver for Australians.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. The member for Swan.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm open to a conversation about how sometimes the gas industry does not work for all Australians. This is a government that believes in national interest and is not afraid to stand up for it. But similarly, antagonising industries that Australia relies on is not the answer either. We will defend public interest in the name of jobs and energy security. I know this because I remember before the Labor government, state and federal, I remember when in WA 15 years ago, we had $170 billion worth of LNG projects happening in the North West Shelf. Not one of these projects was being developed in WA. Hundreds of engineers lost their jobs and the workshops were empty. That experience taught me something important. When governments fail to plan, Australia's paid the price. We cannot afford to repeat those mistakes. Today, the Albanese Labor government is taking gas supply and energy transition seriously. We know that gas markets must work for households, businesses and our economy, not just exporters. That's why we've opened a comprehensive gas market review earlier this year. We received 112 submissions and the departments are now working through them to make sure our regulatory framework is strong, stable and fit for future. We have acted. And since coming into the government, we have strengthened the heads of agreement with LNG producers so gas is offered to Australians before it can be exported. We've reformed the Australian Domestic Gas Security Mechanism, giving us the power to reserve gas if there's a shortfall. We've also introduced the Gas Market Code, securing more than 644 petajoules of gas for Australian homes and businesses. Given the market operators stronger powers to prevent supply crises, and let's be clear, there has been no gas shortfall under this government. We're delivering practical solutions to keep gas affordable and reliable. And at the same time, we are driving the transition to clean energy. We've legislated emissions targets, reformed the safeguard mechanism, and invested in renewable energy at record rates. Since May 2022, we've added over 18 gigawatts of wind and solar, enough to power 6 million homes. Wind and solar capacity is up at 45% since we came to office. But while we accelerated renewables, we do not ignore the 5 million Australian homes that still rely on gas for heating, cooking and hot water. Industries also need gas to process critical minerals and manufacture batteries, solar panels and wind turbines. Gas, unlike coal, is flexible. It can be switched on and off in minutes, making it essential to back up the variable renewable energy generation. Our future gas strategy makes this clear. As existing sources decline, we need to replace them to keep prices down, keep the lights on and maintain energy security. The Albanese government is not a caricature to the opposition that makes us out to be. However, the opposition does beg belief a bit themselves lately, especially regarding gas, energy and resources. How is the assertion for industry and household? Net zero, or maybe not net zero, or definitely not net zero, but possibly in Paris or not in Paris, if the National Party will let them. We won't sugarcoat it. We're too exposed. We were too exposed leaving COVID. When the war in Ukraine began, a global gas price shock exposed the weaknesses, and sometimes there is still too much exposure. Thanks to a decade of neglect by the opposition, we're fixing the mess left behind and we're planning for the future. We are doing it in the way that supports jobs, industries and households. Deputy Speaker, we know that gas will play a key role in our orderly transition to net zero. We are ensuring that Australians will have the energy they need today while preparing for tomorrow. So when people say that the government isn't taking gas supply or energy transition seriously, we must actually look at the facts and recognise that defending the national interest cannot be done with just ideals. We are guided by real consultation and expert advice, and we work constructively with industry to get results. I also note that when we needed to intervene into the gas market and cap prices at $12 a gigajoule, we did that to make sure that we help Australians, because that's what the Albanese government does.
There being no further speakers, the debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. The Clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 3, for a motion in relation to the United Nations International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women.
The member for Newcastle.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I move the motion relating to the United Nations International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper. It is with a heavy heart that I rise to speak on this motion marking the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence. Gender-based violence manifests in many ways, from coercive control to physical assault, and at its most devastating, the loss of women's lives. Since I last read the names of women killed by violence, 52 Australian women have lost their lives through acts of violence. Every year I read this list in the hope that it will be the last, but heartbreakingly, that day has not yet come. Today, as we begin the 16 days of activism, we must recommit ourselves to ending this national emergency of violence against women and children. And we honour the women whose lives have been stolen this year. Let us honour and remember Sandra Dubrilla, aged 41, Pauline Slater in her 40s, Hung Kim Gore, aged 68, Sunji Sally Lee, just 33, Charlize Hayter, aged 19, Kalu Hawat, aged 31, an unnamed woman, aged 32, Chloe Mason, just 23, Yvonne Beres, 59, an unnamed woman, age 51. Marilee Kelly, age unknown. Lillian Donnelly, 88. Rachel McKenna, age 35. Rachel Morrissey, age 55. An unnamed woman, age 41. Crystal Bellier, age 49. Cara Werabone, 27, Irene Herzl, 78, Audrey Griffin, just 19, Celia Webb, age 79, Zarina Tumaliwan, age 42, Louise Hunt, age unknown, T. Kim Tran, age 45, an unnamed woman, 39, an unnamed woman, 28, Phoebe Bishop, age 17, an unnamed woman, age 48, Muzda Habibi, age 23, Lauren Hopkins, 47, Norma Dutton, aged 85, Crystal Paul, aged 41, an unnamed woman, aged 22, Leanne Akrap, aged 47, an unnamed woman, aged 81, Amanda Rahman, aged 62, Safiq Husseini, aged 41, Zoe Walker, 38, Athena Georgopoulos, aged 39, Summer Fleming, aged 20, Anu Kumar, aged 32, an unnamed woman, aged 30, Cara Luke, aged 48, an unnamed woman, aged 31, an unnamed woman, aged 23, an unnamed woman, aged 52. Irene Selmers, aged 84, an unnamed woman, aged unknown. Jordana Johnson, just 36, an unnamed woman, aged 58. Lisa Ward, aged 55. Rukila Lake, aged 39. And Marcia Chalmers, 86. Deputy Speaker, these are not just names on a page. They're the daughters, sisters, aunties, mothers, grandmothers, friends and colleagues. Women who should still be here today. We know their names and their stories because of the tireless and painful work of Counting Dead Women Australia researchers of Destroy the Joint, who maintain the National Register of Women Killed Through Violence. They in turn rely on the responsible reporting of journalists across the country whose work documents this epidemic and makes sure these women are not erased or forgotten. Ending gender-based violence is a national priority for the Albanese Labor government, and I hope, and I sincerely suspect, every single member of this parliament. It is something that we all commit to. We can honour those women we have lost with action now, with urgency and with unshakable resolve that every woman and child has the right to live free from violence.
I thank the member for Newcastle. Is the motion seconded? Ali.
Second the motion.
And reserve
To speak.
I thank the member for Dixon. And I call the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to mark the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women. Sandra Dobrila, Yuko, Hyang Gim Gao, Pauline Slater, Charlize Hayter, Sally Lee, Khulud Hawat, Chloe Jade Mason, Christy Louise Hunter, Yvonne Perez, Mrs Malta, Katie Tangi, Meryl Kelly, Lillian Catherine Donnelly, Rachel McKenna, Rachel Morisi, Justine Hammond, Elizabeth Pearce, Cara Jade Werrabone, Crystal Beale, Audrey Griffin, Irene Herzl, Cecilia Webb, Sarina Gatbotan Tulumin, Louise Hunt, Claire Austin, Thi Kim Tran, Jocelyn Grace Molly, Kylie Sanders, Kim Duncan, Tallulah Koopman, Samia Malik, Caroline Smith, Mustar Habibi, Lauren Hopkins, Norma Diana Dutton, Christelle Paul, Phoebe Bishop, Leanne Akrap, Julia Nira Marican, Angela Gold, Sally Bartlett, Shelley Spinks, Jeanette McIver, Amanda Rahan, Shafiqa Husseini, Zoe Walker, Athena Georgopoulos and her unborn child, Summer Fleming, Anu, Ali Lauren, Cara Samantha Luke, Diane Harness, Ashley Grice, Carolyn Campbell, Ms Chainsaw, Rajwinder Kaur, Jordana Johnson, Lisa Ward, Rakaya Lake, Irene Zelms, Marsha Chalmers, and 12 more unnamed women from across our wide land, including those for cultural reasons not named publicly. These names are women, women taken from us, mothers, daughters, sisters, friends. These women have been identified by the Red Heart campaign, and I acknowledge Counting Dead Women Australia researchers of Destroy the Joint for recording the stories of these women. Today I stand here in our national parliament and read these names into our national record, as I have done before and will do so again, because these women matter. These names should echo through this building and echo across our country. 74 women have been killed in Australia since this time last year. 74. Imagine these women surrounding us here today. What would they say? What would we do? Can we imagine what the response would be if 74 Australians were killed on a single day at a single event? It wouldn't just be me reading out their names or the member opposite. Our nightly news would have them emblazoned across news packages. We would stand together as a country. We would lower flags. We would pause to reflect and to mourn. Their names would be etched into marble and memorialised, and year after year we would reflect on the loss. These women's names and the names that have come before are all too often lost, lost amid the noise, lost amidst the silence, or spoken once in a glaring moment of national attention and then never again. It takes yet another horrific event to force us to reckon with the scale of the challenge this list of women represents. But we don't need new horrors to remind us here today that violence against women is pervasive and present in every corner of our country. So how do we maintain the rage? How do we cut through? How do we overcome the fatigue? Let us use that hope to drive us, because we must not look away. We must continue to go into the dark places. We must continue to shine the light. These women have stories. These women have names. We must not ever forget them. I thank the House.
I thank the Leader of the Opposition. The question is the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Dixon.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. November 25 marks the United Nations International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women and the start of 16 days of activism against gender-based violence. The statistics are sobering. I too join with my colleagues to acknowledge all those who have lost a loved one as a result of gender-based violence. 1 in 4 women and 1 in 14 men have experienced violence by an intimate partner. Women with a disability are more than twice as likely to experience sexual violence. These are not just numbers, they represent lives shattered, trauma. Recently, I met Lauren at a mobile office I held in Petrie. Lauren bravely shared with me her long and harrowing experience of domestic and family violence. Lauren's ordeal began in 2015 when her partner harmed her baby at just 3 months old. He was incarcerated, charged and incarcerated. But for Lauren, that was only the beginning. She told me about the lack of support she received from police and the hospital. She was doing everything she could to protect her child, but the system made her feel like the criminal. After that, Lauren endured further violence and coercion from another partner. She became homeless. She fought court battles. Her child was placed into care. At one point, that abusive partner took out a domestic violence order against her, a move that prevented her from completing her nursing studies and left her with significant student debt as a single mother. Lauren told me that at one stage she stole petrol because she couldn't afford to fill up her car. Mr. Speaker, Lauren's story is heartbreaking. But what is even more confronting is that her story is not unique. There are thousands of Laurens across this country, women who are doing everything they can to protect themselves and their children, yet find themselves trapped in systems that compound their trauma instead of alleviating it. Lauren's trauma reminds us that gender-based violence is not just about physical harm, it is about power, control, and the structures that allow abuse to persist. It is about the barriers that women face when they seek help, the fear of not being believed, the shame of being judged, finding a new home, and the crushing weight of navigating complex legal and child protection systems while trying to survive. The Albanese Labor government is committed to changing this. Since coming to government, Labor has invested more than any Australian government ever, more than $4 billion in frontline services and preventative programs. We made the $5,000 leaving violence payment permanent, providing support for women leaving violence. We're investing in emergency accommodation and legislated 10 days domestic violence leave. Importantly, we expanded discretion for Centrelink, so perpetrators can't use the social security system to leave survivors with tens of thousands of dollars in debt. And we have reformed the family law system so that it is safer, simpler, and more accessible. But we know there is more we need to do. We know this because women are still dying, fighting to keep themselves and their children alive, safe. We're committed to making changes to prevent perpetrators from using the tax and social security system as coercive control or financial abuse. We must ensure that when women like Lauren reach out for help, they are met with compassion and tangible support. Lauren said something to me that has stayed with me. The shame I felt was indescribable. No woman should ever feel that way for seeking help, and every child has the right to grow up safe. I commend this motion to the House.
I thank the member for Dixon. The question is the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Casey and Chief Government Whip.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I want to thank the member for Dixon for her contribution and sharing that story, and the member for Newcastle for moving this motion. And the member for Newcastle is correct. An issue like this has bipartisan support. And to sit here and listen to the member for Newcastle share those names and the Leader of the Opposition share those names is the reminder for us all that we need to do more. We need to be better. We would love to be in a world where there was no lives lost to violence, but that world doesn't exist, and we need to strive every day to get better. And those statistics are shocking. 74 women lost in the last 12 months. In 23-24, one woman was killed every 8 days in this country. One woman every 8 days. 1 in 4 women have experienced domestic violence by a partner. 1 in 4, 25% of women in this country. And that is completely unacceptable. And behind those statistics, as the member for Dixon shared, that was one story, but we know there is a story for every one of those women. And it's not just those women that are impacted, it's their children, it's their parents, it's their loved ones. There are so many people in society impacted by this. But we need to understand, and the reason I'm standing here to speak, is it is not just the women of this parliament, and it is not just the women of Australia that have a role to play. The leaders of the country, the men in this place, the men in communities have a role to play. We need to call out inappropriate behaviour of our friends, of our colleagues, of our workmates. We need to make sure that all men understand that violence is not acceptable in any circumstance. We need to hold them to account. We need to show courage and call it out when we see it. And we need to understand that there is a better way and there is a different way. And early intervention is a key part of that, Deputy Speaker. I don't believe that men are evil, clearly, and many of the men that perpetrate this, there are clearly a percentage that are evil. But I have to live in hope that we can't change what people have done, but can we intervene with the younger generation? Can we stop this violence occurring at an earlier age? That's why I'm proud to be part of the Parliamentary Friends of Healthy Masculinity that launched last week with the member for Hunter, Dan Ripicoli, and Senator David Pocock. That's an example of an organisation that is engaging with young men in their teenage years, having conversations with them, explaining to them that it's okay to share your weaknesses. It's okay to be vulnerable. Myself and so many others, we grew up in a generation where we were told that it was weak to speak, you had to be strong, you had to show strength at all time. And once you put up that armour day after day, week after week, year after year, some men can lose some of their humanity and lose some touch with what they really believe in and who they are and what they think is acceptable. So we need to continue to support organisations like the Man Cave to make sure that young men learn that they're in touch with their emotions, they're having conversations, they can't bottle it up and then it comes out in violence, whether it's against their partner, whether it's at the pub against another person that's just having a beer with their friends. We need to stop that cycle. We need to make sure that if people do the wrong thing, there are serious consequences. The perpetrators have to be held to account. The families, the victims have to be protected by the police, by our court system, by the justice system. If you do the wrong thing, you deserve everything that is thrown at you. This is not an issue and not a challenge that will be solved tomorrow. We wish it would be. It will take every day of this parliament, of state parliaments, of the judiciary, of the police force, working to improve these outcomes. And the sad reality, Deputy Speaker, even with all the goodwill that we have, we know we can't solve this problem overnight. But just because you can't solve a problem overnight, it doesn't mean that you stop trying. And we can make a difference. We will make a difference. Motions like this are very important, as the member for Newcastle and the Leader of the Opposition did. Those women that we lost should never be forgotten. Their names will now be in the Hansard forever, and that is an important statement as we continue to improve as a society and make sure, hopefully one day, there are no more names to be read out.
I thank the member for Casey. The time allotted for this debate has expired. The debate is therefore adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for a later hour. And I call the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 4, motion relating to bulk billing.
And I call a member for Bowman.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move the motion related to bulk billing in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper. Families across Australia are paying the price for the Albanese Labor government's broken promises on Medicare. Labor's new bulk billing policy is already unravelling. Figures released from the Department of Health reveal that just 13% of metropolitan GP clinics have signed up to Labor's new bulk billing program. That means the vast majority of Australians will still face out-of-pocket costs when visiting their local doctor, costs which health department officials admit now average almost $50 per visit and are expected to continue to rise. When the Prime Minister stood before Australians and promised that all you'd need to see the doctor was your Medicare card, he gave a commitment of affordability and access. But the reality has proven very different. Under Labor, more and more Australians are finding that they also need their credit card because GP costs are at record highs. Deputy Speaker, since the Coalition left office, Labor's mismanagement of Medicare has seen bulk billing collapse across the country, including in my electorate, within the Redlands, where it has fallen from 84.7% under the Coalition to just 71% today. Only 1,051 of Australia's 6,940 GP practices have joined Labor's new incentive scheme. Why? Because like many small businesses, local clinics are struggling under Labor's costs of doing business crisis, with skyrocketing energy bills, higher rents and insufficient rebates that simply don't cover the real cost of providing quality care. One GP clinic in Cleveland, within my electorate, recently emailed its patients to tell them exactly why they could not afford to join Labor's new plan. And I'll quote from their email. They said, "While we support initiatives that aim to improve access to healthcare, the new program does not provide the level of funding required to cover the true cost of providing high-quality, comprehensive GP medical care. The Medicare rebates, even with the new incentives, continue to fall well short of the cost of delivering the time, expertise, equipment and staff support involved in your care." Signing up, they told patients, would mean shorter appointments, rushed consultations and compromised care. So instead, they've chosen to remain with private billing to protect the quality and time their patients deserve. The Queensland President of the Australian Medical Association, Dr Nick Yim, said in October, "We all know across the country expenses are increasing. That includes mortgages, electricity, staff wages, insurances, and obviously when we see these rebates, if they're not keeping in touch with the cost of living expenses, it just means that we cannot bulk bill everyone. We also know that our population is getting older. Diseases are increasing, becoming more complex, and we do want to incentivise these longer consultations for those increased complexity as well, those with increased complexity. We want to incentivise taking the time, seeing the patients, and for those long consultations. It is clear that Labor's cost of living crisis is largely to blame for the inability of many GPs to sign up to the bulk billing scheme. The bulk billing scheme does not give GPs the ability to take those longer consultations that they need to understand increasing complex health issues. This is encouraging shortcuts and a preference for quantity over quality when it comes to receiving healthcare. When you or your child gets sick, you shouldn't have to check your bank balance before seeing a doctor. But that's exactly what more and more families in my electorate and right across Australia are having to do. I've heard from a single mother in Wellington Point forced to choose between petrol and a checkup. A retiree in Victoria Point recently contacted me outlining that she's delaying an appointment because she simply can't afford it. And a young family from Russell Island who I met recently told me they're now forced to travel deep into Logan, quite a distance from Russell Island, just to find a bulk billing clinic. These are the real stories of real Australians being failed by this government and the promises to strengthen Medicare. Unfortunately, it's only become harder and more expensive to see a doctor. Deputy Speaker, Australians deserve a government that delivers solutions, not spin. The Prime Minister must stop using Medicare as a political slogan and start addressing the real pressures facing patients and GPs. They deserve a health system that rewards doctors for time and care. It's time for Labor to listen to families, clinics and the communities crying out for support. Australians deserve more than just broken promises and political slogans. They deserve affordable and accessible healthcare. That's what my motion's calling for, and I commend it to the House.
Thank the member for Bowman. Is the motion seconded?
Second the motion and reserve my right to speak.
Thank the member for Casey. The question is the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Dixon.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak against the motion by the member for Bowman, which is really laughable because the reduction of bulk billing over the past 10 years is a direct result of the 9 years of coalition policies, a direct result of the big 6-year freeze on GP rebates implemented by my opponent, Peter Dutton, in 2014 when he was Health Minister, and then continued under the now opposition leader, Susan Ley. And let's not forget the ill-conceived GP fee in 2015, where those opposite actually publicly campaigned for people to be paying for a GP visit, with the former Minister Susan Ley, now opposition leader, saying, if you don't pay for something, you don't value it. We all know that this led to an unprecedented decline in bulk billing, as doctors found it increasingly difficult to recover their practice costs without charging a fee. So I would say to those opposite, if you want to know why we are now doing everything possible to bring back bulk billing, you should just look in the mirror and say to yourself, it was the coalition that destroyed bulk billing, because that is the truth. Mr Speaker, after a decade of cuts and neglect under the former coalition government, bulk billing was in freefall. Many patients who had only ever been bulk billed were having to pay a fee for the first time to see a GP, and as a result, some were skipping care because they couldn't afford it, resulting in poorer health outcomes for vulnerable Australians. The Albanese Labor government is turning that around. I've heard too many stories over the past 8 years of campaigning in Dickson, parents forced to choose between groceries and a doctor's visit, people going without treatment because they couldn't afford to pay up front and ending up in A&E. That was the reality of the system that was neglected for far too long by those opposite. That's why the Albanese Labor government is delivering the single largest investment in Medicare since its election. When we first came to government, we moved to triple the bulk billing incentive for vulnerable patient groups, children under 16 and concession card holders. And now, for the first time, we're expanding the bulk billing incentive to everyone, to all Australians. We're providing incentives to general practices that bulk bill every patient, and we are seeing GP practices take up that offer right across the country. Well over 1,000 have switched to fully bulk billed. This is on top of the 1,600 GP practices that already fully bulk bill. By 2030, we aim to have 9 out of 10 GP visits bulk billed. This investment will deliver an additional 18 million bulk billed GP visits each year across the country. At the same time, we are rolling out our urgent care clinics across the country, reducing waiting times in A&E and providing more out-of-hours services. Our local Marumba Downs Urgent Care Clinic recently celebrated over 25,000 visits, now over 27,000. The feedback I get from locals on this service is all positive. It's a great local service. We are also opening walk-in free Medicare mental health centres right across the country, and we now have one in Strathpine in my electorate. On this side of the House, we are restoring bulk billing, strengthening Medicare, and making sure no one has to choose between their health and their household budget. Whether you need urgent care, mental health care, or a checkup at your local GP, we want every Australian to have access to the health care they need with their Medicare card. That's the promise of Medicare. That's the legacy Labor created, and that's the legacy the Albanese government is strengthening and will always fight for.
Thank the member for Dickson. The question is the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Casey and Chief Government Whip.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, I might remind the member for Dickson that this government's been in power for 3.5 years. It might be time to take responsibility for the failures under your watch. Talking about decades ago has a bit of limitation. There was
Order. The member for Casey doesn't need an echo.
There was an awkward moment where the member for Dickson did say that this government's ambition is to get to 9 out of 10 visits bulk billed by 2030. That's their ambition. Now, the awkward part about that is that's what roughly 90% of visits bulk billed, which is coincidentally the exact number of bulk billing rates under the former coalition government when this Prime Minister took over. 90%. 90% in the data. So the whole ambition of this government, is to match what the former coalition government did. The reality is that under this government, the facts by the Department of Health, not my facts, Department of Health, very independent, is that bulk billing rates have plummeted under this Prime Minister, under this government's watch. That is the reality they do not like to admit. In my community, it has gone from 84.3% in 2019 in the Yarra Ranges, in the electorate of Casey. 2023, under the Albanese Labor government, it has dropped to 73.2% in my community. So my community knows that this Prime Minister might hold up a Medicare card, but he's not delivering when it comes to health. it actually really sums up everything that is wrong about this government and this Prime Minister. It is big on spin and it is big on optics and it is low on delivery. Does not deliver for the Australian people. The Prime Minister stood during the campaign and said all you will need is your Medicare card, knowing that that is not true, deliberately misleading the Australian people, because the Minister for Health confirmed that you would still need your credit card to go to the GP. This is what this Prime Minister does. He spins. And it's now about $50 short that you need to go to the GP, because on average it costs $50.49 to be exact dollars on average to pay under this government to see a GP. Now, this is the same Prime Minister that was very happy to cut the Medicare-funded mental health sessions for Australians from 20 to 10. One day he'll stand up and hold a Medicare card talking about how important Medicare is. The next day he makes the heartless decision to cut Medicare-funded mental health sessions from 20 to 10, abandoning the Australian people when they need it the most. Coming out of the pandemic, cost of living pressures, young people struggling with mental health, needing the support, and what does this Prime Minister do? He heartlessly cuts that support for the Australian people. Happy to say one thing, delivers the complete opposite for Australians. And what are we seeing for Australians now? Not only is bulk billing harder to get, less and less people are going to the doctor to get the medical support they need because they can't afford it. 10,000 GP visits cancelled and delayed every day under this government, under this Prime Minister, because the Australian people cannot afford it. 10,000. What is the health impact of that for those single mums that need to go and see a GP to maybe get a breast scan or to get something else? What is the long-term health impact on our communities, on our families, because people cannot afford to see a GP? That is the lived reality of 10,000 Australians every day. 70,000 Australians a week cannot afford to pay to get the medical help that they need. Yet we have this Prime Minister and those opposite have the gall to stand up here and talk about how important Medicare is, despite it failing under their watch. That is the most frustrating part about this Prime Minister. This Prime Minister lives in an alternate reality, talks a big game and fails to deliver. And when this Prime Minister spins but doesn't deliver, it's my community in Casey, it's communities across the country that pay the price. Spin doesn't get it delivered for the Australian people. Whether it's health, whether it's energy bills, whether it's cost of living, this Prime Minister always fails to deliver for the Australian people, and you pay the price.
I thank the member for Casey. The question is the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Bonner.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I love holding mobile offices in my electorate of Bonner, and I recently met with Gary at my mobile office at Mount Gravatt in Westfield in my electorate. Gary had lots of things he wanted to talk about, but the top of his mind was healthcare. Bulk billing, cost of medication, these are the things that people in my community of Bonner care about. We made time to chat some more just last week, and when I caught up with Gary, I talked to him about the fact that from 1 November this year, every Australian was now going to be eligible for bulk billing under Labor. That around 1,000 GP practices have already indicated that they will become 100% bulk billed, and that's on top of the 1,600 that are already bulk billing right across our country. I was able to let him know that in Queensland alone, bulk billing has increased by 1.2 million additional visits under Labor, and that we take a different approach to those opposite. That means more doctors, more bulk billing and more urgent care clinics. That is our approach to strengthening Medicare. I told Gary that no Australian should ever have to choose between buying groceries and seeing a doctor. That the phrase, "I can't afford to see a doctor," is something that should never be spoken in a country like ours. Labor has tripled the bulk billing incentive, the single biggest investment in Medicare's history. That means more Australians seeing a doctor for free and fewer families putting off care that they need. Over the next 4 years, 4,800 clinics across the nation are expected to convert to full bulk billing practices. And it's already started in my electorate of Bonner. In my electorate, we now have 11 fully bulk billed GP clinics. That's doubled. These include Archer Medical Centre, Doctors on Manly Road, Garden City Family Doctors, Good Health Medical Centres in Garden City, Mount Gravatt and Carindale, Mansfield Family Practice, Mount Gravatt Family Practice, Real Care Medical Centre, Tingalpa Family Healthcare Centre and Yulu Bariba. These clinics are delivering real relief for households and real confidence that when you're sick, you can see a GP for free. Tripling the bulk billing incentive goes hand in hand with cheaper medicines. In Bonner alone, families have saved more than $12.8 million across 2 million scripts. And in just over a month, more savings are on the way. From 1 January, we'll see the cost of PBS medications drop to just $25 per script. Deputy Speaker, during the election this year, my community made very clear that they wanted to see a Medicare urgent clinic in our community. Labor has already opened 90 Medicare urgent care clinics right across the country, and there are 47 more on the way. I'm so excited that in the coming months, we will see one of those 47 right in my electorate of Bonner. The new Carindale Medicare urgent care clinic is on the way, and we know that over 2.1 million patients have already walked through the door of a Medicare urgent care clinic right across Australia, and that includes 360,000 Queenslanders who have now received free, urgent, non-life-threatening care through these clinics, 7 days a week and close to home. The Carindale Clinic will further cut out-of-pocket costs, and I can't wait to cut that ribbon in the coming months. Deputy Speaker, no Australian should be punished for their gender when accessing healthcare, but we know that women still pay more, wait longer, and their concerns are too often dismissed. Last year, the Medical Journal of Australia reported that 9.4% of women delayed or did not fill a script because of cost, compared with 5.5% of men. Labor's $800 million women's health package is changing that. 300,000 more women will save $400 a year in Medicare rebates on IUDs. 365,000 women have already accessed 715,000 cheaper scripts for contraceptives and menopausal hormone therapies through changes to the PBS. This is one of the largest health investments by any government because women's health must be a priority and healthcare gender bias must be eliminated. Deputy Speaker, Labor is delivering and we will keep delivering because we know that all you should need is your Medicare card, not your credit card, to get free healthcare in this country.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. The member for Cook.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And yes, all you should need is your Medicare card, but sadly that's not the case in my electorate in Cook. The numbers are absolutely damning. Since 2022, there has been an 18.8% fall in bulk billing rates in my electorate. This is the biggest drop of any electorate in all of New South Wales. This is what breaking Medicare looks like. In my electorate of Cook, we only have two clinics in all of Cook that bulk bill. We have no federal-funded urgent care clinic. Why, Prime Minister, are you denying the people of Cook essential medical services? Parading a Medicare card around throughout the whole election campaign, saying all you will need is this. But in my electorate, having seen the doctor only a couple of weeks ago, the out-of-pocket is over $100. Take, for example, one of my long-standing clinics, Caringbah Family Medical Practice. It is explained publicly why they cannot join Labor's new bulk billing scheme. Their message was both blunt and honest. The government's promises do not match the financial reality they claimed. Caringbah Family Medical Practice said, and I quote, "No business can survive on losing money on every transaction. This is the truth behind Labor's so-called reform, a policy that sounds generous but leaves doctors and their practices fitting the bill and patients far worse off." The Prime Minister told Australia at least 71 times, all you need is your Medicare card, not your credit card. He said it would be free to see a GP under Labor. But today, the reality is very different. Paying $100 for a GP consultation is an everyday reality for the people who live in Cook. Parents who simply need a script, pensioners managing chronic disease, and young people who can't get in to see a doctor without paying fees they cannot afford. Fewer Australians are now seeing doctors, 10,000 less a day. They're skipping potentially life-saving appointments, not because they don't need it, but because they cannot afford it. And unfortunately, more Australians are paying to see a doctor than ever before. 43,000 extra Australians a day are now paying for a GP visit, many of them in my home electorate of Cook. This is exactly what happens when a government uses Medicare as a political football instead of really supporting doctors and the clinics like mine in Cook. Even with Labor's new incentives, the rebate does not even cover the cost of providing quality medical care in my electorate. Once you add rent, staff wages, medical equipment, digital compliance, insurance and critically the skyrocketing bills under this government, rent and energy costs in particular, clinics are losing money on every consultation. That's why my electorate of Cook has had the largest drop of any electorate in all of New South Wales in bulk billing rates. It's why we only have 2 clinics that are booked out that you cannot make an appointment to that offer bulk billing. That's why in my electorate, on average, people are paying over $100 to see a doctor, and it's not good enough. Prime Minister, start serving the people of Cook and serving their needs. Now, to qualify for Labor's incentive, a clinic must bill every single patient every single time. This all-or-nothing requirement might sound good in a press conference, but in the real world, where rents are skyrocketing, energy prices are skyrocketing, they make it impossible. These small community practices cannot survive on this government's slogans and wishful policy. This government continues to talk about strengthening Medicare, but every number, every clinic and every patient tells a different story. The truth is simple. Access is weaker, costs are higher, and the system is failing the very people this Prime Minister promised to help. You cannot strengthen Medicare by driving clinics out of bulk billing. You cannot help families by making it more expensive to see a GP. And you cannot promise Australians won't need their credit card while forcing them to use it more than ever before. Our GPs deserve respect and a funding model that works. Instead, Labor has delivered the exact opposite, a Medicare system under strain and tens of thousands of people in my electorate out of pocket.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. The member for Brisbane. Ford, apologies.
Thank you.
Apologies.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. So I rise to speak against the motion this morning. And my neighbour is actually the mover of this motion, the member for Bowman, and it just proves the old adage that you can choose your friends but you can't choose your neighbours, because I feel as if I'd like to offer a little bit of political advice that maybe they're better off not talking about this issue, Deputy Speaker. Maybe there needs to be a little bit of self-reflection here, because when it comes to the reason why people are finding it difficult to access healthcare today is because of the policies that they presided over for more than 9 years. And the member for Bowman says that women have to come. He mentioned a woman who has to come deep into Logan to access a bulk billing doctor. Well, perhaps that's because in Logan, in the Northern Gold Coast, we've managed to increase the number of bulk billing clinics overnight from 9 to 20 more than doubling, and that number's only gone up. That was overnight. That was between Friday night and Saturday morning. Now we've gone up to at least 21, and that number's going to continue to rise. So I would suggest that the member for Bowman direct more people to Logan, because if that's where that's where they're going to fight. But he won't need to, because that won't be only where this constituent of his is going to be able to find a bulk billing doctor. That number is going to continue to rise in his electorate as well. The opposition whip mentioned that we've been in power now for 3.5 years and it's time that we took responsibility. Well, Deputy Speaker, we are taking responsibility. We're taking responsibility for the solution if they won't take responsibility for the problem. When I was campaigning in 2021 for the seat of Ford, unsuccessfully, mind you, and during 2022, we all noticed that bulk billing was beginning to ebb away. We could see that there was one clinic had decided to stop bulk billing, and then another clinic. And you could just get the sense that this was the beginning of a landslide, which did happen. And unfortunately, as we came to government, that landslide came crashing down. And while it came crashing down as a result of the policies of the former government, thanks to the incentives for the practical incentives for kids and for pensioners, that landslide has now begun. We have now begun to turn things around. So in Queensland, for instance, we've gone from bulk billing rate as a result of those incentives from 73.6 to 77%. So after 3.5 years, we are taking responsibility, Deputy Speaker, and we are turning it around. He makes the misleading claim that Albo heartlessly cut from 20 to 10 the number of appointments that you could access for psychological assistance. But I think the point there needs to be made that the 20 visits was a temporary measure, just like the temporary measure due to COVID, just like the artificially high numbers of bulk billing was artificially high because of COVID as people got their vaccinations, which just underlines the point that the collapse was even greater because that number was kept artificially high as people sought vaccinations. The real problem was masked by that fact. And to talk about mental health, I mean, not only have we invested in Ford in the Medicare mental health clinic in Logan, but we've upgraded it since the last election, and we'll be opening up a new one on the northern Gold Coast. In terms of responding to what the member for Cook had to say, actually, unfortunately, there wasn't anything I could find that really noted responding to. So I guess I would just by really underlining the fact that this has been a problem 10 years in the making and it's turning around. I've visited the Homeview Clinic, the Bannockburn Clinic. There's a whole list of other clinics that want to get me out there as a local member because we have really, in the words of one business, another clinic, we've saved bulk billing. Had those incentives not come in for pensioners and kids, there was one clinic that bulk billed for 10 years. It was going to stop bulk billing. And had these new incentive payments come in, they wouldn't have been able to continue bulk billing. So only Labor really has Medicare at its heart. Only Labor protects Medicare. And while Peter Dutton was voted the worst health minister in history, perhaps they voted too early, because there's one health minister that has the dubious record of having never approved an increase, and that's the opposition leader.
The member's time has expired. The question is that the motion be agreed to. The member for Gilmore has the call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, in good news from November 1, more people in my electorate of Gilmore are being able to see their general practitioner for free. I know that for too long, too many people have been paying too much out of pocket when they go to their doctor. That's why I welcome the Albanese Labor government's GP expanded bulk billing incentives. Labor is making the single largest investment in Medicare since its creation to ensure people can afford to see their GP. The expanded bulk billing incentive for all Australians, plus the creation of an additional new incentive payment for medical practices that bulk bill every patient, means 9 out of 10 GP visits will be bulk billed by 2030. I'm really thrilled that more than 20 GP practices in Gilmore have already switched to Medicare bulk billing practices. 11 of these were currently mixed billing practices. I've spoken to lots of local doctors on the South Coast that are making the choice to switch their practice to full bulk bill clinics. They are taking up the incentives because it's good for their business and, of course, good for their patients as well. Grand Pacific Health in Nowra and the Queen Street Medical Centre in Maruya were among the first on the South Coast to sign on to become fully bulk billed practices. They want to make a difference in the community and they want to help their patients, many who are older with multiple health conditions and, of course, young families who are feeling the cost of living pinch. Grand Pacific Health Nowra Practice Manager Charisse Morris said, "Being sick was not cheap, especially for families and people and the chronically ill." She told me the change would make a huge difference because when people don't have to pay a gap fee to see their doctor for a general consult, that's money that can put food on the table. In just 3 weeks since its introduction, I can see that Labor's investment in bulk billing incentives is working. It had already been working for pensioners, concession card holders and families with kids, and now it's been expanded for every Australian. Deputy Speaker, the Albanese Labor government's $8.5 billion investment into Medicare will deliver an additional 18 million bulk billed GP visits each year, hundreds of nursing scholarships and thousands more doctors in the largest GP training program ever. We're also opening more Medicare urgent care clinics across the country, and I'm so pleased that from November 10, the very popular Batemans Bay Medicare Urgent Care Clinic has been operating 18 hours a day, the longest of any clinic in the country. I promised to expand the hours from 6 a.m. till midnight before the busy summer holiday period, and that's what we've done. More than 20,000 people have walked through the doors since the Batemans Bay Clinic opened, and the community was crying out for longer hours to take pressure off the hospital and local doctors. The population swells over summer, so now locals and visitors alike will be able to seek urgent, non-life-threatening care for all those pesky summer colds and holiday injuries, sprains and stings until midnight every day of the year without having to wait hours in the ED. I also can't wait for the doors to open on the brand new federally funded Medicare Urgent Care Clinic in Nowra very, very soon. Watch this space. We're making it easier and cheaper for people to see a GP, no matter where they live, and that's real, tangible cost of living relief for ordinary Australians.
There being no further speakers, the debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for a later hour. There is, my apologies, the member for Leichhardt.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise today to speak on Medicare. Built by Labor, delivered by Labor. This extra commitment that adds $8.5 billion to get people into the GPs and get the health care they deserve. When I was playing in the United States, I took a hit in the face. My bottom lip was almost torn and I had to spend hundreds, well, I didn't have to spend, the university I played for spent hundreds of thousands of dollars repairing me. A couple of years later, I blew out a shoulder, another $250,000 bill to those who were looking after me. In 2019, I had a stroke. But thanks to Medicare, I spent 3 days in hospital and was able to come out with a clean bill of health and no bill to pay. That is the beauty of Medicare, the equity of healthcare for all Australians. It is something that we on this side of the House are proud of every single day. That little green card opens so many doors and gives people so much quality of life. That's why it's exciting that we've added extra urgent care clinics right across the country, including very soon one for the northern suburbs of Cairns. For those of you unfamiliar with the geography of Cairns, the northern suburbs cut off. When the floods come through almost yearly, we are isolated, away from any kind of medical help. An urgent care clinic will address that need. for the aged, for the young, for the people who need a top-up of their medication. They'll be able to get in to see a doctor, get checked out and get home where they belong without having to brave the floodwaters that come across our highways. I'm very excited that bulk billing has been extended. I'm happy for the people of Australia. I'm happy for my children, knowing that they will have continued access to excellent health care. And I cede the floor. Thank you.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Being no further speakers, the debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made an order of the day for a later hour. I've received a message from Her Excellency the Governor-General notifying assent to several bills. I do not propose to read the titles, which will be recorded in the votes and proceedings. The Minister for Resources and Northern Australia.
Thank you, Mr Acting Deputy Speaker. I ask leave of the House to make a ministerial statement relating to the annual statement on Northern Australia.
The question is that the House is leave granted. Apologies.
Leave is granted, Mr Speaker.
The Minister.
Thank you. I rise today to make the annual statement on Northern Australia. I'd like to acknowledge the traditional owners of the land on which we meet today, the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples. I pay my respects to their elders, to their customs and to their enduring connection to country. Our First Nations peoples were Australia's first miners, mappers and navigators, and we have so much to learn from their 60,000 years of care of this vast island continent. And I extend that respect to all First Nations people here in the chamber and also in the galleries today. I also extend my thoughts to all of the people across the north who are currently dealing with the impact of Tropical Cyclone Fina, which has hit communities across the Northern Territory, and in particular Darwin, and is now making its way towards Western Australia's north. We urge everyone to take notice of local emergency warnings and do everything possible to remain safe. The Australian Government is working with state and territory authorities to provide all assistance necessary, and I thank emergency services personnel for their help in preparing for the cyclone and the ongoing work to support communities and to assist with the clean-up. Many of my parliamentary colleagues from Northern Australia can't be here in Canberra today, as they have remained at home to help their communities deal with the Cyclone Fina. The member for Solomon and the member for Lingiari and the Minister for Indigenous Australians, Senator Malandiri McCarthy, all remain in Darwin today. I thank them also for their contribution to their communities. Emergency Management Minister, the member for Eden Monero, is in the Northern Territory today to meet with the Northern Territory Government and to offer all assistance. Tropical Cyclone Fina and the damage and disruption she has wrought is a timely reminder of the extra challenges faced by people and communities right across the north. Here in Parliament, I warmly welcome the recently appointed members of the Northern Australia Indigenous Reference Group, led by the esteemed Chair, Professor Martin Nakata. The Indigenous Reference Group provides crucial advice to our government on our Northern Australia agenda, and I'm very pleased that members Alinta Maguire, Flora Warrior, Damien Jakura and Troy Fraser have been able to join us in the public gallery today. Welcome to you all. I want to acknowledge the contribution of Nenelia Mills, who unfortunately can't be with us here today. And I want to take this moment to publicly thank past members of the IRG, Jerome Cabillo, Tara Craigie, Peter Jeffries, Gillian Mailman and the former Chair, Colin Saltmere, for their contribution to the IRG and their support for Northern Australia. Also here today are our other key partners in developing Northern Australia. Tracy Hayes, the Chair of the Northern Australia Infrastructure Facility and other valued members of the NAIF Board. Craig Doyle, the CEO of NAIF, Sheridan Morris, Chair of the Cooperative Research Centre for Developing Northern Australia, and Anthony Curro, Chief Executive Strategy Engagement at CRCNA. And while he's not here today, but has been here in the past, I would like to acknowledge the contribution of Professor Alan Dale, outgoing Chair of the Developing Northern Australia Conference and Chief Scientist at CRCNA. And I also acknowledge my parliamentary colleagues from across the political spectrum who represent the people and interests of Northern Australia in this chamber and in the other place. In particular, I want to acknowledge Cairns Local, the member for Leichhardt, Matt Smith, who was elected at the general election in May of this year. He is an excellent representative for far north Queensland in a seat that stretches from Cairns to Cape York and over Torres Strait to take in the Torres Strait Islands. He's a local member for my older sister Rebecca, and so I get regular updates on his great progress as the member for Leichhardt. I also recognise the efforts of the former member for Leichhardt-Warranedge, who represented the Leichhardt electorate for over 25 years. For their representation and advocacy for their constituents in Northern Australia, I thank the Senator for Queensland and Shadow Minister for Resources and Northern Australia, Senator Susan McDonald, the Leader of the National Party, member for Maranoa, the member for Lingiari, the member for Solomon, my Western Australian Senate colleagues, Senators Glenn Still, Varun Gush, Ellie Whittaker and President of the Senate, Sue Lyons. And I also acknowledge the member for Durack and Shadow Minister for Defence, Industry and Defence Personnel, Melissa Price. The members for each of the seats in Kennedy, Dawson, Capricornia and Herbert and Flynn, and Senators Jacinta Price, Penny Elman-Payne and Matt Canavan as well. And finally, I thank each and every person working in the offices of the Northern Australia Infrastructure Facility and in the Office of Northern Australia. You all do such remarkable work, often unheralded and always in the interests of the North and therefore in the interests of the whole nation. Speaker, I was honoured to be reappointed as the Minister for Northern Australia after the very successful re-election of the Albanese Labor government in May of this year. Such is the importance of this work to this government that now in our second term the Prime Minister has appointed an Assistant Minister for Northern Australia, Senator Nita Green. Assistant Minister Green is also a Cairns local and a strong voice for far north Queensland as well as the whole of the north. And the member for Solomon, a proud Territorian and a veteran of our Defence Forces, continues his important role, serving as Special Envoy for Defence, Veterans Affairs and, of course, Northern Australia. Northern Australia is a vast and extraordinary place. It is home to First Nations communities with deep, ancient and eternal connections to country. It is rich in the resources needed to drive Australia's next economic transformation, the shift to net zero. It is also key to building a future made in Australia. It is crucial to our national security and to our engagement with our neighbours in the Indo-Pacific. The development of Northern Australia is a priority for the Albanese Labor government. We are committed to realising the full potential of a region that already accounts for so much of our nation's prosperity, because a strong North means a strong Australia. Last year, I launched the Northern Australia Action Plan 2024 to 2029. Today, I'm proud to publish the first annual progress report on our action plan and our achievements across 6 policy priority areas. This report shows the government is delivering on its promises. We are activating the northern economy, creating jobs and driving growth across agriculture, tourism, critical minerals and renewable energy. We are investing in infrastructure to unlock growth with road, rail, port and digital connectivity projects. We are bolstering safety and building national security through upgrades to northern defence bases. And we are protecting the North's unique environment and cultural heritage, with First Nations aspirations and economic empowerment at the heart of our work. Our main vehicle for investment is the Northern Australia Infrastructure Facility. It has proven to be a catalyst for getting crucial projects off the ground. NAIF now has an impressive portfolio of 32 project investments, 14 in Queensland, 10 in Western Australia and 8 in the Northern Territory. This represents more than $4.3 billion in approved loans to projects which are forecast to generate more than $33 billion in public benefit and support thousands of jobs across the north. By the end of October, around $2.8 billion in NAIF funds had been drawn down to progress these projects. A strength of the NAIF is the way it is helping diversify the economy of Northern Australia. Take the new Kimberley cotton gin in Kununurra in northwestern Australia, for example. Supported by a NAIF loan of up to $34 million, this project is forecast to return a public benefit of around $248 million and establish the Ord River irrigation area as a strong cotton region. Along with hundreds of others, I had the pleasure of attending its opening in August. It is a productivity game changer for the local cotton industry and which can now process their crops locally, saving the cost and inconvenience of sending the cotton hundreds of kilometres away for processing. The project will be supported by the expansion of port and border services at the nearby Port of Wyndham, which will allow exports directly from the region. Now, while the investment of NAIF in the Kimberley cotton gin is far from the largest NAIF loan, having witnessed the enthusiasm from the local community, I can firmly state that it is among the NAIF loans with the highest local impact. And that simply demonstrates how the diversity of projects that the NAIF backs in supports northern communities in all sorts of ways. NAIF is actively supporting the use of renewable energy, investing in the Hudson Creek Power Station and Bachelor Solar Farm projects in the Northern Territory, and the Kidston Pumped Storage Hydro Project in Queensland, the first hydro energy storage scheme globally to be developed in an abandoned gold mine. And Mr Speaker, through NAIF, along with other facilities, we're backing critical minerals and rare earths, the building blocks of the net zero economy, and increasingly imperative to growing our trade and security relationships. NAIF has earmarked $500 million for projects under the government's critical minerals strategy. $200 million of this funding is enabling the development of Arafura Nolans Rare Earths integrated mine and processing facility just near Alice Springs. The Arafura Nolans project has been recognised as globally significant, with the potential to supply 4% of the world's rare earths magnet supply. This government's early decision to back it in is a key pillar in the work the Albanese government is doing with the US administration in the seminal US-Australia critical minerals framework. The NAIF is also supporting the Alpha High Purity Alumina refinery in Gladstone, Queensland, with a $200 million loan. Projects like these and others right across the north also benefit from the Critical Minerals Production Tax incentive under the Albanese government's Future Made in Australia agenda. Projects such as these position Northern Australia as a key link in global supply chains for rare earths and critical minerals. The prime position was reinforced a few weeks ago when Prime Minister Albanese and US President Trump signed the historic Australia-US Critical Minerals and Rare Earths Framework at their meeting at the White House. It was my very great honour to be present to witness this moment where, together, our nations committed to mobilising at least $1.5 billion toward a $13 billion pipeline of priority projects over the next 6 months. NAIF-funded projects are supporting almost 1,400 Indigenous jobs and over $200 million in Indigenous procurement. This year's budget included almost $12 million to help native title holders participate in the Australian Carbon Credit Scheme, with extra funding to support members of the Indigenous Carbon Industry Network. These initiatives cut emissions, build skills, create income and economic empowerment, and support community-led climate action. Mr Speaker, our government wants to continue delivering results like this. In our government's first budget in 2022, we demonstrated our strong commitment to the NAIF by extending its funding by $2 billion. That provides NAIF with a total of $7 billion to invest in economic development, jobs and opportunities right across the north. We want to ensure that the NAIF remains fit for purpose. So last year I commissioned a statutory review to consider the operation of the NAIF Act, and I'd like to thank the Honourable Warren Snowden, along with Professor Peter Yu and Dr Lisa Caffrey for their work on that review. Their report, which I tabled in Parliament in August this year, found overwhelming support for NAIF across government, industry and from the public. And in response to the review today, I'm announcing a further long-term commitment to the NAIF. I'm delighted to announce the Albanese government will extend NAIF for another decade. The 10-year extension means NAIF will continue to invest in projects right across the north, well beyond the current investment deadline of June 30 next year. The continuation of NAIF for another decade will reassure communities and stakeholders in the north, many of whom contributed to the review, that the Northern Australia Infrastructure Facility is here to stay. I will introduce legislation into Parliament to replace the existing legislated expiry of NAIF's investment period of 30 June 2026 and to introduce a review of NAIF's operations every 5 years to make sure the NAIF remains as vibrant and as effective as it is today. Mr Speaker, earlier I acknowledge the NAIF CEO, Craig Doyle, who earlier this year announced his intention to retire from the position. And I'd like to personally and publicly thank Craig for his significant contribution to the NAIF. He's here today. He has served as CEO since June 2022, and we started at the same time, Craig. He has led the organisation with distinction, overseeing major investments from large-scale resources and energy developments to social infrastructure projects across Queensland, the Northern Territory and Western Australia. Thank you, Craig. The NAIF board has conducted a thorough and transparent recruitment process, and a new NAIF CEO is expected to be appointed in the near future. Mr Speaker, we've made enormous progress on our northern agenda, but we know our job is far from done. Transport and connectivity, housing and health, these are challenges we must continue to tackle so that northern communities can fully participate in the opportunities on offer and to grow resilient northern economies. Reliable, resilient transport infrastructure is vital to the North's development. Through the refreshed National Freight and Supply Chain Strategy, we're strengthening productivity and resilience across Northern Australia's key routes. We're upgrading the Bruce Highway in Queensland with $7.2 billion in investment, delivering $1.1 billion for the Tanami Road in the NT and WA, $1 billion for the Outback Way across Queensland, the NT and WA, $200 million to duplicate the Stewart Highway in the Northern Territory, and $400 million for Queensland's beef corridors. And I note that as of today, there are now 524 days until beef 2027 in Rockhampton. Hear, hear. All of these strategic projects will boost reliability, resilience, jobs and long-term growth. We know too the importance of air travel across the North. The North is where Australian aviation first began and where we are embedding it in the region's future. To date, NAIF has supported 4 aviation and airport projects with a total of funding of up to $376 million. NAIF is supporting upgrades at the Darwin and Alice Springs airports, as well as major upgrades in Cairns and Mackay, the redevelopment of the Townsville airport, and funding for the Alliance Airlines maintenance, repair and overhaul facility at Rockhampton Airport. We also continue to subsidise flights to hundreds of remote communities across the North so that people can access health, education and other services. No Australian should miss out on these opportunities because of where they live. Mr Speaker, construction is underway on major housing projects across the North. In Cairns, a $140 million NAIF loan is helping to deliver 490 social, affordable and specialist disability homes. At Murrajulu, near Uluru, upgrades will provide reliable power, water, sewage and renewable energy storage. Housing has been the top priority for the Northern Australian Ministerial Forum, which I chair, and I thank my Ministerial Forum colleagues for their commitment to lasting prosperity across the North. We are working closely with the Minister for Housing to address the unique housing challenges facing Northern Australia. Just like everywhere else, of course, northern communities also need water, and I'm pleased to report that the Albanese government has exceeded its $150 million commitment to improve First Nations water access. We are developing a new national water agreement and inland water targets to strengthen sustainable planning in collaboration with First Nations communities. And with our investment of $1.27 billion in northern water infrastructure through the National Water Grid Fund, we're building the water security that underpins jobs, food production and sustainable growth for generations to come. Digital connectivity is also transforming what's possible in Northern Australia. We are delivering for the North through initiatives such as the Regional Connectivity Program, under which we completed 69 projects in Northern Australia in the last financial year. The Universal Outdoor Mobile Obligation and the Regional Roads Australia mobile programs are also set to deliver major boosts to connectivity in Northern Australia. And with our partners at the Cooperative Research Centre for Northern Australia, we've been supporting research in the North since 2017. And this time, the CRC-NA has undertaken 107 projects with 272 project partners, leveraging the initial $75 million in Australian government funding into $155 million of industry-led projects. We believe in partnership, especially with Indigenous Australians through shared knowledge. In biosecurity, First Nations knowledge is invaluable. Our Indigenous biosecurity program now partners with 67 Indigenous ranger groups and 2 Indigenous cattle stations along 10,000 kilometres of northern coastline. Its footprint stretches from Cardwell in Queensland to Bidgidanga in Western Australia, strengthening early detection of diseases, weeds and pests. Mr Speaker, our government is acutely aware of Northern Australia's strategic importance in our region, investing up to $18 billion in our northern bases over the next decade. Major projects include upgrades at the Bradshaw Field, Kangaroo Flats, Mount Bundy and Robertson Barracks training areas in the Northern Territory, and upgrades to RAAF bases at Tyndall in the Northern Territory, Learmonth in Western Australia and Townsville in Queensland. With high rates of local subcontracting, these projects also deliver real benefits to local communities and businesses. Mr Speaker, by securing the North, we are securing the future of all Australians. By driving sustainable development, we are creating jobs, supporting First Nations communities, building resilient infrastructure and positioning Australia as a leader in critical industries. Historian Henry Reynolds has said that the true history of Australia begins in the North. Today, I believe it is fair to observe that it is in the North where we are writing Australia's future. I thank the House.
The member for Maranoa and Leader of the Nationals in response to the Minister's statement.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And can I firstly associate the Coalition with the Minister's comments around Cyclone Fina, in our thoughts with those that have been impacted, and knowing that both the Territory and federal governments are working closely together in a collaborative way to give the support they need to Australians in their hour of need. And I thank the Minister for her acknowledgement of that. So, Deputy Speaker, on behalf of the Federal Coalition, I'm pleased to have the opportunity, in responding to the Minister's statement, to recognise, affirm and promote the crucial importance of Northern Australia within the fabric of our nation. When we discuss Northern Australia, it's essential to identify and appreciate the immense potential that it boasts. In fact, with more than 50% of our nation's landmass, the vast northern frontier of our continent offers a remarkable potential which extends into many critical areas. This is a profound strategic and defence potential which is underpinned by the proximity of Northern Australia to our Indo-Pacific region. From energy security to mining and critical minerals, this is a potential which is tied to the North's extraordinary array of natural resources. With rich agricultural land producing cattle, fruit and sugar, this is a potential which is critical for Australia's food security. And by offering stunning environmental assets which exist nowhere else in the world, Northern Australia has a potential that presents incredible opportunities as a tourism powerhouse. Strategically, economically and socially, the North is equipped with a diverse range of unique strengths that all Australian governments must actively harness. Ultimately, the potential of Northern Australia has long been acknowledged, and it's been a consistent theme throughout our nation's history. The first pen-to-paper record of the potential of Northern Australia was made by William Janszoon, the Dutch explorer, who charted approximately 320 kilometres of Cape York Peninsula in 1606 in the pursuit of trade opportunities. So it's a reality that we have been recording and talking about the potential of Northern Australia for more than 400 years. And of course, we know that across these past 400 years that the world has evolved and reinvented itself time and time again. We've seen it through the recharting of imperial borders, we've seen it through the Industrial Revolution and its compounding impacts upon the ability to urbanise, to increase populations and to globalise. And we currently see it now through the viral influence of the digital age. The rapid speed of information, cultural diversification and constantly evolving worldviews. Grandparents of just one and two generations ago could not possibly have imagined the reality of an Australian life in 2025. And even though they would have had similar conversations about our nation's potential, as Australians, it was less than 2 weeks ago since we paid our tributes and solemnly commemorated Remembrance Day. And there are generations of Australians who gathered nightly to listen to radio reports of attacks on the Australian mainland in Darwin in 1942, of air raids over Broome soon after, of the Battle of the Coral Sea and the Battle of the Milne Bay and Kokoda. These were the generations who experienced simultaneously the vulnerability and fortification of Northern Australia. These were the generations who experienced firsthand the importance of Australia's neighbours such as New Guinea, who stopped the advance of our foreign enemies through their northern approaches. Deputy Speaker, today Australia finds itself at a critical juncture. And it's at this juncture that when we examine the terms of critical vocabulary that applies to Northern Australia, it's time, after so many years of discussing the potential of the North, to add the word urgency to the agenda. Because in an international theatre of geopolitical tension and complexity, Australia is living in uncertain times, and Northern Australia is uniquely poised to secure the safety of Australia's future as well as that of our global partners. Therefore, the responsibilities of the federal government when it comes to building and securing the future of the North are vitally important and vitally serious. Australians need a federal government that is firmly committed to actively honing in on Northern Australia's proactive role in defence, in border protection, in critical minerals, in supply chain resilience, in water infrastructure and food security. On this front, it's worth acknowledging the shared vision of the Northern Australia Ministerial Forum. This forum sets out the aims and the goals of the federal government, the Queensland government, the Western Australian government and Northern Territory government when it comes to diversifying and strengthening the economic opportunities of Northern Australia so that all Australians can benefit. Many of the listed goals are well recognised, such as meeting current and future workforce needs and the priority of developing natural and economic assets. Crucially, the statement in the Ministerial Forum's vision that point to the critical policy matters on the table of the Northern Australia include both optimising sustainable resources and capitalising on the North's strategic location in the Indo-Pacific region and proximity to Asia. Deputy Speaker, the Federal Coalition is strongly committed to providing bipartisan support for the Northern Australia agenda, and we recognise the government's plan to develop this vast, challenging and expansive region. However, we do implore all members who have been elected to this federal parliament to look deeply and to appreciate and recognise the invaluable significance of Northern Australia to not only the future of our own country, but to the prospects of global security. Historically, the North has defended us. The North has also fed us. Amazingly, we know that the 5.2% of Australians who live in the North grow about 12.5 million beef cattle for domestic and international consumption, as well as 96% of our bananas and 92% of our mangoes. The North also dominates Australia's remarkable mining sector, with nearly 8% of its workforce employed in mining compared to just 1.9% nationally. Proudly, it's an economic engine room and a region that has always punched above its weight. This means that a stronger North equals a stronger Australia. And when the federal government seeks to harness this strength, this potential and Northern Australia's future, the time to act is now. We have reached the point where this nation has moved beyond identifying the North's potential, and we have moved beyond a futuristic goal. The need to deliver is tangible, it's real and it's urgent. In last year's opposition reply to the Minister's statement on Northern Australia, I said that the sense of urgency to support and build the North needs to be escalated right now. Furthermore, I said that faced with a dynamic geopolitical backdrop, an increasingly hungry world demanding quality food with reliable supply chains, and our allies seeking a secure supply of critical and traditional minerals and rare earths to electrify the world, there is an opportunity which exists at our Northern Gateway. On these fronts, we need to see both urgency from the federal government and concrete delivery. Our neighbours and allies recognise the importance of Northern Australia. Right now, they are utilising strategies for their own national security and economic development based upon what they know we can deliver. We know that Japan relies upon Australian LNG for their energy security. The United States looks to Darwin as a key location in their Indo-Pacific foreign policy and uses our northern ground to train their defence troops. We can see that South Korea is looking favourably at our critical minerals to help supply its electrical vehicle and battery industries. Meanwhile, others choose to be friendly neighbours and partners based upon the North's strategic geographical location. Domestically here at home, it's likely that someone who has visited the Northern Territory recently would have sensed the excitement and the anticipation of what the Beetaloo sub-basin gas reserves will deliver for advanced manufacturing, sovereign capability, domestic supply security, cleaner energy and the longer-term global gas supply. Impressively, resource estimations for Beetaloo are equivalent to more than 1,000 times the current annual domestic consumption in Australia, or the amount of energy required to drive a car 483 million kilometres. Fortunately, with a proactive Northern Territory government in office, combined with widespread industry recognition and the passionate backing of this energy sector, the promise and reality of Beetaloo is most definitely in the now and in the present, instead of being that of the category of future potential. If we add the capacity and productivity of Beetaloo with Middle Arm in Darwin, a project which will provide critical mineral processing, enable manufacturing and support defence logistics through the AUKUS partnership, we can see firsthand how Northern Australia will be the front and centre of being a long-term economic and physical security hub for our nation. Importantly, by transferring Canberra-based decision-making to on-the-ground strategy and policy development, which is permanently housed in Northern Australia, we can ensure that major investment in the broad physical infrastructure of roads, rail, bridges, airfields, data security, energy security, disaster response, and specifically in an east-west connection between the three northern jurisdictions, all of these policy priorities can be translated into real delivery. This is all about meeting head-on the demands, the expectations and the needs of Northern Australia. And this is the pathway to ensure that Australian governments and Australian families can benefit from a strong economy and a robust national security system, which will allow our nation to be ideally positioned to harness to the advantages, to mitigate the risks and to resist the threats going into the future. Deputy Speaker, the Federal Coalition recognises the infrastructure spend in new and existing roads in the north. We recognise the federal government's backing of the Middle Arm in the Northern Territory, and we recognise the jobs and projects generated by the Northern Australia Infrastructure Fund, the NAIF. However, now is the time to accelerate. It's not the time to sit back and take the foot off the pedal or allow projects such as the Outback Way to take 30 years to complete. When it comes to delivering crucial infrastructure across Northern Australia, the Federal Coalition proudly backs the ongoing role of the NAIF. On this side of the House, we're proud of the NAIF because it was a coalition government who established it, it was a coalition government who funded it, and it was a coalition government who legislated it. The Federal Coalition commends the NAIF's proven success, and we remain absolutely committed to supporting this effective framework which fosters private investors' confidence and certainty in collaboration with the public sector. Furthermore, we commend the NAIF review recommendations and look forward to their implementation, along with making the NAIF permanent. Ultimately, we firmly believe that the NAIF is the perfect instrument to drive significant infrastructure investment in the north. When it comes to the Cooperative Research Centre for Northern Australia, we appreciate that its conclusion in 2026 necessitates a new iteration of the centre. This will ensure the continuation of specific Northern Australia research and development, which will help fuel further productivity, further innovation and further economic growth. The pressing challenges, priorities and requirements of the North, the issues which are impacting families, communities, industries and economies in this part of the country are diverse and they are many. This includes the need for improved roads, bridges and transport. This includes quicker response from emergency services. This includes more doctors and hospital beds. This includes stronger defence for our borders. This includes maintaining the integrity of our biosecurity system and the protection of our agricultural industry. This includes our water security for both our urban cities and rural communities. This includes incentives for businesses, mining and tourism investment. This includes having access to reliable telecommunications, and this includes affordable insurance. And it includes having equitable treatment for preventable diseases in our most remote communities. But it doesn't end there. Critically, with more than 17% of the population in Northern Australia being Indigenous, compared with only 3.1% across the country, this region holds an essential key for our nationwide efforts to effectively close the gap for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. Deputy Speaker, time is not on our side, and it is not ours to waste or ponder. We have the greatest resources in Northern Australia to ensure the ongoing wealth and security of our country, as well as that of our global neighbours and allies. It's time to upgrade the Northern vocabulary. We, as a coalition, will always defend and promote Northern Australia, but it's urgent that we convert the long-discussed potential into the here and now of current reality. Now is the time to fulfil the potential that was first documented so many years ago. It's time to translate the talk into urgent action. As an opposition, our commitment to ensure the continued prosperity and defence of Australia involves keeping government policy and decisions accountable and keeping Northern Australia front and centre on the decision-making table. To conclude, Deputy Speaker, the Federal Coalition stands proudly with Northern Australia. Our commitment to this unique and abundantly rich part of our nation is proven, resolute and unflinching, because on this side of the House we know that delivering a stronger Northern Australia will deliver a stronger Australia. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
The Minister for Northern Australia.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I present a copy of my ministerial statement and I move that the House take note of the annual statement on Northern Australia.
The question is that the House take note of the document, unless someone would like to adjourn that debate.
I move that the debate be now adjourned.
The question is that the debate be adjourned and the resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for the next sitting. All those that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. Minister for Northern Australia.
I ask leave of the House to refer the order of the day to the Federation Chamber for debate.
Is leave granted?
Leave is granted.
Minister.
I move that the resumption of the debate on the motion to take note of the annual statement on Northern Australia be referred to the Federation Chamber.
I'll now put that question. All those of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 1, strengthening oversight of the National Intelligence Community Bill 2025, resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. The member for Fisher has the call.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I rise today to speak on the strengthening oversight of the National Intelligence Community Bill 2025. The Coalition will support this bill. Australia currently faces real, emerging and serious threats to its national security. That fact was borne out in the recent despicable attacks on places linked to our Jewish community, the Adass Israel Synagogue in Melbourne and the Lewis Continental Kosher Kitchen in Sydney. The Director-General of the Australian Security and Intelligence Organisation, ASIO, recently attributed at least 2 of those attacks to the Iranian Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, the IRGC. And this Parliament has separately taken action, long called for by the Coalition, to address state-sponsored terrorism targeted at Australia by the ability to list foreign state entities as state sponsors of terrorism, with associated criminal offences and penalties. The Coalition understands and believes that to meet these real and ongoing national security threats, intelligence and security agencies must have the powers and resources necessary to protect Australian citizens and our national interests. By way of overview, the National Intelligence Community comprises 10 agencies: the Australian Criminal Intelligence Commission, the ACIC, the Australian Geospatial Intelligence Organisation, the AGO, the Australian Secret Intelligence Service, ASIS, the Australian Security Intelligence Organisation, ASIO, the Australian Signals Directorate, ASD, the Defence Intelligence Organisation, DIO, the Office of National Intelligence, ONI, the Australian Federal Police, the Australian Transaction Reports and Analysis Centre, AUSTRAC, and the Department of Home Affairs. Given the importance of our democracy, the Parliament must ensure that we deliver these agencies with the right tools to protect Australia's essential security and national interests, while also safeguarding our essential rights and freedoms. An important way in which to do so is to ensure that we have strong and effective oversight of our national intelligence community. Mr Deputy Speaker, we know that public trust and confidence in our security and intelligence agencies can only continue to be assured through rigorous, effective oversight and, to the greatest extent possible, public accountability. I turn now, Mr Deputy Speaker, to an overview of the bill before the House. The Strengthening Oversight of the National Intelligence Community Bill 2025, commonly referred to in the intelligence community as the SONIC, it amends the Intelligence Services Act, the IS Act, and the Inspector General of Intelligence and Security Act of 1986, the IGIS Act. To ensure, it does so to ensure comprehensive oversight of all 10 agencies in Australia's national intelligence community. This improved oversight will occur through the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security, the PJCIS, on which I've had the great honour of serving, and via the Inspector General of Intelligence and Security, the IGIS. The bill expands the jurisdictions of the IGIS and the PJCIS to include oversight of 4 additional agencies under their remit, the ACIC and the intelligence functions only of the Australian Federal Police, AUSTRAC and Home Affairs. This is an appropriate recognition of the significant national security powers exercised by these agencies, as well their regular integral role in joint intelligence operations. The Coalition considers this to be a prudent measure that would bring the oversight of these agencies in line with the national intelligence community counterparts. The limited intelligence functions of the Department of Home Affairs pertain to the collection and analysis of intelligence for the purposes of immigration operations, namely those of the Australian Border Force, some domestic cyber operations, and activities concerning countering foreign interference. Home Affairs also exercises coordination roles concerning counter-terrorism operations, counter-foreign interference operations, and cyber incident response that require access to and sharing of classified intelligence. Mr Deputy Speaker, the Department's intelligence collection functions and its use of intelligence for operational purposes is what has placed it within the NIC, the National Intelligence Community, and it is also the basis for its work being subject to the Inspector General of Intelligence and Security oversight. The bill also strengthens the relationship between the PJCIS and the IGIS and the Independent National Security Legislation Monitor, the INSLOM, and provides the PJCIS with a power to request the IGIS to conduct an inquiry, complementing the committee's existing ability to request that the INSLOM undertake a review. The Coalition welcomes the granting of the Independent National Security Legislation Monitor with the power to initiate reviews into the full suite of contemporary counter-terrorism or national security legislation at the Commonwealth level, rather than the current defined list of legislation. The bill importantly provides an own motion power to the PJCIS to review certain legislation and a requirement that the IGIS and the Director-General of National Intelligence provide briefings to the committee. These are critical and measured reforms to ensure that the Parliament, through the PJCIS, has oversight of intelligence and security matters across all of the national intelligence community. Turning to other specific aspects of the bill, Schedule 1 of the bill would also require the Inspector General and the Director General of the Office of National Intelligence to provide annual briefings to the PJCIS. It'll also make a number of technical amendments to the Intelligence Services Act 2001 to modernise and clarify the provisions to ensure the PJCIS's enabling legislation is adapted to contemporary circumstances. It will remove the ACIC from the oversight jurisdiction of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Law Enforcement, the PJCLE, noting again that the ACIC will now be oversighted by the PJCIS in its entirety. I apologise for the acronyms in this bill speech, Mr Deputy Speaker. The bill will also, Schedule 1 will also make consequential amendments to ensure that information that is protected by secrecy offences under relevant legislation can be disclosed to IGIS officials, performing duties or functions or exercising powers as IGES officials. These amendments would allow for the transfer of complaints regarding AUSTRAC and Home Affairs between the IGES and other integrity bodies to facilitate effective consideration of those complaints by the appropriate body. It will also make consequential amendments to address overlapping jurisdiction between the IGES and other relevant oversight bodies. Schedule 2 of the bill, Mr Deputy Speaker, would amend the review and access of ACIC criminal intelligence assessment records under the Archives Law. Schedule 3 of the bill would amend the Criminal Code to introduce an exemption from civil and criminal liability for defence officials and others for certain computer-related conduct connected to an effect outside Australia. Schedule 4 of the bill would amend the meaning of counter-terrorism and national security legislation for the purposes of the Independent National Security Legislation Monitor Act 2010, the Insulam Act, to ensure that the Independent National Security Legislation Monitor is able to review any Commonwealth legislation relating to counter-terrorism or national security. Schedule 4 will also make a number of minor amendments to streamline and modernise provisions in the Insulam Act to ensure the Insulam's enabling legislation is adapted to contemporary circumstances. Finally, Schedule 5 of the bill contains application and transitional provisions. Mr Deputy Speaker, turning now to the issue of ongoing oversight. As with the ever-present requirement to consider how best to protect and safeguard our national security, an ongoing obligation for this Parliament and its successors will be to ensure that Australia's intelligence oversight legislation remains fit for purpose for how technology is likely to disrupt intelligence practices. In particular, the use of artificial intelligence will expand the capability and lower the barrier to entry for those departments and agencies, including those outside of the NIC, wishing to undertake so-called open source intelligence collection, information, and that is information that is freely accessible. Open source intelligence, OSINT, collection activities are increasingly being used by a wide range of government departments and agencies. The information that can be collected, as well as the analysis that can be performed on such information, can rival covert collection methods in some instances. The question of proper oversight of OSINT practices should be an ongoing consideration for the PJCIS, including whether it is the appropriate remit of the IGES or whether other bodies should fulfil this function. Lawmakers should regularly consider if new intelligence oversight legislation is suitably future-proofed in the face of how emerging technologies may interact with intelligence practices. On the topic of proper oversight by the PJCIS, I'm obliged to observe that we do have significant concerns about how the Albanese Labor government has handled consideration of a number of national security bills with disregard for the proper work of the PJCIS. This is regrettably emblematic of this government's approach to national security matters in this Parliament. The important oversight of intelligence and security matters performed by the PJCIS has been restricted and impeded by this government, including through truncated or rushed consideration of legislation. That must stop. The imposition of unrealistic timeframes places an unnecessary burden on stakeholders, Secretariat staff and members of the PJCIS, and ultimately, more importantly, potentially leads to unintended consequences and or poorer legislative outcomes for our national security. The Coalition will continue to call out this government's perfunctory approach to Parliament's vital oversight role and to national security matters. I also want to acknowledge the work of the PJCIS in its inquiry into this bill. The committee's report recommended the bill be passed and set out 11 further recommendations to strengthen oversight of the national intelligence community. The government has advised that it will adopt several of these recommendations and move amendments accordingly. I've been provided just this morning with a number of those amendments, which I'm still trying to get my head around, and when those amendments are moved in this House, I'll be speaking to them more closely. Mr Deputy Speaker, the Coalition will continue to be constructive where we can, especially on important reforms to improve our national intelligence architecture. We recognise that this bill is an important strengthening of the oversight of our national intelligence community, but we will also continue to hold the government to account in relation to how it develops and implements these measures. The Australian people deserve transparency wherever possible in relation to intelligence legislation. They deserve accountability and confidence that their parliament is doing its job. While we will support this bill as outlined, the Coalition has misgivings about how the Albanese government approaches the parliament's oversight of national security matters, including in relation to this bill. We'll continue to insist that the government allows proper legislative and parliamentary processes to run their course before seeking to ram legislation through this parliament so as to ensure we deliver the best national security legislation to protect the Australian people, their institutions and assets. Mr Deputy Speaker, as is my wont to do in this place when I am talking all things national security, I do want to acknowledge the efforts of all of those men and women in our national intelligence community. We often in this place, and I'm joined at the table by my good friend, the Shadow Veterans Affairs Minister, as rightly so, we often, and also the Veterans Affairs Minister himself, we rightly so in this place acknowledge our men and women who serve this country in uniform, but not often enough do we acknowledge the efforts of our men and women of our national intelligence community who often are placed in harm's way, and often 27 million Australians will never know about it. These are men and women that serve this country with great pride and loyalty and passion across this country and, in fact, across the world in what can be very difficult and dangerous circumstances. And I want to use this opportunity to, at the dispatch box, to encourage and ask all of the Directors General of all of our and Secretaries of our national intelligence agencies to pass on the thanks of a grateful nation to those men and women who serve this country in our national intelligence community. Mr Deputy Speaker, Australians expect nothing less of this place to ensure that we uphold appropriate scrutiny of our national intelligence community and the legislation, our intelligence legislation that comes before this House, and I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Werriwa.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to make my contribution to the strengthening oversight of the National Intelligence Community Bill. The purpose of the legislation is to strengthen the oversight of the national intelligence community. The bill builds on two strong Labor legacies: the creation of the roles of the Inspector-General of Intelligence and Security, the IGIS, and the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security, the PGCIS, among others. These agencies were established under the Hawke government in 1986 and 1988, respectively. The bill will ensure the oversight of the national intelligence community will be holistic and appropriate in relation to significant powers invested in these agencies. The bill was developed in consultation with agencies from across the government. The government is committed to strengthening Australia's agencies, Australia's security security agencies and ensuring they are subject to appropriate level of public and parliamentary oversight. The National Intelligence Community, Deputy Speaker, is made up of the following agencies: the Australian Criminal Intelligence Commission, the Australian Federal Police, the Australian Geospatial Intelligence Organisation, the Australian Secret Intelligence Service, the Australian Security Intelligence Organisation, the Australian Signals Directorate, the Australian Transaction Reports and Analysts Centre, the Defence Intelligence Organisation, the Intelligence Division of the Department of Home Affairs, and the Office of National Intelligence. These agencies do important work and they have significant powers, and as a result it is critical to maintaining public trust, and to do this effective oversight of these agencies is required. The work done by these agencies is of a covert nature, and work and decisions are rarely overseen by the courts. Therefore, robust and independent oversight is essential and extremely important. The bill implements recommendations made over the last several years that were failed to be implemented by the previous government. They include recommendations from the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security in its advisory report on the Intelligence Oversight and Other Legislation Amendment Integrity Amendment Measures Bill 2020, the comprehensive review of the legal framework of the National Intelligence Community, known as the Richardson Review, conducted by Mr Dennis Richardson AC, and the 2017 and 2024 Independent Intelligence Reviews. The bill includes measures proposed in bills introduced by colleagues in the other place, including the Intelligence and Security Legislation Amendment implementing independence of the Intelligence Review Bill 2020. This was introduced by Senator McAllister as the newest iteration of the 2015 bill introduced by Senator Wong, the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security Amendment Bill. Further, Deputy Speaker, the bill complements measures in a bill passed by both houses on the 6th of September 2023, the Inspector General of Intelligence and Security and Other Legislation Amendment Modernisation Bill. The bill amends several pieces of legislation, including the Inspector General of Intelligence and Security Act 1986, the Intelligence Services Act 2001, and the Criminal Act 1995, the Criminal Code Act 1995. The bill will expand the jurisdiction of the PGCIS and the IGIS to include all the ACIC and intelligence functions of the AFP, AUSTRAC and the Department of Home Affairs. It will also provide the PGCIS with its own motion power and requirements for regular briefings. One of the purposes of this bill is to strengthen the relationship between existing intelligence oversight bodies that supervise the national intelligence community, particularly the PGCIS, the IGS and the INSLM. These bodies perform distinct yet complementary work in overseeing the NIC and its legislative framework. The three bodies require a strong statutory relationship. This bill proposes to strengthen this relationship by amending the IGIS conduct and with an inquiry into the legality and propriety of operation activities of the agencies within the jurisdiction, and to provide a report to the PJCIS and the relevant minister. Furthermore, the bill will ensure that the PJCIS has the necessary and relevant context to support the extremely important work it does by amending the IGIS Act and the Office of National Intelligence Act 2018 to require that the PJCIS be briefed annually by the IGS, the Director General of the Office of the National Intelligence. The bill also amends the IS Act to add the INSLM to the list of people and agencies from which the PJCIS may request a briefing. In addition to these measures, the bill aims to expand the jurisdictions of the PJCIS and the IGIS. To do this, the bill will amend the IS Act to allow the PJCIS to review its own motion proposed reforms to counter-terrorism and national security legislation. The IGIS plays an extremely important role in assisting oversight and the review of activities of the agencies within the NIC, for legality and for propriety and for consistency with human rights. The bill expands the jurisdictions of the IGIS and the PJCIS to the ACIC in full, and the intelligence functions of the AFP and AUSTRAC and the Department of Home Affairs. These amendments, Ms Deputy Speaker, will ensure the whole of the NIC is subject to the holistic and specialised intelligence oversight. Another primary purpose of this legislation is to minimise duplicate oversight jurisdictions where appropriate. The bill also includes technical amendments to modernise and enhance the efficiency of the PJCIS. Lastly, the bill contains amendments to provide immunities for certain computer-related acts carried out by intelligence and security agency officials. Amendments to the Criminal Code will provide defence officials and others with an exemption for civil and criminal liabilities for relevant conduct for computer-related conduct engaged in Australia, which causes effect outside Australia. This will address recommendation number 72 of the Richardson Review and has been drafted on a similar basis to the existing immunities for officials of other agencies in the national intelligence community. Specifically in relation to the Australian Secret Intelligence Service, the Australian Signals Directorate and the Australian Geospatial Intelligence Organisation. The national intelligence community and the PJCIS in particular play a critical role in overseeing the national intelligence agencies and scrutinising national security legislation. An important function of these agencies is to ensure national security legislation is necessary, proportionate and effective. Strong and effective oversight mechanisms for national security and intelligence agencies are an essential part of protecting and advancing Australia's national security interests. The measures in this bill will ensure that Australian intelligence and oversight bodies are well placed to provide the appropriate oversight of the NIC now and into the future. It also builds on the strong Labor legacies of providing strong and effective oversight of Australia's national security and intelligence agencies. I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Sturt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to speak on the Strengthening Oversight of the National Intelligence Community Bill 2025. Deputy Speaker, earlier this year, the Director-General of Security delivered the annual threat assessment, which had a number of key messages, including the importance of looking forward, of anticipation, of identifying trends, patterns and fundamental long-term shifts in behaviour. The past and present are of course still relevant, but a future-facing outlook was described by the Director-General as being critical at this junction in our security environment, as being necessary to be prepared to meet the varied, dynamic, unpredictable and constantly moving and changing risks and challenges that we face. To do this, the Director-General and his dedicated and committed team scrutinise open source information, rely on subject matter experts, draw on expertise in analytical techniques and review and analyse classified intelligence. This painstaking and important work is done with a view to producing full, frank, in-depth assessments about future trajectories and vulnerabilities, underpinned by data and evidence that has been verified and validated. This sort of knowledge helps us anticipate the security environment and, in turn, helps us prepare so Australians are kept safe. And there can be no argument that there is no greater responsibility for a government than keeping Australians safe. Intelligence and security agencies must be appropriately equipped and resourced, and the legislative framework must facilitate this without hindrance by prescribing significant powers that allow our intelligence and security agencies to detect, disrupt and respond to threats to the nation's security. Given the significance of these powers and their potential to infringe individual rights and freedoms, if not clearly and precisely defined, they must be balanced with proper and appropriate oversight to ensure that public trust is maintained and the rule of law is upheld. This is especially critical given the COVID-19 pandemic and its associated lockdowns and restrictions on freedoms have in some settings driven anti-authority and conspiracy messaging. Now, our security and intelligence agencies conduct themselves with not only dedication and commitment, but with integrity and propriety, and within the bounds of the law. This is a critical strength. In Australia, we trust these agencies, and this trust allows them to carry out the difficult and complex work that they do. And I thank you for this difficult and complex work. As this work grows increasingly more complex and challenging, reforms must also adapt, and in this respect, this bill will extend consistent statutory and parliamentary oversight to all agencies exercising intelligence capabilities. Public trust and confidence in our security and intelligence agencies can only be assured through rigorous and effective oversight and, to the extent possible, public accountability. It goes without saying that the greater the potential for the powers of agencies to infringe on individual freedoms and liberties, the greater the need for accountability in the exercise of that power. This bill will operate to amend the Intelligence Services Act of 2001 and the Inspector General of Intelligence and Security Act of 1986 to ensure holistic and robust oversight of all 10 national intelligence community agencies, which the member for Werriwa outlined in her remarks. Firstly, Schedule 1 of the bill would expand the jurisdictions of the Inspector General of Intelligence and Security and the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security to oversee the Australian Criminal Intelligence Commission and the intelligence functions of AUSTRAC, the AFP and Home Affairs. Schedule 1 will also facilitate the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security to request that the Inspector General of Intelligence and Security conduct an inquiry into the legality and propriety of particular operational activities of the agencies within the IGIS's jurisdiction. Then Schedule 2 of the bill would amend the review and access of ACIC criminal intelligence assessment records under the Archives Law, and Schedule 3 of the bill would amend the Criminal Code to introduce an exemption from civil and criminal liability for defence officials and others for certain computer-related conduct. Schedule 4 of the bill would then amend the meaning of counter-terrorism and national security legislation for the purpose of the Independent National Security Legislation Monitor Act of 2010 to ensure that that monitor is able to review any Commonwealth legislation relating to counter-terrorism or national security. The expansion of this mandate is illustrative of the fact that legislation is increasingly moving beyond only terrorism-related activity to address national security threats of a more varied, complex and interconnected nature. The measures contained in the bill are, Deputy Speaker, designed to ensure that robust and holistic oversight of Australia's intelligence community is achieved. This is a bill that delivers on the commitment of the Albanese Labor government to maintain the trust and integrity of our institutions and fundamentally to keep Australians safe. Now, Deputy Speaker, this bill is also compatible with the human rights and freedoms recognised or declared in the international instruments listed in Section 3 of the Human Rights Parliamentary Scrutiny Act of 2011, including the International Convention on Civil and Political Rights. Firstly, with respect to the right to humane treatment in detention, the inclusion in the bill of the IGIS's expanded remit over the Australian Criminal Intelligence Commission, which can detain persons under the Australian Crimes Commission Act of 2022 in limited circumstances, means that the right to humane treatment in detention is promoted because the effect of the bill is to enable independent oversight of places of detention. Secondly, the right to a fair trial and a fair hearing is engaged by Schedule 1 to the bill, which requires the Inspector General of Intelligence and Security to consult the head of an intelligence agency on whether the terms of a proposed response to the PJCIS would prejudice the fair trial of a person or the impartial adjudication of a matter. And prior to sharing ACIC examination material, the Inspector General of Intelligence and Security will be required to consult with the CEO of the ACIC as to whether the sharing of that information could reasonably be expected to prejudice the fair trial of a relevant person. These consultation requirements, therefore, promote the right to a fair trial by ensuring that there are appropriate safeguards for the disclosure of information in connection with that trial. Thirdly, the prohibition on interference with privacy. Now, this should be understood to comprise freedom from unwarranted and unreasonable intrusions into activities that society recognises as falling within the sphere of individual autonomy. It should also be understood that the right to privacy may be limited in the pursuit of a legitimate objective and where the limitation is rationally connected to the legitimate objective and is not arbitrary. Schedule 1 of the bill contains several measures that engage with the right to privacy, and each of these measures has a legitimate objective and that they are designed to ensure that the national intelligence community is holistically and appropriately overseen by oversight bodies. So each of the measures are proportionate in achieving the legitimate objectives outlined in the bill and are subject to safeguards. Deputy Speaker, given the current dynamic security environment, underpinned by challenges that are unprecedented in number and nature, and which point to unprecedented potential harm if not managed, there can be no argument that the nature and scale of the threats facing Australia are significant. Intelligence and security agencies need to be able to do the work required to anticipate and manage these threats, but in an oversight environment that is appropriately robust and fair, driven towards ensuring public trust and confidence is maintained to the highest standards. This bill strikes that balance, and I stand with the Attorney-General and thank her for her work on this important bill, which I commend to the House.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Deakin.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Australia faces an increasingly complex and challenging security environment. Both state and non-state actors have shown increasing sophistication in the way they try to advance sometimes nefarious causes, and we do need a strong and robust intelligence framework, and our national intelligence community certainly deliver that. There is no doubt that our security agencies do a fantastic job at keeping Australians, individuals, businesses and as a community safe. But we live in a democracy, so we need to make sure, like all government organisations, there is robust oversight, that there is accountability, and that our democratic system remains at the apex of our system. So this bill ensures two layers of protection. We have the expert oversight of the Inspector General, as well as the democratic oversight of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security. And the Joint Committee is a very special part of our democratic system. It is a committee that has historically and continues to sit above partisan lines, where there is a genuine commitment on people of all across the political spectrum to ensuring the safety and security of Australians, and good faith efforts to ensure that that is the focus of that committee. And so it is well placed to provide that democratic oversight in a way that balances the need to ensure secrecy where required, subtlety when that's sufficient, and to ensure that there is nevertheless still robust oversight of the use of what are extraordinary powers of our intelligence organisations. The member for Sturt recently gave the example of the compulsive powers of the Australian Criminal Intelligence Commission, and that is one example of exceptional powers being given to our intelligence organisations to enable them to do their jobs. But for public trust and confidence to be safeguarded, we need to ensure that there is oversight, that members of the public can be confident that those exceptional powers continue to be used appropriately and in the national interests, are used proportionately and that their use is appropriately adapted to the threat environment that we face. This legislation is probably the most significant update to the oversight of our intelligence community since the Royal Commissions of the 1970s and 80s, the Hope Royal Commissions. It is ensuring that there is a consistent framework for the oversight of the 10 agencies that sit within the national intelligence community, and that there is a consistent, robust and democratically accountable framework for overseeing the important work they do. It strengthens the democratic accountability. It also supports the effective and robust delivery of a modern intelligence suite of services, because it ensures that while oversight is there, that we are still able to confidently empower those organisations to do the important work they need to do. As I said, in an increasingly challenging, sophisticated and multi-pronged threat environment as well. And we know that our intelligence organisations work incredibly well together, sharing intelligence where appropriate and ensuring that they're coordinating with partners to the extent that that falls within their legal remit as well. And it's that coordination that is essential, because the criminal organisations and nefarious state actors don't follow the same rules we do. So we need to ensure that our framework enables the flexibility for our security agencies to do their job well as conducting themselves in a way that is consistent with the parliamentary democracy that we find ourselves in, and as a society and a culture that maintains respect for the rights and freedoms of individuals as well. And when they are limited through the right to privacy, or whether it is the right not to participate in legal proceedings, that those rights are curtailed only to the extent necessary to protect human life or to protect the essential interests of the country, and to make sure that we are always ensuring that the legal frameworks that sit around these things are proportionate, are fair, and that is also why we have that independent oversight of national security legislation as well. So we have the dedicated monitor that looks at our anti-terrorism laws to ensure that they are no more than is proportionate, that they continue to meet the needs of the intelligence organisations, that they continue to ensure that it is possible for us to respond effectively to the threats and challenges faced by our country, but at the same time don't go overboard, that Australians can remain confident that there is accountability, that we can ensure that our organisations do no more than is appropriate and reasonably adapted to the important work they do, and that what can be sometimes a mistrust that can develop from a lack of oversight and accountability can be addressed. Because we know when things are kept secret, there's always more room for suspicion, there's more room for innuendo, there's more room for unfair assumptions to be made. So we do need to ensure to the greatest extent possible that there is transparency about the way we go things, that the rules of the game are nice and clear, but that obviously doesn't mean that every single intelligence operation and every single security threat is going to be openly disclosed in the public. Obviously, that would adversely impact the important work they do. So while there does need to be a level of secrecy, Australians should be able to be confident that the rules of the game balance the rights and interests appropriately, and that there are those two layers of oversight and checks, both from experts with the Inspector General as well as their democratically elected representatives on the Parliamentary Joint Standing Committee, to ensure that we can remain confident as a people that our security agencies are continuing to do the good and important work they're doing, that they're keeping Australians safe, and that the frameworks that we have in place will continue to enable them to appropriately respond to the environment they find themselves in. So I proudly commend this bill to the House and look forward to seeing its passage.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Hasluck.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I'm pleased to speak to this bill. It does not stand alone, rather it is one of a series of steps that the Albanese government has taken over the last 3.5 years to create a more democratic system of effective oversight across the executive government. When I spoke in this place on the Ministers of State Amendment in 2023, I said our system of government requires transparency, disclosures, checks and balances. On that occasion, we passed legislation to ensure that no future Australian Prime Minister would be able to take on ministries in secret. Prior to that time, no Parliament conceived that such a legislation would be necessary. Events proved otherwise, and the Albanese government took action. I was a member of the Joint Select Committee on the NAC legislation. The National Anti-Corruption Commission is an important part of our system of effective oversight and was already long overdue at the federal level when we passed the legislation in 2022. And in 2024, I spoke on the Administrative Review Tribunal's bill. We inherited an AAT that was simply not working,
beset with delay and inappropriate appointments. Without a solid system of administrative review, there can be no public confidence in government. I'm pleased to see the government's reforms in this area are coming into effect, a legacy that the former Attorney-General can be proud of. The Defence Amendment Parliamentary Joint Committee on Defence Bill is before the Senate, and not for the first time. That committee, once constituted, will be an act to enable this Parliament, in an appropriate way, to monitor more effectively the Department of Defence and the defence supply ecosystem. We've seen in recent days how necessary such oversight is. All of these examples and more are part of an underlying attitude on the part of the Albanese government that our institutions must be strong, and that part of the strength is a formidable system of effective oversight that allows the Parliament and the people to have sufficient knowledge that will engender trust in those institutions and in our democratic system as a whole. Support for oversight, effective democratic oversight, is, as I have said, a hallmark of the Albanese Labor government. I can say further that it is a significant feature of Labor governments generally. ASIO was established by the Chifley government by executive action in 1949. In 1974, the Whitlam government established the Hope Royal Commission on Intelligence and Security. That commission reported in 1977. In 1986, the Hawke government enacted the legislation for an Inspector General of Intelligence and Security, which had been a recommendation of the Hope Royal Commission. We passed legislation in 2023 to update and improve the office of the IGIS, and it's fair to say that today that body has broad support across the Parliament. In 1986, when the office of the IGIS was established by the Hawke government, it was not supported by the coalition. There was a view that the intelligence agency should not have their work disturbed by oversight. It was a James Bondish view of intelligence and security, and that perhaps we have as a society grown out of. About 15 years ago, I was a principal policy advisor to the WA Labor Premiers Gallop and Carpenter and the Liberal Premier Barnett. I advised on security and emergency management. As part of my role, I advised the Premiers on WA's response to terrorism. I worked with my national counterparts and provided input to the COAG processes and the decision-making in respect of the same. The fundamental importance of checks and balances and the role of oversight mechanisms such as IGIS was instilled in me then, and I have regard to this knowledge whenever I am called to consider, debate and legislate on what is extraordinary powers that are largely carried out in secret. The bill before us does a number of useful things and is the result of deliberations, reviews and the committee inquiry over the past decade. As the Attorney-General stated in her second reading speech, the security threat environment is evolving and requires the intelligence community, which involves 10 agencies, to be increasingly interconnected in this work. Our oversight, therefore, needs to evolve likewise in order to ensure that both the Parliament and the public have sufficient assurance that the work of the intelligence agencies proceeds appropriately and according to law. The bill expands the role of the Inspector General of Intelligence and Security, particularly in relation to the Australian Criminal Intelligence Commission and the intelligence functions of the Australian Federal Police and the Department of Home Affairs. The bill provides for expanded oversight by the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security, and I note that the government has budgeted $1.3 million for over 4 years from 2023-24 and $0.3 million ongoing to support that expansion. The committee's expanded powers include greater capacity to review functions of the ACIC, the AFP, AUSTRAC and Home Affairs, the capacity to request an inquiry by the AGIS, which the AGIS, being independent, will consider but will not be compelled to inquire, and a greater scope for the requesting of briefings to the committee from relevant agencies with heads of many agencies named and the list of agencies explicitly non-exhaustive. From my experience on that committee, these expanded powers will be helpful in providing for greater assurance. The bill also brings a greater focus on security clearances for committee staff and underlines more explicitly the independence of the Independent National Security Legislative Monitor, or INSLM. I have studied the work of INSLM's present and past and appreciate the frank and clear advice that they have provided. It's important for us to bolster and protect the independence of that office in whatever way we can. The bill also broadens the scope of the legislation that the INSLM may consider and review. The PJCIS inquired into the bill and its report has been taken into account. In the hearing for the inquiry, the Department of Home Affairs welcomed the bill. I will quote Mr James Robinson, First Assistant Secretary for Strategic Policy, who said, "Oversight by the IGES and the committee would enable the implementation of a consistent best practice approach for managing proportionality, propriety and governance across our intelligence functions." Such a contrast between that statement and the statement of the Liberal member for Menzies back in 1986, Honourable Neil Brown, who said the very notion of having an Inspector-General to second-guess an intelligence agency is utterly absurd and its severe restriction on its effectiveness. Times and attitudes have changed, and the Office of the IGES is broadly viewed and accepted as an integral part of our security architecture, as is the committee and the INSLM. This bill will make their functions more effective still, and I commend it to the House.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. I call the Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I thank all members for their contributions to the debate on this bill. Our primary responsibility as a government and a parliament is to keep Australians safe. Against the backdrop of an increasingly challenging security environment, we have vested our intelligence agencies with significant powers to protect our national security interests. At the same time, the national intelligence community must continue to be subject to strong and holistic oversight. This will ensure the public continues to have confidence that intelligence agencies are acting lawfully, with propriety and in a way that is consistent with human rights. In recent years, Australia's intelligence and security agencies have grown and become more interconnected as they are called upon to detect and confront threats of an increasingly complex and varied nature. While our intelligence enterprise has evolved, its oversight framework has not kept pace and is in need of reform. The bill will address this by expanding the jurisdictions of the Inspector-General of Intelligence and Security, the IGES, and the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security, the PJCIS, to ensure uniform and holistic oversight across the national intelligence community. It will also strengthen the relationship between the IGES, the PJCIS and the Independent National Security Legislation Monitor and enhance existing oversight arrangements. I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. I'll put the question. All those in favour say aye. Against? I think the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to intelligence services and for related purposes.
Okay, I call. The House will now consider the bill in detail. I understand it as a wish of the House to take the bill as a whole. The question is that the bill be agreed to. I call the Minister.
I present a supplementary explanatory memorandum to the bill.
Yep, so you ask for leave.
I ask leave of the House to move government amendments 1 to 11 as circulated together.
Is leave granted?
Leave is granted.
I move government amendments 1 to 11 as circulated together.
The question is that the amendments be agreed to. I'll put the question. No, sorry. Yes.
Strong and effective oversight mechanisms are an essential part of advancing Australia's national security interests. The bill will enhance existing parliamentary and statutory oversight mechanisms to ensure that oversight of the national intelligence community is holistic and commensurate with agencies' responsibilities and powers. Government amendments to the bill would make minor changes to address certain recommendations made by the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security in its advisory report on the bill. The committee made 12 recommendations, 7 of which relate to amendments to the bill. The government amendments would address 5 of those 7 recommendations. The bill would expand the jurisdiction of the Inspector-General of Intelligence and Security and the Parliamentary Joint Committee and Intelligence Security Committee to Intelligence and Security to include oversight of the intelligence function of Home Affairs as defined in regulations. Amendment 1 would provide additional consultation and notification requirements in relation to the making of these regulations, implementing Recommendation 1 of the committee report in principle. Amendment 1 will ensure that appropriate consultation with the Inspector-General occurs before any regulations are made, providing for or varying the meaning of Home Affairs intelligence function. This will allow the Inspector-General's views to inform the drafting of the regulations to ensure they can be operationalised effectively and allow for robust oversight. Amendment 1 will also ensure that the committee has the opportunity to obtain briefings on any regulations made to support the committee in their oversight of Home Affairs. In addition to expanding the oversight jurisdiction of the committee, the bill would make a range of amendments to provisions establishing the committee's functions and procedures. Amendments 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6 make minor technical amendments to the Intelligence Services Act to clarify and streamline the committee's expanded oversight functions and its procedures. These amendments would implement recommendations 3 and 4 of the committee report in full. The bill would also enable the committee to request that the Inspector-General conduct an inquiry into a matter. Amendment 7 would insert a requirement that, if the Inspector-General decides not to inquire into a matter referred to the Inspector-General by the committee, the Inspector-General must advise the committee of that decision. This will ensure the committee is advised of the status of any referrals it makes to the Inspector-General and would implement recommendation 5 of the committee report in full. Amendments 8, 9 and 10 would modernise procedural provisions for the committee contained in Schedule 1 of the Intelligence Services Act and would implement the majority of recommendation 9 of the committee report. These provisions relate to outdated arrangements for travel costs, clarifying the ability to provide directions to persons present at private meetings, and improving arrangements for the destruction of classified material. Finally, Amendment 11 would remove an item from the bill that would have amended the Ombudsman Act to provide that the Commonwealth Ombudsman is not authorised to investigate action taken by the part of the Department of Home Affairs prescribed by regulations. Home Affairs now maintains a distributed intelligence capability, making it no longer possible to prescribe a part of Home Affairs in the regulations. In removing this item from the bill, Home Affairs would be treated in the same way under the Ombudsman Act as AUSTRAC and the AFP. Existing provisions in the bill would allow the Ombudsman to consult with and refer complaints about the intelligence functions of AUSTRAC, the AFP and Home Affairs to the Inspector-General to ensure that complaints are directed to the appropriate oversight body. I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that the amendments be agreed to. I'll put the question. All those in favour say aye. Against? The ayes have it. The question now is that this bill as amended be agreed to. Put the question. All those in favour say aye. Against? The ayes have it. This bill as amended has been agreed to. I call the Minister.
I ask leave of the House to move the third reading immediately.
Leave is granted.
I move that this... sorry, that's you. I call the Minister.
I move that this bill be now read a third time.
I'll put the question. All those in favour say aye. Against? The ayes have it. I call the Clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to intelligence services and for related purposes.
I don't think okay. I call the Clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 2, Communications Legislation Amendment, Australian Content Requirement for Subscription Video on Demand Streaming Services Bill 2025, resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. I call the Chief Whip.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm proud to stand here in this place today to support this important piece of legislation. The Communications Legislation Amendment Australian Content Bill is yet another example of the Albanese Labor Government delivering on its commitment to ensure that Australian stories continue to be told, shared and celebrated on Australian screens. It is a commitment rooted not only in policy but in our understanding of who we are as a nation. The importance of telling our stories has been part of our continent's fabric for over 65,000 years. Storytelling is not simply entertainment, it is a way of passing on knowledge, of shaping identity and of strengthening community. It is how cultures endure. There is a well-known Indigenous proverb, "Those who lose dreaming are lost." Those words are a reminder that when a people lose their stories, they lose a sense of themselves, their past, their place and their purpose. Simply put, Deputy Speaker, if we don't tell Australian stories, we lose part of our national identity. We lose the ability to understand ourselves through our own eyes rather than through the lens of others. And in a media environment increasingly dominated by global platforms and global content, that risk becomes greater every year. This legislation recognises that reality. It mandates that whether Australians flick on Channel 2, tune into Foxtel or log into Netflix, Disney+, Prime Video or any other major streaming service, they will be able to hear their own voices, have their own experiences and their own stories reflected back at them. For the first time, large streaming platforms with more than 1 million Australian subscribers will be required to invest 10% of their Australian-sourced revenue into local content, into Australian-made dramas, children's shows, documentaries, arts, programming and educational material. This is not a burden on these companies. It is a responsibility that reflects their enormous presence in the Australian market and the vital role they now play in shaping our cultural landscape. They benefit from Australian audiences. It is only fair that Australian audiences and Australian creators benefit in return. This obligation will provide vital and ongoing support to our domestic screen sector and to tens and thousands of writers, performers, directors, set builders, camera crews, animators, visual effect artists and production workers who bring Australian stories to life. It will ensure that quality local content continues to be produced here in Australia, building a sustainable pipeline of work and opportunity. And this is important because Australian stories are world-class stories. We know this. The rest of the world knows this too. We only have to look at the extraordinary success of Bluey, a show made in Brisbane that has captured the hearts of families across the globe, or Heartbreak High, which has been embraced from Sydney to Sao Paulo, or Boy Swallows Universe, a story deeply rooted in Brisbane life, yet universally loved for its humanity. These programs have not only been hits in Australia, they've shared pieces of our culture, our humour, our struggles and our joy with millions beyond our shores. They demonstrate...
And the debate is interrupted in accordance with Standing Order 43. The debate will be resumed at a later hour and the member will be granted leave to continue speaking when the debate is resumed. Are there any statements by honourable members? I'll give the call to member for Capricornia.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Last week in Rockhampton, providers from across central Queensland came together for an important NDIS provider forum, which I was proud to co-host with the Shadow Assistant Minister for the NDIS, Phil Thompson MP. The theme of the day, Sharing Challenges, Shaping Solutions, gave frontline providers a desperately needed opportunity to speak about the reforms they need. Providers know better than anyone where the system is working and where it is falling short, so much so that we heard reports of NDIS participants being dumped at hospitals because of lack of resourcing. Recent changes to pricing structures, coupled with growing pressures across the sector, are causing confusion, delays, inconsistency in service and, importantly, putting lives at risk. In regional communities like Capricornia, these challenges are amplified and deeply felt. Workforce shortages, extensive travel requirements and rising operational costs continue to place strain on local organisations. Our providers want to deliver the best support, but they need a system that enables, not restricts, their work. The insights gathered in Rockhampton will play a vital role in shaping the Coalition's ongoing work to strengthen the NDIS, ensuring it remains sustainable, fair and, above all, centred on the needs of participants. Thank you.
Member for Werriwa.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Just over 3 years ago, I lost a dear friend, my community lost a true champion, and a family lost their much-loved mother and partner. Alison McGarity, former Liverpool councillor and local member for Menai for approximately 12 years, fought a heroic battle against cancer. Friendships in politics are hard to form, but with Alison it was impossible to be anything but her friend. And coupled with hard-working disposition that would never give up, she was also a very effective local member. So I was delighted, along with her husband Robert and sons Liam and Glyn, and many state colleagues, including the Minister for Transport, to recently attend the opening of the Alison McGarity Bridge over Harris Creek on Heathcote Road. It's a fitting tribute to Alison because Alison fought tirelessly to see Heathcote Road upgraded. Funding from the road was provided by the New South Wales and federal governments. The upgrade fixes access and makes the route safer, especially during flood events, meaning access to houses, the M5 and Holsworthy Station will stay open. The opening of the bridge was also accompanied by a community walk to raise money for cancer. It raised over $2,000. I congratulate all those who made this special day happen. Alice's name and achievements will never be forgotten.
Member for Hume.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. As Christmas approaches, families look forward to a season of celebration. But for an increasing number of households, the festive season brings more stress than joy. Rising grocery and power bills, higher rents and mortgages, the general squeeze on everyday expenses means that Christmas has become increasingly difficult for too many Australians. Under the cost of living crisis under Labor, more households are struggling to afford the basics, let alone the extra expenses that come with Christmas. And that's why initiatives like the Big Yellow Umbrella and West Group MacArthur Giving Tree appeal in my electorate is so important. This year, West Group has once again partnered with Big Yellow Umbrella, local charity, to run the 2025 appeal, an effort that has become a lifeline for families who are doing it tough. My electorate office is proud to support the appeal and help encourage local generosity, and from early November through to the 7th of December, people across the region can drop off new unwrapped gifts at several West locations, including my electorate office in Camden. These donations go directly to children, parents and carers who, without this support, may have very little to unwrap on Christmas morning. Even small gifts can have a profound impact, especially for families who are feeling the weight of these cost of living pressures. I want to recognise everyone involved, the volunteers, the partner organisations, the donors, the staff, for their enormous effort at a time when so many Australians are feeling forgotten or left behind. This appeal shows that generosity runs deep in the community.
Member for Bacon.
Deputy Speaker, I rise to acknowledge the life of radio personality Leon Biner, who passed away on Remembrance Day, November the 11th. Through his top-rating mid-morning talkback program on 5AA, Leon became a trusted household name throughout South Australia. Leon was not just a host, but a problem solver and a justice advocate for people who had no one else to turn to. He cared for people who were treated unfairly, and he was a straight talker, holding government and business leaders to account. Leon would always begin his program with a thoughtful commentary on a current issue of public concern, never taking political sides, but focusing on the issue where a local, state or federal government, or at times an industry response was needed, and always giving every person in the firing line a chance to be heard. Through his callers and regular expert guests, Leon's program was filled with helpful everyday information. When Leon referred a caller to one of his many contacts, he would always ensure the referral had been followed up. Nothing slipped his mind. Poor health sadly brought Leon's 6-decade radio career to an end, but for the thousands of listeners who regularly tuned into his program, Leon will be remembered fondly and with much respect and gratitude. To Leon's family, his longtime producer Tammy Court, and all of his radio colleagues and friends, I extend my condolences.
Member for Bradfield.
The Cerebral Palsy Alliance in St Ives in my electorate of Bradfield. The Alliance hosts an awesome group of highly valued people in our community, And in a minute, I'm going to read a statement from one of the clients there. But firstly, I wanted to say that I have and had family members living with CP. And despite what so many in our communities may think as a disability or a disabling condition, I would stridently argue that it's our communities that are disabling. People living with CP could much more easily participate in communities and its spaces if provided physical access and emotional safety. Physical access such as smoother footpaths and longer traffic light periods for crossing safely at lights when using wheelchairs. And emotional safety is something that so many in broader society need to understand. When speaking to someone with CP, it's important to address the person and not just the carer. And likewise, it's important that our shopping centres offer quiet places away from the noise, the lights and the busyness. That's why when I visited the St Ives branch and I met Magzi Carvuniaris, a client at the Alliance, I was thrilled when she shared with me her perspectives on living with CP. She said that cerebral palsy isn't about limitations, it's a superpower. It's a source of unique strength, courage and resilience that inspires me every day. Cerebral palsy is a condition that gently shapes how a person moves and experiences the world. It comes from a difference in the brain that happens early on in life but does not define the beautiful and amazing spirit that lives inside the person. With love and support, this superpower helps me shine in my own special way and reminds me that being different is something to celebrate.
Member for Holt.
Mid this year, I gave birth to my first child at Dandenong Hospital, where I experienced firsthand the peace of mind that comes from a strong public health system supported by Medicare. There were no bills, no gap fees, just compassionate, high-quality care and the freedom to focus on my son and not my finances. That experience reminded me what Medicare truly stands for, the simple but powerful idea that no Australian should ever have to choose between their health or their wallet. The Albanese Labor government's expansion of bulk billing incentives is delivering on that promise. It is the single biggest investment in Medicare in more than 40 years, ensuring Australians can see a GP with their Medicare and not their credit card. Recently, I visited our medical Cranbourne and Clyde North Medical Centre, which is now bulk billing every patient. Doctors told me this change has meant more locals are coming through the door, seeking care earlier and without fear of cost. Already, 23 GPs clinics across Holt have signalled their intent to become fully bulk billing practices. This is the Australia we're building, where healthcare is accessible, affordable and universal.
Member for Clark.
Deputy Speaker, recently I hosted a briefing by the Royal Automobile Club of Tasmania on the pressing issue of bushfire resilience, something that unites many Tasmanians who see bushfire risk rising alongside their insurance premiums. Of course, as a nation, we often speak broadly about bushfire risk, but uniquely impacted is Tasmania, where the Tasmanian Fire Service estimates that 98% of the land area is bushfire prone. This would, of course, come as no surprise to Tasmanians, with an astonishing 1 in 6 living within 50 metres of the bush, a fact that becomes especially apparent as we head into summer and Tasmanians begin reviewing their bushfire plans. Deputy Speaker, alarmingly, bushfire risk is projected to increase by between 19 and 30% by the 2040s. And if we continue to plan poorly, then this will come with increasing difficulty in finding insurance and protecting Australians. Clearly, it would be negligent for the federal government and the state governments to wait for another catastrophic event and then to absolve themselves of responsibility by simply claiming it was unprecedented. No, federal and state governments must instead pull every lever available to ensure that the experts we have can work hand in hand across every level of government to plan appropriately, mitigate risks and protect Australians. And that work must start now, not after the next disaster and not after all the funerals. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Member for Hunter.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Yes, for those wondering, I'm wearing a very bright trademark TX suit. No, your television is not broken, and yes, your eyes will recover. But I'm wearing this loud get-up for a loud reason, to start conversations about men's health and men's mental health, because too many blokes are suffering in silence. Australia has some of the healthiest men in the world, also who happen to be world-class at avoiding the doctor. 60% of blokes wait more than a week to get checked, and a third wait over a month. We service our cars every 12 months or every 10,000 Ks, but try getting a bloke to book a GP appointment. Good luck. The stats are no joke. 7 men a day die by suicide. 40% of men die from cardiovascular disease, then women. More than 3,500 men lose their lives to prostate cancer every year, one of the most treatable cancers if we get on top of it early. And in male-dominated industries like the construction and mining workforces across Newcastle and the Hunter, the mental health risks skyrocket. And yet nearly a quarter of men say they wouldn't seek help from anyone. So if a loud suit like this can start one conversation, nudge one mate to speak up, or get one bloke through a tough patch, then I'll happily look like a high-vis packet of Skittles in this house any day of the year. Let's keep on talking, let's keep blokes alive, and thank you to Dan and Ed up in the top there. Thank you for what you do for men's health. Cheers.
Member for Grey.
Speaker, I rise today to mark a sombre chapter in the history of the lower mid-north in South Australia. On the 25th of November 2015, just after midday, a single spark near Pinery unleashed a vicious grass fire, changing the landscape and many lives forever. In a matter of hours, a 50-kilometre trail of devastation carved through over 82,000 hectares. We saw 91 homes reduced to ash. We saw the backbone of our local economy, critical machinery, unharvested grain, and over 70,000 head of livestock and poultry lost to the flames. But while the structures can be rebuilt and machinery replaced, some things will never be the same. Speaker, I pause to remember the two lives tragically lost that day, Janet Hughes and Alan Tiller. To their families, our community has not forgotten you, and we never will. We also acknowledge the 90 people hospitalised and those who carry the physical and emotional scars of that terrifying afternoon. However, amidst the darkness, there was light. We owe an eternal debt of gratitude to over 1,700 firefighters from the CFS and MFS who surged towards the danger. Your courage saved lives. As the heat returns and we face another summer, the greatest way we can honour those we lost and we thank those who fought is to be prepared. Please do not be complacent. Have a bushfire action plan. Talk to your family. Know when to leave. Let's honour 2015 by keeping each other safe today.
Member for Spence.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Over the weekend, Australians were treated to something truly special on the cricket field. And in Adelaide's north, we felt it just a little bit prouder than most, because Travis Head, a proud product of Craigmore, walked out in the first Ashes Test and delivered one of the great modern innings. A century off just 69 balls, the second fastest in Ashes history, made under pressure against a full-strength England attack on a pitch doing a bit. And he didn't just survive, he dominated. He took the game on in that way only he can, with that mix of intent, fearlessness and pure striking ability. His 123 off 83 balls didn't just win a test, it lit up a series. It made jaws drop in lounge rooms across the country and heads drop in the Barmy Army, and reminded us why our national sport matters so much in communities like mine. Because kids in Salisbury, in Elizabeth, in Gawler and Craigmore, they see one of their own stepping up on the biggest stage. It tells them that talent from the north can go anywhere. Travis Head is more than a world-class batter. He's an example of what hard work, resilience and local pride can achieve. And because of Travis's work, we're already one step closer to another Ashes victory in Australia. Thank you.
Member for Forrest.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Prohibition didn't work in 1920s USA, and taxing ciggies out of existence simply won't work in today's tech-enabled world. I'm referring to the catastrophic failure of government policy to control illicit tobacco sales that is burning a hole in our national budget, seeing local shops firebombed and undermining children's health. For decades, Australia was a global leader in tobacco control, and yet today we have simply become the world's most lucrative market for organised crime. Excise has increased by 282% since 2013, and by refusing to acknowledge basic human behaviour, the Albanese government is allowing tobacco policy to go up in smoke, and it is organised crime holding the match. I've met a local IGA owner in the southwest of WA for whom it is cheaper to buy black market cigarettes on Facebook Marketplace delivered by none other than Australia Post than it is for wholesale IGA to buy them. That means $8.5 billion in excise revenue that is now funding gang warfare in Australia, not our schools and hospitals. Excise should be dramatically cut, making these lawful cigarettes cost competitive with the black market. But before the health sets start, the thing to remember is that these unlawful cigarettes are not branded and do not carry the requisite warnings under Australian law. The price difference is stark. We simply need to understand reality whilst beefing up enforcement.
Member for Robertson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I rise to congratulate and commend a tremendous young sailor from my community, Bridget Conrad. Bridget is a rising sports star in the world of sailing and only recently was named as a finalist for the Sports New South Wales Athlete of the Year and the Australian Female Sailor of the Year. Bridget grew up on the Central Coast and first discovered sailing after a school excursion to the Gosford Sailing Club to celebrate Tom Slingsby's Olympic gold medal in 2012. She says that after Tom autographed her hand that day, she was inspired to learn how to sail and instantly developed the goal of following in his footsteps into the professional sail GP circuit and the America's Cup. When Bridget was 12, she started sailing the Optimist and went on to represent Australia at several international events as part of the Australian Optimist sailing team. Following this, she moved into the 420 class, where her crew and herself became back-to-back female national champions. In 2024, Bridget was placed third at the Sail GP WASP Grand Final in San Francisco and seventh female at the WASP Worlds in Norway. And if that wasn't enough, Deputy Speaker, she was recently awarded the 2024-2025 New South Wales ACT Female Sailor of the Year. Bridget tells me that she is super excited for future competitions, including the Sail GP Grand Final qualifier in December and the Asia Pacific Championship in January and the World Championships in March. Congratulations, Bridget.
Member for Fadden.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Sadly, the great Australian dream has become a nightmare under this Labor government. In fact, Labor's housing policy is so bad, it's been compared to England's performance in the Ashes just this week. And just to name a few of the points that are of concern to everyday Australians trying to break into the housing market or find a rental that's affordable, Labor had an ambitious target, they say, of 1.2 million homes over 5 years. But quite frankly, this is entirely misleading because in year one, they've missed that target by 80,000 homes just in the first year. Secondly, chaos and dysfunction is reigning at Housing Australia. Right. They've lost their chair, and of course there's a $24,000 secret report that the government won't release. Thirdly, the government has expanded the 5% deposit scheme, knowing full well there is not enough houses to meet the demand. And fourthly, the average mortgage holder, lots of these people sitting up here in the gallery today are paying $1,800 a month more in interest under this Labor government than they were under the Coalition. And finally, there has been over 100,000 tradies and apprentices drop out of the construction sector. Without those trades, we simply cannot build houses. Labor needs to fix their mess.
Member for Leichhardt.
Thank you, Speaker. This weekend I will be back in Leichhardt. And let me tell you, Speaker, the group text has already fired up and we are planning to grab beers on Sunday. Now, I've known this group of men for decades. We all used to be basketball players, but now we are construction workers, firemen. Just realised we sound like a supersized version of the Village People. But that's not the point, Speaker. The point is I will be home. And let me tell you, Speaker, thanks to the Albanese Labor government, home is a whole lot better this week. My daughter has just finished Year 12. She's not really sure what she wants to do, but fee-free TAFE is available to her and thousands of others around the country who are just finishing their high school journey. My other daughter is recovering from a knee reconstruction, but when she initially hurt herself, I was very thankful for the urgent care clinic where she could go grab a quick x-ray and get home. On the subject of Medicare, this week there are now 24 fully bulk billing clinics right across Leichhardt. But back to Sunday with the beers and the supersized Village People. The beers will be cheaper because the freezing of the beer excise. And my mate Schooner, he can shout because his HECS debt has just been reduced by 20%. And the bloke pulling the beers, he's going to get his super at the same time he is paid. He has enshrined penalty rates and can now save for a house thanks to 5% deposits. That's why the Far North is going to be better this week, all thanks to this Anthony Albanese Labor government. Speaker, I'm really looking forward to getting home.
Member for O'Connor.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
My electorate of O'Connor is ground zero for net zero. I've spoken recently about the devastating effects of Labor's safeguard mechanism, capacity mechanism and vehicle emissions reduction scheme on our miners and primary producers. And now they're coming after the diesel fuel rebate scheme. Just to be clear, diesel fuel excise is designed to fund the maintenance of Australia's public roads. So the fuel credit scheme rebates diesel used for off-road business activities. Activities like seeding and harvesting of grain, the irrigation, mechanised pruning, picking and packing of our fruit and veg, and for fuelling the boats used to sustainably harvest O'Connor's premium finfish, abalone and southern rock lobster. For our mining operations that extract gold, coal, bauxite, nickel, lithium, graphite and rare earths, this will add to the already considerable costs of complying with the safeguard mechanism. An O'Connor miner recently stated they are investing in solar and wind power at twice the cost per megawatt hour of diesel generation and installing battery storage at twice the cost per megawatt hour and still needed diesel generators to back it all up. Climate Change Authority Chair Matt Keane recently described the diesel fuel rebate scheme as insane. But what is insane is to further harm the primary producers who feed and clothe our nation, and the miners extracting the very minerals on which this government's net zero aspirations rely.
Member for Gorton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak in solidarity with female rail, tram and bus workers all over the country. Deputy Speaker, the Rail, Tram and Bus Union's recent report shows us the uncomfortable truth. Women's health is suffering because of a lack of access to workplace, toilet and sanitary facilities. The report shows that, horrifyingly, 73% of female transport workers have suffered health issues because they were not able to access toilets or sanitary bins. And women are forced to carry their used period products all day because there's nowhere to dispose of them. Women are being told by their managers that not having access to adequate facilities is just part of working in the industry. This is unacceptable and it should concern all workers. Speaker, this isn't just a matter of comfort, it's a matter of safety. When women are forced to use inappropriate facilities, they are put in unsafe situations. This should never be acceptable as an adequate working environment. The RTBU National Office is calling for mandatory national standard for all transport workers to guarantee them access to safe, clean and private toilets. I'd like to thank the RTBU for bringing such an important topic to light. I'd also like to give a shout out to the mighty Transport Workers Union, who also represent transport workers across the country. I was proud to stand in solidarity with the TWU and the SDA at their recent protest at Amazon in Ravenhall, who are fighting for better pay and conditions. These workers are fighting for better pay and conditions, and it's time for Amazon to pay up.
Member for Wannon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. And the Albanese Labor government's energy mix just becomes more and more a mess every single day. Now we've got the Energy Minister more focused on the United Nations than he is in delivering energy affordability here in Australia. And meanwhile, manufacturers, small businesses and households suffer because you will not put energy affordability first. Last week we visited James Strong, a manufacturer in Taree, which has actually brought manufacturing back from overseas here to Australia. And the CEO of James Strong had this to say: if we continue down this path, which is the 40% increase in electricity prices that we've suffered because of that side over there, there won't be a future made in Australia, there will be a future made overseas. That sadly is what industry, what manufacturing and households are facing today. Electricity prices going through the roof and no focus on delivering energy affordability to this country. And it's time that the focus from the Energy Minister went from the UN back to everyday Australians. Energy poverty is rising in this country. We're seeing manufacturing going offshore, and yet we've got a minister who's more focused on New York than he is here in this country. Shame.
Member for Sturt.
Speaker, at Highbury Primary School in the north-eastern part of my electorate of Sturt, the students care deeply about honouring our Defence Force personnel, those who serve and those who have served our country, and particularly those who made the ultimate sacrifice and who lost their lives in battle. Under the leadership of Principal Belinda Smith, the commitment of the student body to honouring our veterans is not just apparent on Anzac Day or Remembrance Day, but every day, because their schoolhouses are named after soldiers who grew up in the Highbury area and who signed up to serve our country. When I recently visited Highbury Primary School to present them with pristine new Australian, Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander flags for them to fly on Remembrance Day, Year 3 students Ariana and Connor and Year 6 students Jonathan and Dario gave me a tour of the school, showed me the flagpoles and spoke to me about why their school houses are named the way that they are. Foggo, Elliot, Smart, Tolly, 4 young men, not significantly older than the students who attend Highbury Primary School now, and whose acts of bravery and whose stories are being remembered and celebrated by the students, whose lives and sacrifice are a continual reminder to the students of how to live the school values of persistence, resilience, respect and responsibility. I congratulate and thank the students for acknowledging and remembering the service of these 4 local veterans.
Member for Fisher has the call.
Thanks, Madam Deputy Speaker. Do we all remember when the Prime Minister promised $275 power cuts on 97 occasions, no less? Now, after 3 years of Labor, families and small businesses are being hit with some of the highest electricity prices that we have ever seen. And in Fisher, the stories are starting to pile up. Craig from Miles Plastics told me his bills have risen so sharply that he has had to increase prices just to stay afloat, all while struggling to find workers. Dave from Bocker Bites, just near my office, said his electricity tariff, has jumped from 22 cents to more than 27 cents per kilowatt hour. That's a 20% increase in just 5 months. And Howard, who runs a convenience store in Aruna, is paying 62% more for power than he was a year ago. That is not sustainable for any business. Mr Speaker, this is the real cost of a Prime Minister who made a promise he never intended to keep, and a part-time Energy Minister who's more focused on politics than policy. That's right. The Coalition backs responsible emissions reduction, but we will never support a path to net zero that punishes families or shuts down local businesses. Our plan puts reliability, affordability and Australian jobs first.
Order. There's far too much noise. I give the call to the honourable member for Swan.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Albanese government is busy cutting student debt. While we're cutting student debt, the Coalition is busy cutting each other down. We're backing Australia's future. They're backing nuclear. I'm surprised that they didn't have a nuclear meltdown in the last fortnight. Let me be clear, when we invest in clean energy, Australia wins. We're backing critical minerals and the Coalition is blocking net zero. We're going up the value chain, they're going down on investment and down on Aussie jobs. They opposed cheaper medicines, they opposed energy security, and now they're opposing each other. While they're busy building their own cases to take over their own party, we are building the nation. Roads, ports, renewable infrastructure, also in WA. And, of course, we are backing the WA GST to make sure that we get our fair share. We're building WA, and we're doing that in the heart of Swan, working with the WA government to build the elevated rail line MetroNet. This is a game changer for the community of Swan. We're also activating spaces underneath this rail line. We now see 7 kilometres of amazing parkland in my community, and the Borloo Bridge was just the beginning. I can't wait to see what the Albanese Labor government can continue to do.
Order. If members can take their seats as quickly and as quietly as possible. In accordance with Standing Order 43, the time for member statements has concluded, and I call the Prime Minister with arrangements.
I inform the House that the Minister for Climate Change and Energy will be absent from question time today.
Order.
The Treasurer will answer questions on his behalf.
Order.
The Minister for Emergency Management will be absent from question time today. She's visiting the impacted areas of Tropical Cyclone Fina in the Northern Territory. The Minister for Home Affairs will answer questions on emergency management. The Minister for Infrastructure will answer questions on regional development, local government and territories.
Before we move to questions without notice, I'm pleased to inform the House that present in the gallery today is a delegation from Vietnam, led by His Excellency Mr Chen Hong Ha, the Deputy Prime Minister of Vietnam. Accompanying the delegation is His Excellency Mr Pham Hung Tam, the Ambassador to Vietnam to Australia. On behalf of all members, welcome to question time. We shall move to questions without notice. Are there any questions? I give the call to the Honourable the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister has said the Minister for Energy will have, quote, unprecedented influence in global climate negotiations as the President of COP31 negotiations. Why isn't this part-time Minister, full-time President, using this unprecedented influence to lower energy bills for Australians? And Prime Minister, by what date will the average household power bill be lower than it is today?
Call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the Leader of the Opposition for the question, and I can imagine question time tactics this morning, because there's about 5 different questions in there.
Order.
But they have in there 2 consistent points. One is the consistent position that those opposite have of talking Australia down. Always talking Australia down.
Order.
Including
on my left.
Including talking down Australia's national interests and the interests of the Pacific. Now, I spoke with Prime Minister Rambuka and Prime Minister Marape and other Pacific leaders last week. They are delighted that Australia and the Pacific will be able to play a role in international climate change engagement. I attended the G20 meeting over recent days. There, a communique issued by every single country supporting the Paris Agreement, supporting a reduction in emissions, recognising that it's not a choice between a strong economy and sustainability, that in order to have a strong economy, you need to deal with the challenge and the threat of climate change, which is real. During the last, since we rose here as well, just a couple of weeks ago, of course, we had the treaty and negotiations with Indonesia. And Indonesia is a place pretty important for Australia, one would have thought. Jakarta is looking at building, or Indonesia is looking at building a seawall around Jakarta. This decision of the COP to have Minister Bowen to also have the position of being in charge of negotiations is something that I would have thought was pretty good. I'll tell you a meeting I had with someone over the weekend as well. I had a meeting with the OECD Secretary-General, Matthias Cormann. Matthias Cormann, who we backed to be OECD Secretary-General and who we backed to get a second term again. So both here and overseas, we'll build Australia up. The coalition talks Australia down. They don't have a plan, they just have a pamphlet. It's a pamphlet which is a continuation of the 23 policies that they had and didn't land one. It will, of course, lead to higher prices because less investment means higher prices. That is why it is friendless in the energy sector, friendless in the business community, and that is perhaps why Don't Know is the front runner to lead those opposite.
Order. The House comes to order. We'll hear from the member for Bendigo.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. What are some of the ways that the Albanese Labor government is delivering for Australians and making a positive difference to their lives? Are there any risks to delivering that agenda?
Give a call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for Bendigo for her question. And on Saturday, 100,000 Australians got a text message from the government. It's a short message, but it will have a massive impact. Well, they do love that because it told them that their student debt had gone down by 20%. Something that was opposed by those opposite. Like they oppose every single cost of living measure which there is. The first 100,000 of about 3 million Australians who will be better off. By the end of this week, more than 1 million Australians will have got their text message informing them, that this will make a difference to them, making it that bit easier to get the start in life they want, whether it's starting a family, saving for a house. I want our government's policies to help Australians achieve their priorities. Just like our 5% deposit scheme for home buyers, that is helping young Australians to get into the housing market. Since October 1, nearly 10,000 Australians have bought their home using a 5% deposit, promised by us, delivered by us, to the benefit of Australians. That is our government's focus. The Coalition's focus on themselves, they're focused on tearing each other down and talking Australia down. Nothing's changed. They are divided, divisive and despairing. We're delivering right now in real time.
Fisher.
That's what we do every day, and it's what drives every single member of our government.
Call to the Honourable the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Australians have a part-time energy minister delivering a part-time energy grid. This part-time energy minister, full-time president, is absent from Parliament today, prioritising global summits ahead of reducing power prices for Australians. Prime Minister, how many days will the part-time minister spend overseas in his new role as full-time president?
Order. The Minister for Social Services will cease interjecting. Prime Minister has the call.
I thank the member for her question. And it goes to a couple of issues. It goes to energy, and it also goes to the role that Minister Bowen will have in the COP negotiations. Now, I don't know if those opposite have participated very much in international forums, but if they had, it's a bit like other things. The crunch points of negotiations comes at the end, comes when the conference is on. That's what happens. But in the lead up to that, there will be a meeting in the Pacific about climate change. You know why? Because it's the priority. It's the first priority, the second priority and the third priority. Because without action on climate change, countries like Kiribati and Tuvalu will disappear. Underwater.
Order.
And those opposite thought it was fine to make jokes about water lapping at the doors. That was what they did when they were in government.
Members on my left.
To
Member for
improve
Forest.
relations with our Pacific Island families. That was their response. And every single one of them remembers that. Mr Speaker.
Member
every
for
single
Parker,
one of them.
Barker.
But it is indeed, should be, a source of bipartisan pride when Australians succeed. Just like when we bid for the UN Security Council, those opposite talked it down, opposed the bid, just like they opposed people running for positions at the United Nations. We on this side don't do that. We on this side back Australia. Back Australia is what we do. Now, I'm asked about power and I'm asked about the difference it will make. Now, there have been some business reactions to the Coalition's dumping of net zero, a policy that the Leader of the Opposition supported before a few weeks ago, a policy that was put in place by the Morrison government.
Order. Members on my right, the manager is entitled to raise his point of order, and he shall do so now.
Just on relevance, the Prime Minister wasn't asked about our policy, he was asked about President Bowen's overseas schedule.
Well, the Prime Minister has outlined his answer to the question he was directly asked about, and now he's... So I don't know else where he's going with this, but I'll make sure he's being directly relevant to the question he was asked. Prime Minister, in continuation.
Yes, Mr Speaker, and I was asked about power prices in Australia. and Australian Industry Group said this, Innes Willocks, "There's no industry interest in going backward on net zero. Reopening that debate is akin to asking Australian businesses to stop investing and stand by to watch the political equivalent of a refight of the Battle of Stalingrad. It serves no good purpose. No good purpose." And the ACCI chair, Andrew McKellar, said to characterise their policy at the moment, it seems to be a bit of a plan not to have a plan, unfortunately. Dead right.
Order. The Manager of Opposition Business, members on my left, we're not going to have that level of interjection. Order. Whilst I'm bringing the House to order, thank the Manager for his contribution, but we'll just get the House to settle. Now we'll hear from the member for Ford.
My question is to the Minister for Education. What is the Albanese Labor government doing to build a better and fairer education system, including helping Australians with student debt? What other approaches have been put forward?
Call to the Minister for Education.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker, and can I thank my friend the member for Ford for his question and that very handsome mow that he's growing there. All the work he's doing to promote Movember. Mr Speaker, on the weekend 100,000 Australians had their student debt cut by 20%. And that is just the start, because this Thursday 1.5 million more Australians will get their student debt cut by 20%. And next week another 1.5 million young Australians will get their student debt cut by 20%. And you don't need to do a thing. Just wait for the ding. Just wait for the text message. Wait for the email that you'll get from the tax office to tell you that it's done. Mr Speaker, this is the biggest cut to student debt in Australian history. The average Australian with a student debt will see it cut by about $5,500. And that's a lot of money. It's going to help a lot of Australians. We promised it, Australia voted for it, and now we're delivering it. And the Liberal Party, remember, are still opposed to it. In fact, they hate it. Today, earlier in Parliament, the member for Goldstein described this as one of the most despicable things that he's ever seen a Labor government do. Well, I think I know 3 million Australians who might disagree with him, and their mum and dad, and their grandparents. But it's not the only thing that we're doing, Mr Speaker. Next year, we'll train more doctors than ever before. Today, the Health Minister and I are announcing more medical places to train more doctors at 10 universities across the country. And next year, more Australians will also start a university degree than ever before. We're funding an extra 9,500 places next year, an extra 16,000 places the year after that, and the year after that, and the year after that. The number of Australians at uni will jump by 27% over the next 10 years to help to build the sort of workforce that we're going to need. More doctors, more nurses, more teachers, more engineers and lots more. And a lot of those young people will be from poor families and from our outer suburbs, from our regions and from the bush. That's what the reforms that we're implementing are all about. It's what the Prime Minister calls opening the doors of opportunity for more Australians. Building a country where your chances in life don't depend on how wealthy your parents are, or where you grew up, or what school you went to, or the colour of your skin.
Before I call the honourable member for Wentworth, I'm pleased to acknowledge and welcome a few guests to the Parliament today. In the gallery today are representatives of Netball Australia, as well as current members of the Australian netball team, the Diamonds. We also have a delegation from the 2025 Country to Canberra Leadership Competition, which aims to empower young rural women. I'm also advised that Dr Jim Turner, the former member for Leichhardt, and Dr Kay Patterson AO, former Senator of Victoria and Minister, is with us today in the gallery. Welcome to you all. Give the call to the honourable member for Wentworth.
My question is for the Housing and Homelessness Minister. Today's rental affordability index shows only 2% of rentals are affordable for essential workers like teachers. The New Homes bonus was supposed to incentivise new homes and help fix this, but with just the ACT likely to meet this target, the effectiveness of this incentive is under question. Will you consider restructuring the bonus scheme so there are interim payments to help the states do critical rezoning, speed up approvals and build the infrastructure the states need to actually deliver these targets?
Give the call to the Minister for Housing, the Minister for Homelessness and the Minister for Cities.
Thank you, Speaker, and could I thank the member for Wentworth for her question. It's a really good one and I think it reflects the real seriousness with which she engages in the housing debate. Speaker, we've got a crossbench here where for many of these wonderful people housing is a critical issue in their community and they work very collaboratively with our government, and the member for Wentworth is one of those. Speaker, the member for Wentworth asks about the situation facing Australian renters, and I agree with her. This is a really critical concern of our government. We've got a housing crisis in our country that's been cooking for 40 years, and really the people who are bearing the biggest brunt of this are people who are in rental accommodation. They're feeling it in rents going up too fast and too frequently. They feel it in the lack of power that they have in negotiating with their landlords. And, Speaker, a very distressing share of the nation's renters tell us that they are actually actively fearing practically becoming homeless, and that should not be happening in a country like Australia. So one thing that the member for Wentworth has been really constructive in working with the government on, Speaker, is understanding really what the crux of this issue facing our rental population is, and that is for this 40-year period, our country hasn't been building enough homes. For a long time in Australia, the Commonwealth Government washed its hands of this problem. As you know, Speaker, for most of the time that those opposite were in government, they were so checked out of housing, they didn't even have a housing minister to negotiate with. We have changed that, and one of the main ways that we're engaging with states and territories is through something called the National Housing Accord. So, Speaker, instead of saying that our government wouldn't take any responsibility, the Prime Minister's actually stepped up. He's sat down with state and territory leaders across the country, including local government and the private sector, and said if we want to get a change here, we need to make a difference to how our housing system works.
The Minister will pause for a moment and just take a seat while I hear from the member for Wentworth on a point of order.
On relevance, the question was specifically about the New Homes bonus.
The Minister was asked a question regarding the home bonus, and the Minister was also asked about restructuring to help the states deliver the targets. So I just caution her to make sure her answer is being directly relevant. It was a fairly specific question that the member Wentworth has asked, and if she could provide more information regarding that, I think that would assist the House and also help the standing orders as well.
The reason I'm talking about the National Housing Accord is because the $3 billion new homes bonus that the member asked me about sits at the end of the National Housing Accord. So we are in constant negotiation and discussion with the states. We've got a problem in our country where it's become too hard, too difficult, too expensive and too lengthy to get a home built in this country, and the states are critically important to solving that problem, have more power over that, frankly, than the Commonwealth does, and that's why they are such key partners of ours. The $3 billion incentive that the member asked me about, as she's mentioned, sits at the end of the Accord targets, and of course the states are always keen to see that money flowing to them faster. But what I would say to the member is that the $43 billion package that sits across all of our housing policies, whether it's building more homes, getting renters a better deal and getting more Australians into home ownership, quite a deal of that money actually flows through the states. So we had, as part of the original negotiation, $1.5 billion in infrastructure funding. Much of that flowed to the states. Round 2 of the Housing Australia Future Fund completely went to the states. We've got $10 billion, which is going to the states to deliver 100,000 homes, and $2 billion that went to them for social housing. So there's a really strong partnership there and quite a lot of money flowing through those states at the moment.
Give the call to the honourable member for Swan.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Treasurer. What is the Albanese Labor government doing to ease cost of living and modernise the Australian economy? How does that compare to other approaches?
The call to the Treasurer.
Thanks, Speaker, and thanks to the member for Swan. It was only last week that the Employment Minister and I joined with the member for Swan to celebrate the news that Australia has just ticked over 2 consecutive years of real wages growth in our economy, the 8th consecutive quarter of real wages growth in our economy, and that comes after real wages were falling 5 consecutive quarters when we came to office. In fact, real wages were falling sharply. They're now growing again. That's a deliberate design feature of our economic policy. So that's the news we got last week. The week before that, we learned that unemployment had gone down once again. And under this government, the lowest average unemployment of any government in half a century, 1.2 million jobs, 4 in every 5 of them are in the private sector, Mr Speaker. And so what we are doing with our tax cuts, with our approach to the labour market, is ensuring that more Australians are working, earning more and keeping more of what they earn, Mr Speaker. Now, we're ensuring that at the same time as we roll out cost of living relief in our economy. 2 more tax cuts are on the way. We've got more bulk billed GP visits because we know that means less pressure on families. We've got cheaper medicines. And as the Education Minister said a moment ago, we're providing student debt relief as well, Mr Speaker. At the same time as we're rolling out that cost of living relief, creating jobs, getting wages moving again, creating opportunities in our economy, we're also modernising Australia's economy over the medium and long term as well. We're approving more homes, we're slashing tariffs, we're winding back red tape where we can, we're revitalising national competition policy, we're strengthening and streamlining the foreign investment regime, and we're reforming the EPBC as well, which will deliver faster approvals for projects that are in Australia's interests and faster knockbacks for projects that are not. I'll also meet on Friday, Mr Speaker, with the state and territory treasurers to advance our very substantial agenda to make our economy more productive and competitive across the federation as well, Mr Speaker. Now, we know as a government that we have much more work to do, but we have also made good progress cleaning up the mess that we inherited from those opposite, as well as modernising our economy. And we've made good progress since the Economic Reform Roundtable as well, Mr Speaker. We acknowledge that in the lead-up to the budget we will do even more. But, Mr Speaker, as I hear them chirping away over there, Mr Speaker, I finish on this point. Whether it's cost of living relief or economic reform, what is really clear is that this government finishes the year united, focused on Australians and delivering for Australians, Mr Speaker. Those opposite finished the year focused on themselves, recklessly divisive and hopelessly divided.
The call to the honourable member for Wannon.
Thanks, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. An energy sector CEO has recently said of power price rises, quote, "It's the calm before the storm." And I think the storm is coming around cost and competitiveness. Prime Minister, if the 40% price rises that Australians have faced under the Albanese government are just the calm, what percentage power price rise is the storm going to bring?
Call to the Prime Minister. Order. Members on my right will cease interjecting. The member was given the courtesy to be heard in silence. The Prime Minister will be given that same courtesy as well, and he now has the call.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. I thank the member for his question about what the energy sector and the business community think about energy policy in this country. The Australian Energy Council CEO Louise Kinnear has said this: keeping coal open for longer is likely to increase costs rather than decrease costs. And it also means there's not the right market signals for new renewable investment to come in because coal is still sitting there in the system. We can't keep coal in the system forever. There is a large proportion that do need to exit. Now, the Australian Industry Group, I've quoted before, Ennis Willicks, said that there was no interest in going backward on net zero. The Business Council of Australia CEO, Bram Black, said this: we need to make sure that we continue to guarantee Australia as a competitive place in which to do business. What that means in very practical terms is that we need to have a clear plan and pathway towards what that net zero looks like. So there is, went on to say, so that there is the confidence to invest. Andrew McKellar, CEO of ACCI: business does need certainty. If we're going to get the investment in place for the future, then we need to understand what the policy is. To characterise their policy at the moment, it seems to be a bit of a plan not to have a plan, unfortunately. Now, the Louise Kinnear, Australian Energy Council, when talking about the way forward, said we're now on a trajectory for a high renewable system supported by gas, battery storage and pumped hydro, and that is generally going to deliver the lowest cost outcome. So that's what the experts actually had to say.
Leader of the Opposition.
Because when they were in office, we had an energy system that was 50 years old. So 24 out of 28 coal-fired power stations announced their closure and nothing replaced them. You had 4 gigawatts leave the system and 1 gigawatt enter the system. As a result of a lack of supply increases costs. What we're dealing with now is how you transition. Those opposite pretend that that's not the case. They pretend because they're too busy fighting the ongoing climate wars that have been in place on their side for decades now, holding Australia back.
Has the Prime Minister concluded his answer? The member for Wannon, under the standing orders, will take his point of order now.
Yeah, relevance. The question was around power prices, and you haven't mentioned power prices once, and they're going through the roof.
Your seat. The member for Wannon knows that he can raise the point of order, but doesn't need to add extra to when he's stating the point of order for any other theatrics. The Prime Minister has been talking about power prices and quoting directly about the comments he was asked about, so he's being directly relevant. He has the call.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I've spoken directly about power prices and what the lowest cost form of transition is. Those opposite have 23 plans. They're still fighting each other.
Member for Page.
Still fighting each other, Mr Speaker. One thing is very clear. Love is not what will stop them tearing each other apart, Mr Speaker.
Order. Order. The member for Riverina, I can hear very well today. When the House comes to order, we'll hear from the honourable member for Paterson.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Defence. How is the Albanese Labor government progressing AUKUS, and what other approaches are being put forward?
Call to the Deputy Prime Minister and the Minister for Defence.
Well, I thank the member for her question. Last Wednesday, the Prime Minister and the Premier of Western Australia were at HMAS Sterling in Rockingham, which right now is hosting the USS Vermont, a US Navy Virginia-class submarine which is undergoing the most extensive maintenance on an American nuclear-powered submarine outside of America ever. And this work is being undertaken by 120 Australian workers, and that too is unique in terms of non-Americans working on a US submarine. But well before the Vermont reached Western Australia, it already had a distinctly Australian character because of the 130-odd crew, 11 submariners and 2 officers. Fully 10% of the crew are Australians, enlisted in the Royal Australian Navy. And this is a powerful example, but it's just one example of the way in which today AUKUS is happening. And that's what serious defence policy looks like, which could not be further from what we see from those opposite, because the very next day the Leader of the Opposition delivered a keynote speech on defence. Now, amidst various utterances on defence spending, there were no details about the platforms on which they would spend the defence budget. There were no details about the kind of defence force the coalition would build. There were no details about their strategic intent. Indeed, the speech was reminiscent of the defence policy vacuum which was so eloquently described by the Liberal Party's own election review. But overshadowing all of—
Order. The Deputy Prime Minister resume his seat and the manager will take his point of order.
Well, on relevance, the member asked a relevant question about AUKUS, and there's been a serious change of leadership in AUKUS that the minister hasn't advised the House about. He's talking about Liberal Party
Resume
reviews.
your seat. Yeah. He was asked about what other approaches are being put forward. So, whilst it wasn't a straight AUKUS question, the member for Moncrieff, just dealing with the manager's point of order, he wasn't asked about alternative policies, but he was asked about alternative approaches being put forward. He's got 1 minute remaining. I'll just ask him to be directly relevant to the question he was asked, and the remainder can't be completely about the opposition because he wasn't asked about opposition policy, it was about approaches. The Deputy Prime Minister has the call.
Thank you, Speaker. What overshadowed the Leader of the Opposition's defence speech was that within 24 hours we had the Shadow Minister briefing out that he'd absolutely not been consulted on it, which is a demonstration that no matter what they are talking about, what fundamentally characterises the coalition is that they are deeply divided. But then again, why would the Leader of the Opposition consult with this Shadow Minister when in this very week you've got Brutus 1 here and Brutus 2 up there engaging in the most unedifying knife-sharpening competition,
the Deputy Prime
while
Minister
those opposite—
will just pause. Order. 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 Look, I know it's order. We're not going anywhere until everyone— The member for Bruce is warned. I know it's the last week. I'm just going to ask the Deputy Prime Minister to temper his language, and he has 8 seconds left.
While those opposite are focused on themselves, the Albanese government is focused on delivering for our nation to keep Australians safe.
Give the call to the Leader of the Nationals.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Prime Minister, there are less than 5 weeks left in 2025. When will Australian families receive your promised $275 reduction to their power bills?
Give the call to the Minister representing— Order. No, give the call to the Minister representing the Minister for Energy. Order. The member for Hume. Order. When the House comes to— the member for Fisher. Order. Order. We're not going to continue in this way. The Minister representing the Minister for Energy has the call.
Yeah, thanks, Mr Speaker, and thanks to the Leader of the Nationals for his question. As we have made it really clear, Mr Speaker, and has the relevant experts, the Prime Minister read out a few of them a moment ago, has made really clear, Australia's best chance to put downward pressure on electricity prices is from introducing cleaner, cheaper, more renewable, more reliable energy sources. Now, Mr Speaker, that never used to be, or that for a long time wasn't an especially controversial proposition. Even those opposite held that view, Mr Speaker. I'm asked the question by the Leader of the Nationals. The Leader of the Nationals said once before, when he had a more sensible position on this, it's a good thing that renewables are coming on. The disruptions that are happening with the technology moving towards renewable energy, particularly in storage for baseload, is exciting. I think it's a good thing. Mr Speaker, he also said economics will win out in the end, and if baseload power can be stored in particular, that's an exciting thing for the environment and for everyone's hip pocket, Mr Speaker. He says, in my own electorate, people are self-sustaining through solar. The reality is that type of disruption is happening, and that is an exciting thing, not only for the environment but for the hip pocket, Mr Speaker.
Treasurer will pause. Order. The Minister for Health. I want to hear from the member for Page.
Thank you, Speaker. The point of order is on relevance. It was a very tight question about the $275 promise to lower bills from the Prime Minister.
I understand the Treasurer is quoting the person who asked him the question. So if you're asking a question and the person probably will open themselves up for comments for what they have said as well. I think that's a long-established tradition. If he's going to go into too much other alternative policies, he won't be able to do so. But he's had halfway through, and I'll make sure he's being directly relevant to the question he was asked about from the Leader of the Nationals. But if the Leader of the Nationals asks a question, ergo, you're going to get some blowback or pushback about what you were from the person asking the question. The Treasurer in continuation.
Yeah, Mr Speaker, I'm asked about power bills and I'm answering a question about power bills, reminding the House that the Leader of the Nationals once had a more sensible position on this. Now, the upward pressure on electricity prices in our energy grid, Mr Speaker, doesn't come from the new, cleaner, cheaper, renewable, reliable energy. It comes from the legacy of 22 failed energy policies, which saw 4 gigawatts of energy come out of the grid on their watch.
Treasurer will pause. Treasurer will pause. Treasurer will pause. No. Treasurer will pause. This yelling is not going to continue. Interjections are one thing, but the carry-on is way too much. Everyone in the gallery can see that. So just cool it, interject, but just don't yell. We're not having that. Just going to ask to assist the House. Order. To assist the House, the Treasurer can remain directly relevant as well.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. Now, the reason that there has been upward pressure on electricity prices is because the ageing parts of the grid are becoming less and less reliable as they get closer and closer to exiting the grid. And that's why it is so dangerously irresponsible of those opposite to abandon net zero in a way that will push power prices up, not down, and will create serious investor uncertainty, which will weaken our economy. Now, if they cared about energy prices, Mr Speaker, they wouldn't be abandoning net zero and they wouldn't be turning their back on renewable energy.
We've already had one point of order on relevance from the member for Page. So I'll just ask the order. The minister on my right will cease interjecting. I want to hear from the manager, which will have to be on another point of order.
We recognise this was the biggest hospital pass from the Prime Minister to the Treasurer that we've seen in a long time.
No, absolutely not. Resume your seat. No, resume your seat. Resume your seat. And you are now warned. Simply just, I've been very lenient today, but you simply just can't jump up and say whatever you feel like. I gave you the benefit of the doubt, and you took advantage when I gave you that. So you are now warned. I don't want any more of that behaviour. Everyone will be shown respect when they raise their point of order on relevance, which I've been crystal clear today. But to do that is not fair on everyone else. I think everyone can realise that. I want the Treasurer to be directly relevant to the question, and he has 36 seconds to go.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. As the Treasury and others have made very clear, if we want to see downward pressure on electricity prices, the best way to do that is an orderly transition to net zero. And that's why it beggars belief. That's why it beggars belief that those opposite have taken a different tack, Mr Speaker. Their policy would push power prices up, not down. And that is the view of a dozen energy retail CEOs and a number of other experts that we would quote if we had more time, Mr Speaker. Now, as I said a moment ago, it was bad enough that they oppose our cost of living help, bad enough they oppose our tax cuts, worse now that they want to push power price.
Before I call order, I'm just going to bring a little bit of order back to the House and some decorum, because I would like to inform the House that present in the gallery who's now joined us is Mr Marko Primorac, the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance of the Republic of Croatia. I'd like to acknowledge a great friend of the Parliament, the Ambassador of the Republic of Croatia to Australia, Her Excellency Ms Betty Pavlic. Welcome to you both. I give the call to the honourable member for Corangamite.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Employment and Workplace Relations. How is the Albanese Labor government delivering for Australian workers, and what could place this at risk?
We call to the Minister for Employment and Workplace Relations.
Well, thank you, Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for Corangamite for the question, but also her advocacy on behalf of working people right around this country. Now, the Albanese government has delivered the most significant workplace relation reforms since the Fair Work Act was introduced, and they are delivering higher wages for Australian workers. Now, of course, as mentioned by the Treasurer, the latest ABS data released last week shows that under the Albanese Labor government, we've seen the longest run of real wages growth in a decade. Now, one of the policies that's delivering significant pay increases for hard-working Australians is our Same Job, Same Pay reforms. The Albanese Labor government introduced this change, which was based on a very simple idea. If you're doing the same work, you deserve to be paid the same. But this wasn't happening, and we had seen workers employed by labour hire receiving significantly less than other staff that they worked alongside. Well, our government has fixed this. It's been just a year since the pay rises started to flow as a result of our Same Job, Same Pay changes. On Friday, I met with a group of flight attendants who, before our laws, were wearing the same uniform, doing the exact same job and getting paid $20,000 less than direct employees working alongside them. And our laws have fixed this, delivering fair pay for thousands of workers across a range of industries. Domestic flight attendants like Thomas, who told me that since these pay rises under the Same Job, Same Pay laws have kicked in, he and his co-workers now have, and I quote, dignity and equality, and he can now afford to take a holiday. Our government is working hard to deliver for people like Thomas. Now, I am asked about whether what could put at risk these pay increases. Well, I want to be very clear. The biggest risk to working people's wages and jobs are those opposite. Just a few weeks ago, while the Leader of the Opposition was trying to deflect attention and save her job, she reignited the old Liberal Party industrial relations playbook by threatening to roll back the very reforms that are delivering better wages and conditions for working people. The Liberal and National Party haven't changed. They aren't listening and have no ideas and, of course, are just focused on themselves. The only job the Leader of the Opposition cares about is her own job. And while those on the other side fight and bicker and argue, there's only one side of this parliament that's committed to working Australians. That's the Albanese Labor government, and we'll get on with that job.
Call to the member for O'Connor.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Prime Minister, I refer to warnings in the recent Australian Energy Council report in which a CEO of an energy company said, and I quote, "Bills will increase for the next decade." Prime Minister, why is the part-time Energy Minister, full-time President, more concerned with the next decade of COP negotiations than he is with the next decade of power bills for Australian households and businesses?
Call the Minister representing the Minister for Energy.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Thanks to the honourable member for his question. Those opposite have been quoting an Australian Energy Council report. I think I heard Shadow Minister Tehan quoting from that report earlier on. They are either being tricky or they are willfully misrepresenting the report of the Australian Energy Council. And here's what it says. I'm quoting. The AEC supports the transition to net zero emissions by 2050 on the premise that the least cost, lowest impact pathway is an energy system dominated by renewables, brackets wind and solar, including rooftop solar, and firmed with battery storage, gas and pumped hydro. There is generally broad alignment across industry about this energy mix. They also say AEC members understand the urgency of climate change and the crucial role the energy industry must play to support Australia's net zero ambitions. Australia's energy transition is irreversible. There is no turning back, Mr Speaker. And so those opposite, in arguing to abandon net zero, are arguing for even higher power prices. They are smashing investor confidence and investor certainty, and they would be weakening our economy as a consequence, Mr Speaker. And for what? Just so they can win this unedifying race to the far right in their own party room, one after the other, trying to outdo each other on having a more extreme position on net zero, Mr Speaker. Now, when it comes to renewables and when it comes to the orderly transition to net zero, This is what a dozen energy retail CEOs have had to say. The least cost, lowest impact pathway is an energy system dominated by renewables and firmed by battery storage, gas and pumped hydro, as I just said. Joel Gilmore, an expert from Griffith University. It's very clear that relying on coal and gas is going to be more expensive than renewables. To fight against net zero is fighting against gravity. Rob Wheels from Squadron Energy. We know that Australia's coal fleet is nearing the end of its economic and technological lifespan, with coal plant outages driving higher price periods.
On my left.
Coal is killing affordability and reliability. What about Frank Calabria from Origin then, Mr Speaker? The cost of renewable energy and battery storage is increasingly competitive, which means our cost of energy expected to be more economical through a combination of renewables, storage and Origin's fleet of peaking power stations, Mr Speaker. Tony Wood, the Grattan Institute. The existing ageing coal plants will continue to be retired or become very expensive to maintain. There is really nothing in the Liberals' announcement that will reduce power prices, Mr Speaker. Now, we know what's really going on, Mr Speaker. Those opposite have completely vacated the field when it comes to rational, responsible economic policy. And we see in Nikki Savva's book that they're all lining up to dump on the former leader. They're all trying to blame Peter Dutton for their woes, Mr Speaker. In Peter Dutton's defence, look what he had to work with over there. The least talented, most divisive, most divided frontbench in memory.
The House comes to order. We'll hear from the honourable member for Spence.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Communications. How will the Albanese Labor government's world-leading social media minimum age law help to protect young Australians?
The call to the Minister for Communications and the Minister for Sport.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for Spence for his question and for his commitment to keeping South Australian kids safe online. Mr Speaker, delaying access to social media until the age of 16 will protect young Australians at a critical stage of their development. Don't just take my word for it. Last sitting week, the PM and I met with 12-year-old Florence from the Friends School in Hobart, her mum Romany, and her idol and mentor, neuroscientist Dr. Leela Landowski. Last term, Flossie did a school assignment on the scientific understanding of brain development through neuroscience prompts. And the motivation for her assignment was to help her school friends better understand the evidence behind our social media minimum age laws. To show that Parliament didn't just increase the minimum age because we're all old and boring and out of touch, but because we want what's best for them. In her research with Dr. Leela, Flossie found out about the dopamine loop. Dopamine is a hormone that makes you happy and it triggers your reward system. But Flossie found that the problem with social media is that it's like we're hooked up to a dopamine drip, getting constant hits, watching videos and getting likes and comments. But this is bad for our brains because we get used to feeling happy all of the time and it can make real life feel boring. Flossie's findings were backed up by Dr. Leela, who shared that young brains are particularly vulnerable to social media because they're developing brains and they're going through a huge rewiring process, learning how to navigate the world and be best versions of themselves. And during these vulnerable times, their brain is driven to doing risky things that feel good. They learn that if I behave this way, people will like me, and if I behave this way, people won't like me. And that's necessary to becoming a fully functioning adult. But because young brains are so attuned to needing social approval, it means they're more likely to be influenced by the content that they are consuming. And that is exactly why last year the Albanese government legislated a minimum age to access social media accounts, to give young people like Flossie and her schoolmates 3 more years to build their community and their resilience in the real world, to become the best version of themselves and to find out who they are before platforms assume who they are. And it will give parents like Flossie's mum Romany a bit of peace of mind that their child isn't the odd one out in their class because they don't have social media. Because from 10 December, nobody under 16 should have a social media account.
Give the call to the member for Warringah.
To the Prime Minister. The government's recent reported retreat from banning online gambling advertising would be a terrible sellout to Peter Murphy's legacy and a failure to protect the millions of Australians whose lives are ruined by relentless gambling advertising preying on vulnerable Australians. If this report is true, gambling harm will continue to increase unchecked. So is it the government's position that relentless gambling advertising online on vulnerable Australians is acceptable?
Call to the Prime Minister.
No.
Order. Give the call to the member for Hughes.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Home Affairs. How is the Albanese Labor government helping to protect communities from people who would seek to undermine social cohesion and spread hatred?
Call to the Leader of the House.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for Hughes, and it's good to have somebody as the member for Hughes so committed to bringing people together in his own community as well. People may have seen that AFP Commissioner Chrissy Barrett is currently heading off to the Interpol conference, where working with police around the world has indicated, among other issues, that she'll work, and I quote, to ask relevant partners to share more information about hate groups, including Nazi supporters, and to provide advice from their lessons learned over the years. As well as this being a police issue, it's also been an extraordinary issue in the Australian community for scenes that we have seen recently. Earlier this month, there was a disgusting demonstration of neo-Nazism and racism on display outside the New South Wales Parliament in Sydney. Rows of men, evenly spaced apart, all clad in black, with the same blank and hateful expressions, holding an anti-Semitic banner and chanting slogans of the Hitler Youth. One of the participants there was not an Australian citizen. He was a visa holder, he was a guest in this country, and he is no longer welcome here. His visa was cancelled and the Australian Border Force detained him. The man is currently in immigration detention, awaiting removal from our country. There's a really simple principle. If you're on a visa, you're a guest in the country. And just like if you're a guest in somebody's home, if you turn up to wreck the place, you'll be asked to leave. We're setting a standard for Australia. The last thing people want is for the conflicts or hatreds of overseas to be imported here. Modern Australia and multicultural Australia are the same thing. And someone who gets involved in that sort of movement should not pretend that somehow they are being patriotic about our country. They are people who hate modern Australia. The priority of this government, and I'd say this parliament, is to defend the right of every Australian to be safe and to feel safe. The neo-Nazi who is now in immigration detention had a view that there are people who should leave Australia. Well, he can lead by example and leave by example.
On indulgence, the manager to associate his remarks to the minister.
Yeah, no, thank you, Speaker. It is the minister is to be commended on his swift and urgent action in relation to this, and we stand ready to assist the government, especially to get to the bottom of exactly how a movement like the Nazi movement can officially apply for and have a protest outside Parliament and the New South Wales government, and also to make sure that these extremists are tackled every way possible.
The call to the member for Barker.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, my question is to the Prime Minister. The CEO of one of Australia's energy retailers recently warned, and I quote, "The cost of this transition is really going to affect the people who can afford it the least, so the people that are already struggling to pay their power bills are going to get slammed with more cost." Prime Minister, why is the part-time Energy Minister full-time President globetrotting around the world seeking to broker global climate conference communiques instead of helping struggling Australians at home?
Call to the Treasurer representing the Minister for Energy.
Mr Speaker, those are not conflicting objectives, because the global shift to net zero is a massive economic opportunity for our country, our economy and for its people. And I think if anybody is scratching around for a reason why those opposite are unfit for office, It's all these questions that suggest that Australia should not have an influential voice in the direction that the world is taking on energy. On this side of the House, we're providing electricity bill relief. We had the gas caps. We've got the batteries subsidies, which are working extremely well. And we're introducing cleaner, cheaper, more renewable, reliable energy into the system. Now, if those opposite really cared about power prices for Australians, they would support our efforts to introduce that cleaner and cheaper energy. But also, Mr Speaker, if they really cared about lower electricity prices for Australians, they wouldn't have come up with this economic insanity, which is to try and run interference on an orderly transition to net zero in our economy, Mr Speaker. Now, I'm asked about energy CEOs, Mr Speaker, and I've made it clear, whether it's Frank Calabria from Origin, whether it's a dozen energy retail CEOs who issued the report, Mr Speaker, whether it's Mark Collette from Energy Australia, whether it's Damien Nix from AGL, sensible, rational, responsible people all have the same view, that if you care about energy prices, it's about cleaning up the mess that we inherited from those opposite when they let 4 gig go out of the system and only put 1 gig back in. And we have been working away very urgently to try and introduce more of that cleaner and cheaper energy, Mr Speaker. Now, if they cared about energy prices in this country, they wouldn't be going out of their way to create this extreme investor uncertainty, which will weaken our economy, Mr Speaker. Now, I say this to those opposite. It is a fair effort, Mr Speaker, to have a less responsible approach to net zero than Scott Morrison did. But that's what they've achieved, Mr Speaker, and you know why they're doing it. They couldn't give a toss about electricity prices for Australians. All they care about is the internal politics of the coalition party rooms, and that's what we're seeing with this unedifying spectacle, Mr Speaker.
Has the Treasurer completed his answer? Yeah. Give the order, and the member for Cowper was continually interjecting after he was warned. So I'm feeling, just feeling generous. I know you're looking like you're packing up, but just order. Just reminding everyone. It's a definite signal not to interject once you've been warned. Order. We welcome back the member for Holt with her question.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Social Services. How is the Albanese Labor government delivering on its commitment to strengthen paid parental leave, and what other approaches has the government been asked to consider?
Call to the Minister for Social Services.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I want to thank the member for Holt for her question and welcome her back with baby Ilya. Congratulations. I know that she's a big supporter of paid parental leave. It's hard to imagine that before the Rudd and Gillard governments, Australia was one of the very few developed countries that didn't have a paid parental leave scheme. It was Labor that first introduced the scheme, and it's this Labor government that has expanded it. In fact, under this Prime Minister, Australians receiving paid parental leave are about $12,000 better off. In fact, we've almost doubled the paid parental leave entitlement, and about 180,000 families are benefiting every year. Those families are getting more time, an extra 2 weeks this year, another extra 2 weeks next year. They're getting more money with higher payments, and paid parental leave getting superannuation for the first time. So in retirement, those people will be about $4,500 better off. They're getting more flexibility, with parents able to take more time off together, and more people are eligible than ever before. And of course, when those parents get back to work, they also benefit from cheaper childcare, thousands of dollars off the cost of childcare. But of course, those opposite have always been deeply divided on paid parental leave. From the days of Treasurer Hockey calling mums getting their paid parental leave double dippers, from the former Prime Minister Scott Morrison calling them rorters, Double Dippers, by the way, was on Mother's Day, a stunning act of timing. And then more recently, the member for Goldstein saying, to me, PPL is a very bad scheme. It's not my choice that women have children, it's genetic. And of course, if that's not enough, we've had the members for New England, for Bowman, for Barker and for Canning try and hijack the debate on baby Priya's bill. Now, to her credit, the Leader of the Opposition properly supported that bill, and indeed it should have been above politics. Instead, we had these blokes trying to hijack the debate, implying that women would get pregnant, have a late-term abortion to receive an entitlement to paid parental leave. While the Liberals and Nationals continue to be divided on paid parental leave, on this side of the House we are absolutely clear. We support families, we support new mums, we support those families with their beautiful new babies, and if a family has that terrible tragedy of stillbirth, we will support them too.
Call to the member for Ryan.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Chair of the Standing Committee on Social Policy and Legal Affairs, the member for Boothby. The 2023 Murphy report of the Social Policy and Legal Affairs Committee recommended implementing a comprehensive ban on all forms of gambling advertising. Can you confirm for the House that this was the recommendation of the committee, that the government has not responded to the report, and inform the House of any procedural steps taken by the committee to secure a response to the report from the government?
I have a problem with that, but look, under the standing orders, those sorts of questions can only be asked on specific details, not the policy content that the Chair would be responsible for. So you'll have to rephrase it, otherwise I will rule that question out of order. We simply aren't going down. It's got to be about the process and timings, not about the policy.
We'll ask the Minister then. I'll rephrase the question and ask the Minister, if that's acceptable to the Speaker. My understanding was that under Standing Order 90 that a question like that could be asked of a committee
Only
chair.
on specific details, not policy.
Okay.
Look, to be fair to the member for Ryan, address the question to a minister and it will be a lot easier for the House to deal with.
It has now been almost 2.5 years since the Murphy report recommended banning gambling advertising. In that time, Australians have lost well over $60 billion. Why are you putting the interests of Sportsbet ahead of the interests of ordinary Australians?
That was the question to the Minister for Communications. You'll need to indicate, Member for Ryan, who the question is to.
The Minister for Communications. Thank you very much, Speaker.
The Minister for Communications will be able to address that, the topic of the question she was asked.
Thank you very much for the question, Member for Ryan. As you would have heard before, the government has delivered the most significant online wagering harm reduction initiatives of the past decade, including launching BetStop and banning the use of credit cards for online wagering. BetStop is the most significant gambling reform of the past decade, and it was this government, the Albanese government, that delivered these reforms, and we're really proud of the positive impact that it's having. And I'd be pleased to update the House of Representatives that the BetStop has now officially reached 51,079 registrations, 38% of whom have chosen a lifetime ban. Mr Speaker, that is over 50,000 people who have been able to block access to all phone and all online gambling providers. Mr Speaker, I've had meetings with harm reduction advocates, with broadcasters and with sporting codes as we seek to further minimise the harms of gambling, and I have not met with any gambling companies.
Order. When the House comes to order, give the call to the honourable member for Banks.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Health. How is the Albanese Labor government strengthening Medicare and making it easier to see a bulk billing doctor? Why is it so important to lift Medicare and bulk billing after a decade of cuts and neglect?
Call to the Minister for Health and Ageing, the Minister for Disability, the National Disability Insurance Scheme.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker, and thanks to the member for Banks. He and I visited the Health Hub at Narwee only a few weeks ago. I'm delighted to say that the Health Hub has registered as a bulk billing practice for Medicare, bulk billing all of their patients all of the time. And as well as receiving bulk billing payments for all of their patients, including those without a concession card for the first time, Mr Speaker, that practice will also receive an additional payment of 12.5% on top of their Medicare income because they are 100% bulk billing. And the Health Hub is just one of 18 clinics in the Banks electorate, Mr Speaker, who are now 100% bulk billing clinics. Almost 2,800 practices have now registered as 100% bulk billing clinics, Mr Speaker, and that number includes well over 1,000 who last month were charging gap fees, but this month are bulk billing all of their patients all of the time, Mr Speaker, and that number is increasing every single day. And for Labor, for the member for Banks and for everyone on this side of the House, that matters, Mr Speaker, because for Labor, bulk billing is the beating heart of Medicare. That is why back in 2023 we tripled the bulk billing incentive paid for bulk billing concession card holders, pensioners and kids, turning that bulk billing rate around, which now sits at comfortably over 90%, Mr Speaker. It's why we delivered the 3 biggest general increases to the Medicare rebate since Paul Keating was Prime Minister, Mr Speaker, easing the squeeze after the Liberal Party's Medicare freeze. And it's why, Mr Speaker, we delivered this record investment this month again, Mr Speaker. Now, unapologetically, some of our biggest commitments at the last 2 elections from this Prime Minister have been to deliver a stronger Medicare, and we're delivering on every single one on those commitments. We're delivering more bulk billing for more patients, more of the time. We're delivering more urgent care clinics, 47 of which will open over the next several weeks. We're delivering more doctors, including medical school places the Education Minister talked about earlier today, and we're delivering even cheaper medicines again on the 1st of January, Mr Speaker. These are all essential after the decade of cuts of neglect which the Leader of the Opposition is interjecting about time and time again. A Leader of the Opposition who, as Health Minister, distinguished herself as the only Health Minister in history never to increase the Medicare rebate once. A big donut from the Leader of the Opposition, Mr Speaker, a Health Minister who extended Peter Dutton's Medicare freeze from 2 years to 6 years, Mr Speaker. It's no wonder the Australian people know who to trust in Medicare, and it's not those opposite.
Call the Prime Minister.
I ask further questions to be placed on the notice paper.
I thank the Prime Minister. I've just got to deal with a matter the member for Page has indicated, and then the member for Wannon, then we have some reports, and then the papers. So the member for Page is seeking the call.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 105B, I wish to draw your attention to overdue questions in writing, questions numbers 26 through to 56. On the 25th of August, I asked the Minister representing the Minister for Trade and Tourism a number of questions of importance to the Australian community. 91 days later, I still have no response to any of them. Mr Speaker, can I ask that you write to the Minister and seek their explanation as to why they have chosen not to answer my questions in writing within 60 days?
I shall write to the Minister as the standing orders allow. The member for Wannon is also claiming to be misrepresented.
Personal explanation,
Does the
Speaker.
Does the member claim to be misrepresented?
Yes, yes.
You may proceed.
In question time today, the Prime Minister stated that the Coalition opposed Australia's bid for the United Nations Security Council, and I quote, "It should be a source of bipartisan pride when Australians succeed, just like we did for the UN Security Council." We actually
just to pause
supported
the member for Wannon. I'll deal with the Leader of the House on a point of order.
This standing order is not available when you believe your party has been misrepresented. It has to be personal to the individual, otherwise this standing order is not available.
Yeah. Under the standing orders, it is a personal explanation. So we've dealt with this matter before. If it's a collective, the opposition, a government, previous governments, it's hard to take offence on part of everyone. It's normally, if the Prime Minister had, I'm just trying to work with the member for Wannon here. Yeah, if the Prime Minister had said the member for Wannon had not supported, that's the way the standing order is intended. It's not a global collective effort. The member for Wannon.
How could we get the Prime Minister to correct the record? Is there a means for us to do that?
Well, if you feel that there was an error or you're disagreeing with what a minister has said, well, you may wish at the time to jump and say that that is, a mislead or perhaps an inference on a member. But once again, it's when we had that issue last week as well. It's difficult when it's a collective.
He's saying we support it.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
I think you've also made your point. So we've had the best of both worlds in that one as well. Yeah. Okay. I present the Auditor General's report, reports number 5 to 9 for 2025-26. Details of the reports will be recorded in the votes and proceeding. We shall move to the Leader of the House with papers.
Speaker, these documents are tabled in accordance with the list circulated to the honourable members earlier today. Full details of the documents will be recorded in the votes and proceedings.
Okay. Give the call to the honourable member for Newcastle.
Thank you, Speaker, and I ask leave of the House to present a corrigendum to the report of the Standing Committee on Procedure of the 47th Parliament.
Is leave granted? The member for Fadden.
Leave is granted.
Leave is granted. The member for Newcastle may proceed.
Thank you, and I present a corrigendum to the report of the Standing Committee on Procedures of the 47th Parliament entitled Maintenance of the Standing and Sessional Orders.
That's it. Short and sweet. The Minister has the call. Oh, no? That's fine. We'll move to the next item, which is the member for Macon with the committee report.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. On behalf of the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Public Works, I present the committee's report for 2025, referrals made in July 2025, and I ask leave of the House to make a short statement in connection with the report.
Is leave granted? Member for Fadden.
Leave is granted.
Member for Macon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Again, on behalf of the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Public Works, I present the committee's fourth report for 2025 and the second for the 48th Parliament. This report considers two proposed works by Air Services Australia. The first proposal deals with the Aviation Rescue Firefighting Services Next Gen project for the upgrade of end-of-life facilities, Phase 1A in Queensland and Victoria, which has a budget of $163.4 million. The second proposal is for PFAS remediation works at the former fire training grounds at Rockhampton Airport, Queensland, with a budget of $24.975 million. Phase 1A of the Next Gen Works proposes to rebuild end-of-life facilities at Air Services Australia aviation rescue firefighting stations, complete minor works and build coal drill firefighting training grounds across Queensland and Victoria. The proposed works are intended to support training objectives, comply with regulations and meet workforce capability needs. The works will also ensure that stations receiving the first newly procured ultra-large firefighting vehicles are fit for purpose and capable of storing the new fleet. The PFAS remediation works at Rockhampton Airport propose to remove and manage PFAS contamination from affected infrastructure and soil at the former firefighting training grounds at the airport. The objective of the proposed work is to reduce the risk of PFAS contamination to humans and the surrounding environment. This will occur by removing 90% of the estimated 140 kilograms of PFAS mass residing in the soil at and around the former firefighting training grounds. After conducting site inspections in Rockhampton related to the two inquiries and holding public and in-camera hearings into the proposed works, the committee is satisfied with the proposals. The committee acknowledges the efforts of Air Services Australia to ensure that its firefighting stations are up to date and fit for purpose, and that it has modernised training facilities to support its expanding workforce. Further, the committee acknowledges the proactive steps Air Services Australia is taking to ensure remediation works on PFAS-contaminated sites are carried out efficiently and effectively. The committee therefore recommends that it is expedient that the proposed works are carried out, and Madam Deputy Speaker, I commend the report to the House.
Okay. Is the member seeking the call?
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move that so much of the standing and sessional orders be suspended as would prevent the following from occurring immediately. 1. The member for Calais from presenting a bill for an act to protect Australia's prime agricultural land and for related purposes. 2. Debate on the second reading of the bill proceeding immediately for a period of no longer than 1 hour. And 3. Any questions required to complete passage of the bill then being put without delay. Deputy Speaker, today is a historic day for Australia. Today I bring to this House our country's first bill to protect Australia's prime agricultural land. It's legislation that is crucial to the future of our country. This bill will secure and safeguard not only Australia's prime agricultural land, but also our nation's food security. It's hard to believe that a country which relies so much on agriculture to sustain it has never before passed legislation to protect the land that is the source of such bounty and prosperity. The member for Kennedy and I committed to bringing this legislation before the Parliament because this matter is urgent. Our prime agricultural land is at serious risk. The gross value of agricultural production has increased by 34% in the past 20 years to $82.4 billion in 2023-24. The Australian Bureau of Agricultural and Resource Economics and Sciences has forecast that the gross value of agricultural production will be $95 billion in 25-26. Agricultural exports were valued at $71.5 billion in 2023-24 and accounted for over 10% of all goods and service exports. In 2024-25, the value of Australian agricultural exports surged to $77.2 billion, or 15.1% of Australia's total exported goods. These statistics demonstrate how important agriculture is to our country, but also to the future of regional Australia. And as the population of the world continues to increase, so too does the importance of food and water resources. Their social, economic and strategic importance can't be underestimated. So this being the case, why hasn't anyone made any effort to safeguard our prime agricultural land? Other countries like Canada are way ahead of us. British Columbia, for example, has been protecting its best agricultural land for many years. As the Australian population grows, the footprints of our cities, towns and villages continue to grow as well. Around our country, including regional Australia, residential developments and urban sprawl are encroaching onto some of our finest agricultural land. This is the land that feeds and nourishes us, yet we're building houses on it. It's wrong and it must stop. It's not just residential development that poses a threat to prime agricultural land. Across regional Australia, foreign corporations are rolling out renewables projects, some of which are on prime agricultural land. I'm not against renewable energy, but at some point our national interest has to be the paramount consideration. To be clear, we should not have foreign corporations or anyone else effectively deciding how our prime agricultural land is used. Our prime agricultural land should be off limits. Residential and industrial developments need to go elsewhere. Our prime agricultural land should be preserved for agriculture. I shouldn't have to spell it out, but food security is a key part of national security. A nation which can't feed itself is a vulnerable one, and it would be a national tragedy if we continued to squander this extraordinary resource by building residential and industrial developments on top of it. The Protecting Australia's Prime Agricultural Land Bill provides that if a person, which includes a corporation, is in possession of prime agricultural land, the person must not use the land for a purpose other than agriculture or permit another person to use the land for a purpose other than agriculture. It also provides that if a person purchases prime agricultural land, the person must ensure that the land is not used for a purpose other than agriculture. The bill also makes it a requirement that a person in possession of prime agricultural land that is being used in part for a purpose other than agriculture at the date of commencement of this Act must not expand or extend such usage. The bill further requires that if prime agricultural land is being used for a purpose other than agriculture as at the date of commencement, and such non-agricultural use ceases, the prime agricultural land must once again be used for agriculture. The House needs to urgently consider this bill because our prime agricultural land is under threat and it can't be taken for granted. The general public listening to this debate may well be asking, how has this been allowed to happen? How come nobody has stood up to protect our prime agricultural land? The truth is that there has been a shocking failure of politicians at all levels of government to do their jobs. Lazy local councils prepared to rubber stamp developments regardless of its impact on agriculture. Lazy and derelict town and city planning. And then you have lazy state governments failing to pass planning laws to properly protect our prime agricultural land. And at a federal level, the major parties have also been asleep at the wheel on this issue since the time of federation. Where have the so-called guardians of the bush, the National Party, been on this? It claims to be the protectors of agriculture, but in 12 years in New South Wales government and 9 years in federal government, it has utterly failed to live up to one of its founding tenets, its very reason for existence. Not one piece of legislation. It has completely and abjectly failed to protect our vital and irreplaceable prime agricultural land. And let's not forget that it was the National Party that created renewable energy zones in New South Wales and which also passed laws to put wind farms into state forests and then abrogated its responsibility to properly regulate them. They've created chaos, pitting neighbour against neighbour, failing to ensure that there is genuine consultation between developers and communities, and failing to properly protect rights of neighbouring landholders. The failure has been epic, and it's been of epic proportions. And since being in opposition, instead of getting on with the job of formulating legislation like this, the National Party has spent its time fighting each other and its coalition partners. Who could forget the attempted forced retirements of the members for New England and Riverina? Well, the member for New England has taken the hint, and they may well live to regret it. I don't think he's going to go quietly into the night. Then they split from the Liberals over what they said was a matter of extremely high principle, only to call it off 2 days later when they realised they'd lose staff and positions, take a pay cut and have Liberals running in their seats. And in the spirit and tradition of the English cricket team, they still claim to be the victors in the seat of Kildare, despite that not being reflected on the scoreboard. Things are so bad that they're going to be out of power for years, and yet the country is crying out for effective opposition. The public is sick of the petty political power plays and the backstabbing. Because of the chaos, the grandstanding, the veritable bonfire of the vanities on the opposition benches as they scrap over the spoils of defeat, it falls to the crossbench to do the heavy lifting for Australia. And that is what this bill is all about. Australia's farmers are the best in the world, and our prime agricultural land is a precious gift that must be protected. It defies belief that we continue to build houses, parking lots and industrial developments on it. If we don't act now, it will continue to disappear before our eyes. I urge all members of this House to come into this chamber and support this bill right now. To the National Party, don't just say you support agriculture. Come in and vote for it. This bill is the independents doing your jobs for you. To those Liberal and Labor Party members, and indeed to all members, I say to you, remember where your food comes from. It doesn't just magically appear on supermarket shelves. To all members of this House, I remind you that our nation's ability to feed itself comes from the great food baskets of country Australia and its prime agricultural land. It's also where the fibre comes from that makes the clothes we wear. To all members of this House, this is your moment to stand up for agriculture, to stand up for our nation's food security. Come into this chamber and support the Protecting Australia's Prime Agricultural Land Bill. I commend the bill to the House and I seek leave to table a copy of the bill and the explanatory memorandum.
Before we just proceed, I'll just check with the clerk. Leave the speaker. Yeah. Is leave granted?
Leave is granted.
Leave's granted. Okay. Is there a seconder for the motion? The member for Mayo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I second the motion. And I second the motion because it is imperative, it is urgent that we debate this bill today. And the reason why is because God's not making any more land. But in Australia, we act like he is. We continue to concrete over our best farmland in our nation. We don't value our farmland. We think that there'll just be more of it, and there won't. It is a finite resource that belongs to all Australians. Now, when we look at South Australia, my state, only 11% of our land is considered arable, only 9% is under production, and only 4% of our total land area of South Australia is considered highly arable farmland, where you have 500 millimetres a year of rainfall on average. Only 4%. And yet it is that 4% that is under the most threat in my state. And it's under threat from the expansion of housing, just the continual urban sprawl. And we are going to get to a point in our nation where we have nowhere to farm, nowhere that produces quality land, because it's all going to be housing. What are we going to eat? The decisions that we make in this place today affect generations to come. The decisions that we make in this place today will be decisions that in 100 years' time, fellow Australians are going to say, what on earth were you doing? Why did you not protect our most important resource? And that is why we must debate this today. I commend the member for Clare. I second this motion. I commend him for this bill, for his foresight, for his insight. Because right across Australia, our local governments and our state governments, through greed, through laziness, are just continuing to carve up every decent bit of farmland and turn it into 300 square metre blocks and stick a house on it. We're going to have nowhere to grow food. And what does that mean? Where do we get our food from? We're still going to need to eat as a nation. Do we import all of our food? Does our milk come from overseas? Does all of our food, everything you buy in the supermarket? It's bad enough now how difficult it is to find Australian food on our supermarket shelves. In generations to come, that will become worse. We must support this bill and we must debate this bill today, because across my electorate, whether it's down at Selix, whether it's at Mount Barker, outside of my electorate, out to Roseworthy, further out, we are just carving up more and more of the nation's best farmland. In fact, in South Australia, back in 1991, the South Australian Government Natural Resources Management Standing Committee did a report on the alienation of rural farmlands. Now, what they said was, if rural lands continue to be alienated at the rate and in the manner permitted in the past, the state will be faced with a serious conflict between commercial farmers and other land users, and ultimately significant losses in primary production are likely. So that was 34 years ago, and I can tell you, in my state, since that time, we have gone further and further. The urban sprawl just continues to go further and further. And I look at where we used to grow wheat. I look at where we had cattle, where we had strawberry farms, where we had mushroom farms. Just beyond, and now it's all housing, and it's going to get worse and worse. And we should be making decisions in this place that protect that farmland. As the member for Clare said, over in Canada, if anyone here travels to Europe, they will see that they value their farmland, they value their food security. But here, we just think God's going to make more of it. Well, he's not. And we know that with climate change, we're going to get drier and drier as a continent. We know that where that line is, we have the Goyder line in South Australia. They say that it's going to become lower and lower and that the arable land will get smaller and smaller. Well, in South Australia, just 4% of our farmland is highly arable farmland, and that should be protected for that purpose. It should be farmland. And if we need to have national leadership, and that is why this is being called on in this parliament. And I would urge the parliament to act on this today for future generations tomorrow that deserve us to do something today while we still can to fix and address this.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the Assistant Minister.
I move that the debate be adjourned.
I will now put that question. All of their opinions say aye. All those against, no. The ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes.
Lock the doors. The question is the debate be adjourned. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Calare and Fowler as tellers for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 68, noes 10. The matter is resolved in the affirmative. Members can leave the chamber as quickly and quietly as possible. We shall move to committee reports, and I give the call to the honourable member for Corangamite.
Thank you, Speaker. On behalf of the Joint Standing Committee on the National Disability Insurance Scheme, I present the committee report incorporating additional comments entitled NDIS Participant Experience in Rural, Regional and Remote Australia, and I ask leave of the House to make a short statement in connection with the report.
Is leave granted? The member for Fadden. Leave has been granted. The member for Corangamite may proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm proud to table this report on behalf of the Joint Standing Committee on the National Disability Insurance Scheme. This report, the NDIS Experience in Rural, Regional and Remote Australia, explores how the scheme is working for people with disability in these communities. Listening to people with disability, learning from them and acting on their experiences to enhance the scheme is what our committee is all about, and that commitment is reflected in this report. During our inquiry, we received over 100 submissions and held 5 hearings across the country, from Western Australia to Tasmania, from Northern Territory to Victoria. We heard from participants, families, advocates, providers and government services. The committee thanks every person and organisation who contributed to this important work. Speaker, while the NDIS is available to people wherever they live, accessibility can be challenging. In response, the report makes 10 recommendations to improve the experience of NDIS participants and applicants. We recommend options be explored to simplify the NDIS application process and to develop accessible, plain language guidance materials tailored for rural, regional and remote communities. We also call for enhanced training and cultural awareness programs for NDIA staff and providers to ensure people are treated with understanding and respect. And we recommend that the NDIA collaborate with the medical profession, providers and local stakeholders to improve access to health and disability services and to explore practical solutions to better support local workforces in regional remote communities. Recognising that travel costs can be a major barrier for people in remote areas, the committee also recommends greater flexibility in funding and support for travel under the NDIS to these communities. The report also calls for continued investment in training and for greater use of First Nations community-controlled organisations as preferred providers in delivering NDIS supports. Deputy Speaker, the NDIA continues to change lives for the better, but this report shows there is still work to do to make sure it delivers fairly and consistently for every Australian, no matter where you live. I know the government recognises this and the NDIS ministers are acting. On behalf of the committee, I again thank everyone who contributed to this inquiry: participants, families, advocates, providers and community organisations. Your experience, your insights and honesty have helped shape this report and its recommendations. I also thank committee members from the past Parliament who contributed to this report. The committee commends the report to the House in the hope it will support the government's ongoing improvements to the NDIS so that it truly works for every Australian, wherever they call home. Thank you.
There being no further speakers, we'll move on. Okay, I give the call to the clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 2, Communications Legislation Amendment, Australian Content Requirement for Subscription Video on Demand Streaming Services Bill 2025. Resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Australian stories matter. They reflect the community we live in, they show us the faces that look like us, and they put Australian culture and creativity on our screens. No one knows this better than the first storytellers, the First Nations Australians, who have been passing their stories through the generations for over 60,000 years. This bill, led by the Minister for Arts, requires for the first time that streaming services invest in local Australian content. This is a commitment we made in the National Cultural Policy, and the Prime Minister recommitted to it during the election. And with this bill, we deliver on that commitment, making sure that no matter where Australians choose to watch their media, they have access to Australian content. Australians are embracing new ways of watching media, including through online subscription services like Netflix and Amazon. In any given week in 2024, 63% of Australians used a streaming platform to watch their shows and movies, while 70% watched on free-to-air platforms, either through broadcast on their TV or through an app or website. And younger people are more likely to watch on streaming, with 76% of people aged 25 to 34 using a streaming service. Streamers have brought rich and entertaining content from overseas to Australia, shows like The Diplomat, The Summer I Turned Pretty and Yellow Jackets. But more importantly, they've provided a new place for Australian content to flourish. This was clear at this year's Logie Awards, where shows like The 12 on Binge and Apple Cider Vinegar on Netflix were winners alongside content from our Australian broadcasters. The success of these shows demonstrates how powerful Australian content is also good business for streamers. It is important for Australians to see themselves on screen. It helps us to better understand our neighbours, ourselves, and allows the world to better see us. Australian stories help shape our national identity, define who we are, and make us recognisable on the international stage. We need more shows like these, and while many streamers are producing great content, we want every streamer to be doing its fair share to help our Australian production sector to grow and thrive. Australian content requirements on our public and commercial free-to-air broadcasters have been in place for over 65 years. The ABC Charter requires the ABC to broadcast programs that contribute to Australia's sense of national identity, inform and entertain, and reflect the cultural diversity of the community. Last financial year, they more than met this requirement, investing $147 million in Australian content. The ABC is the largest commissioner of Australian scripted content, partnering with the independent production sector to bring the best and most ambitious Australian drama and comedy to TV screens. Kitty Flanagan's Fisk on ABC was the standout at this year's Logie Awards, investing $21 million, winning in 5 categories. And it's the ABC who do the heavy lifting on Australian children's content, investing $21 million last financial year. Australian content quotas for commercial television were first introduced in the 1960s to ensure that Australians had access to stories and to see their culture, language and values reflected on screen. Since then, Australian content has thrived on these networks. In 2024, the Nine network reported an average of 81% Australian programs across its primary metropolitan channels, the Seven network 77%, and Network 10 64%. Shows like Home and Away and Neighbours have helped shape Australia today. Who would we be without the people of Summer Bay and Ramsay Street? Or without McLeod's Daughters, Offspring or Blue Heelers? Shows like these have been central to our cultural identity. But until now, no requirements have existed for streaming services. In October, I had the opportunity to visit a beloved Australian production in my hometown of Brisbane, Bluey. The Ludo crew showed me, along with my twins, the incredible craftsmanship they put into every episode. They even let the twins have a hand at helping the animation team and tried out a suggestion from Dash to turn Bluey's fur from her famous blue to red. From script to storyboard to animation and sound design, Bluey isn't just a show to the Ludo team, it is a labour of love. And at the end of every week, they sit down as a team to watch the episode they have made together. And once they've done, they release that show out into the world, and families across Australia and the world do exactly the same. That Little Aussie Blue Healer is the most streamed show, not only in Australia, but topping the US charts. Driving around Brisbane, you see inspiration for Bluey everywhere, New Farm Park to the Brisbane Powerhouse and our weekend sausage runs to Bunnings. When I sat down with Charlie and Dan from Ludo, along with Matt and Jane from Screen Producers Association, they told me that putting a local content requirement in place for streaming services was critical. I want to thank the Bluey team, especially Charlie and Dan, for sharing their story with me. They told me that the shows they produce today are the ecosystem of tomorrow's creators and producers. The more shows that are produced in Australia, the more Australia's production sector will grow. That's why we are legislating that streaming services in Australia with 1 million or more Australian subscribers will need to invest at least 10% of their total expenditure for Australia, or 7.5% of their revenue, on new local content. Eligible content includes drama, children's, documentary, arts and educational programs. Total program expenditure includes expenditure for all eligible programs available on a regulated streaming service for its Australian service, except news or sports programs. This includes an Australian portion of programs that are globally commissioned or licensed. Some streaming services will already be meeting the future obligations, while others will need to spend more money than they currently are. And any services operating in Australia that are not currently commissioning Australian content will need to start doing so in order to meet their obligations under the new requirements. These requirements are the outcome of a lot of consultation with streaming services, broadcasters, producers and creators. I thank everyone who participated in the consultation process and for those who have engaged with myself and my team since I became the Minister for Communications in May. The requirements in this bill will give vital support to our domestic screen sector and arts workers by ensuring quality local stories continue to be produced in Australia. The legislation delivers on our commitment in the National Cultural Policy Revive to set local content requirements for streaming services. It recognises that Australia's people and their stories are our greatest cultural asset. The goal of this legislation is simple. We want Australians to be able to see Australian stories no matter where they choose to watch. We want Australian screen sector to thrive. We want to see new technology bring opportunities for Australian producers, writers and actors, and the many crew members who help bring a show together. In July, I watched our Australian icon Magda Szubanski be inducted into the Hall of Fame. I looked around the room, wondering where our next Aussie icon would come from. Whether they get their start on the ABC, on free-to-air broadcast, on an Australian streamer like Stan, or a global streamer like Netflix, this legislation means there will be more opportunities for our future icons. It means Australia's production sector will continue to grow. And it means that no matter where they watch, every Australian will be able to see Australian stories on their screens. Thank you, House.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Kooyong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Speaker, when we think about what has shaped the cultural identity of most of the people fortunate enough to sit in this place, we think of the stories told on our screens. We recall with fondness Skippy the bush kangaroo, A Country Practice, Hey Hey It's Saturday, and particularly for those of us who grew up in Melbourne, Neighbours. Old people like me think of Seven Little Australians and The Sullivans. Some of us picked up career inspiration from shows like The Young Doctors, and some of the more wily members of this House likely picked up a few tips on how to win friends and influence people from Prisoner, Total Control, even Underbelly. Those shows did more than just entertain us. They reflected who we are on screen. We recall films like Picnic at Hanging Rock, The Getting of Wisdom and Break 'em Around, which captured our unique continent and our history. Those productions didn't just create memories, they created jobs, thousands of them, in writing, acting, directing, and the trades that underpin our arts sector. Those stories mattered. They told us who we were and who we could be. They gave us Australian voices, Australian artists and Australian landscapes. They built an industry that trained generations of creative professionals, legends like Jack Thompson, Jackie Weaver, Kylie Minogue, Peter Weir, and they exported a unique talent to the world. But today, that cultural foundation is under threat. Australians are consuming less Australian content than ever before. For the first time in 2023, less than half of Australians watched free-to-air TV, where local content has historically dominated. Last year, more Australians watched subscription video on demand services like Netflix than live free-to-air or broadcast video on demand. On the other hand, 9 out of 10 of us uses an online streaming service, where global giants like Netflix, Disney Plus and Prime dedicate only a small fraction of their catalogues to Australian content. The proportion of Australian-made drama and children's programming commissioned for these platforms has been steadily falling for years. Instead, our screens are dominated by overseas content, high-quality, well-funded, aggressively marketed, while local stories struggle to find a local audience. It's not because Australians don't want to see or hear Australian stories. In fact, well over 2/3 of us think it's important to have new and diverse Australian dramas and documentaries. We're not watching our own stories because the playing field on these global platforms is tilted in favour of global content. For years now, overseas streaming giants have operated here without any obligation to invest in our culture. They take billions in subscription revenue from Australian households, but return only a fraction of that to Australian creators. Quotas for local content have long been mandated for commercial free-to-air television. We've also mandated that subscription television services providing drama channels must meet local drama expenditure requirements. And commercial free-to-air broadcasters have also been subject to licensing fees. So it is by no means a novel concept that users of our airwaves pay for their use or are required to show certain forms of content. For some time, though, the outlier has been the subscription services, which are currently essentially unregulated in Australia. That is why this bill matters, but it's also why this bill is really disappointing. It sets a baseline of 10% of program expenditure or 7.5% of Australian-derived revenue must go to the production of new Australian programs. This is not a content requirement, it's an expenditure requirement. Major subscription video-on-demand services are required under this bill to meet a certain level of expenditure on new eligible Australian programs, but there's no requirement to carry or to provide a defined amount of Australian content. This is at odds with the government's own National Cultural Policy, Revive, released in January 2023, which recommended that the government introduce requirements for Australian screen content on streaming platforms to ensure continued access to local stories and content, and that it do so no later than the 1st of July 2024. This requirement is also at odds with the Minister's claims in this chamber in the last half hour that a content quota is absolutely critical. We do not have one. The concern clearly is that, in the absence of content quotas, we'll see the odd big budget production based in Australia with lots of bucks spent here over a short period of time, but not the ongoing grassroots support of the industry that it so desperately needs. And the government has set the bar very low in requiring a 10% program expenditure or 7.5% of Australian-derived revenue for new Australian programs. That's not nearly enough. It's significantly lower than the level previously suggested as desirable by the Albanese government and advocated for by industry. The interim report of the Senate Standing Committee on Environment and Communications Inquiry suggested two models for local content requirements: a progressive model requiring up to 30% obligation for services with more than 5 million subscribers, or a revenue model in which specified services would have to spend 10% of their Australian revenue on new local drama. Many nations which we would consider to be our peers impose significantly greater levies or investment obligations than what we are proposing here in this bill. Compare the requirements set out in this bill to those of France, where streamers must invest at least 20% of local revenue in French content. Across the European Union, catalogues must include at least 30% European works. Those nations understand that local stories and local jobs matter, and that without strong protections, local voices will be drowned out by global giants. Media reporting suggests that the government believes that all but one current streamer already meet the expenditure requirements outlined in this bill. If that is true, it suggests that rather than encouraging additional expenditure in Australian content, this legislation will act only to ensure that the current levels of spending are maintained. It's inadequate, and it's disingenuous of the government to protect that this legislation is a step forward if those reports are accurate. That's why I and my crossbench colleagues have called on this government earlier this year to deliver on its promise and to legislate for streaming platforms to invest at least 20% of Australian revenue in Australian stories as a matter of urgency. I note that a 20% requirement was also proposed by the Australian Writers Guild and by Screen Producers Australia. If we want Australian stories told and Australia's creative industries to thrive, it's absolutely critical that our most popular streaming platforms serve them up to Australian audiences. We have to stand up for what we believe to be important. Australian culture is important to us all. Our creatives are bold, they're adventurous, they're challenging, but this legislation is none of those things. We should double the requirement in this bill to match the ambition of our peers and the expectations of our creatives. And we should improve the legislation so that there is no wiggle room for streaming services to apply Hollywood accounting to how they ascribe proportionate value to programs. The Senate inquiry heard from Screen Producers Australia of its concern that the legislation in its current form is unclear on how proportionate value will be calculated. The regulator needs to be able to see the platform's books. This can't be a matter of self-reporting and of self-regulation by the industry. This isn't just about culture, it's about jobs. Investment in Australian content supports writers, actors, producers and technicians. It sustains regional economies. It builds pathways for young Australians who dream of telling their stories on screen. But it's also about telling the world about us. It's about increasing trade and tourism to this country. Deputy Speaker, Australians deserve to see ourselves front and centre on our screens. We deserve shows that speak to our lives, our communities, our history and our country. Our creative workers deserve a fair share of the revenue flowing to global platforms. And because we and they deserve this, it is critical to set content production requirements that protect, that promote and that progress our cultural identity for this generation and for every generation to come.
Question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Barton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak in support of the Communications Legislation Amendment Bill 2025. This bill is a significant step forward for our cultural influence, for our local screen sector, and for every Australian who deserves to see their own stories reflected on shows they watch, no matter what screen they view them on. Deputy Speaker, when Australians think about stories that have shaped us, they have connected us and they have helped define who we are. They are not thinking about content created overseas. They are thinking of shows, characters and worlds that feel distinctly Australian. We think of classics like Kath and Kim, which captured the humour and charm of Aussie suburban life. We think of Bluey, which has become a world success because it speaks to families everywhere while staying very much truly to Australians. We think of The Secret Life of Us and its portrayal of friendships and young adulthood in St Kilda. We think of documentaries like Firefront that help the nation understand the summer bushfires through the voices of those who lived it. Deputy Speaker, Australian storytelling is not just produced by large studios or major broadcasters. It is nurtured in our communities, in our suburbs, and in grassroots creative organisations that provide pathways for people who otherwise never get the opportunity to see themselves on screen or contribute to the creative process. In my electorate of Barton, we are home to two extraordinary organisations that embody the spirit of Australian storytelling. That's Shopfront Arts Co-op and Bus Stop Films. Shopfront Arts has been a local establishment for youth arts development for decades. It is a place where young people come to tell their own stories, to learn the craft of performance, filmmaking, writing and collaboration. It is a place that celebrates difference and creativity. When you walk into Shopfront in Carlton, you feel the energy of young people who are being empowered to speak in their own voices. They create short films, theatre works, digital media and documentaries that reflect the world as they see it. These are not just creative projects. They are the early seeds of Australian content, nurtured locally and driven by authenticity. Bus Stop Films is another organisation that makes our community proud. They have become a global leader in inclusive filmmaking, working with people with disability to deliver world-class film production, training and storytelling. Their films have travelled internationally and have won awards, but more importantly, they have changed the landscape of representation. They have given people with disability the opportunity to be in front of the camera, behind the camera, and part of the creative process at every single level. Bus Stop Films shows us what modern Australian storytelling should look like: inclusive, diverse, meaningful and empowering. Deputy Speaker, these organisations prove that Australian content does not start with big studios. It starts with local talent, community support and opportunities to be seen and heard. Shopfront and bus stop films are the incubators for the next generation of creators, producers, actors, editors, and cinematographers. They demonstrate what is possible when local stories are invested in and when diversity is embraced. This bill ensures that the platforms with the greatest power in the screen landscape also carry their share of responsibility to support content and production like this. The bill requires major streaming services with more than 1 million Australian subscribers to invest at least 10% of their total program expenditure on new Australian commissions or first release acquisitions. For those who chose the alternative, it will be 7.5% of their gross Australian revenue. This is fair, balanced, and essential to ensure that creativity does not become centralised in overseas content pipelines. It ensures that organisations like Shopfront and Bus Stop Films will have a stronger future because the broader industry will be healthier, better funded, and more committed to telling stories from every corner of Australia. These stories matter. They help us understand each other. They reflect our culture back to us. They build pride. They challenge us, and they connect us. Yet the reality is that more and more Australians are watching content on streaming platforms. But those platforms are not currently required to invest in Australian stories in the same way that free-to-air broadcasters have been required to do for decades. That has created a growing imbalance, and it means that unless action is taken, Australian storytelling is at risk of being overshadowed or underfunded in the new streaming era. Deputy Speaker, the Albanese Labor government promised that our national cultural policy, Revive, would restore, rebuild and strengthen our creative sector. And at the heart of Revive is a simple truth. Australian stories are our greatest cultural asset. This bill delivers on that truth. It delivers on the commitment made by the Prime Minister and the Minister for Arts during the election campaign. And it delivers on a promise to protect and promote Australian content for generations to come. This bill introduces an Australian content obligation on major streaming services with more than 1 million Australian subscribers. These services will be required to invest at least 10% of their total program expenditure in Australia or on new Australian commissions or first release acquisitions in key formats. These formats include drama, children's programs, documentaries, arts programs and educational programs. These are the kinds of programs that shape culture, influence imagination and spark creativity. Deputy Speaker, this policy is fair, balanced and future-focused. It recognises the scale of the major streaming platforms and the significant influence they have over what Australians watch. It ensures that investment is linked directly to their presence in the Australian market, and it recognises that consumers deserve continued access to local stories across all screens, not just on traditional television. The bill uses the same definition of Australian content that already applies to free-to-air broadcasters. It provides a 3-year carry-over period for program expenditure to give companies flexibility in meeting their obligations. And it requires a statutory review to take place 4 years after the scheme begins. This ensures transparency, accountability, and the ability to adapt as new technologies and audience behaviours evolve. Importantly, this bill applies only to major streaming services. It does not apply to platforms with user-generated content, to services that rely solely on advertising revenue, or to niche services with limited public appeal. It does not apply to services that rely solely on one-off transactions or that operate for short-term special events. The bill is carefully targeted to the services with significant reach and financial capacity. Deputy Speaker, this legislation is not only about economics, although the economic benefits will be quite substantial. It is about the value of culture. It is about identity. It is about ensuring that future generations grow up with shows that reflects their lives and their communities. It is about making sure that young people in suburbs like Hurstville, Carlton, Clempton Park and across the electorate of Barton they can see themselves on the screen. When a child sees themselves represented, it expands their sense of possibility. It shows them that they belong. When a community sees its story told with accuracy and respect, it strengthens social cohesion. It creates pride, and it makes Australia a richer and more inclusive society. For decades, Australian television has nurtured the careers of our actors, writers, producers, directors and crew. People who have gone on to succeed on the world stage, thinking of Nicole Kidman, Chris Hemsworth, Deborah Lee Furness and so many others. Their journeys began because Australian content was funded, supported and valued. This bill ensures the next generation will have the same opportunity. Without this reform, Australian stories are at risk of being left behind. Other countries already have strong local content rules for streaming platforms. Canada has required investment in Canadian content. Europe has mandated quotas for European works. Australia cannot afford to fall behind, especially when we have one of the most talented and innovative screen industries in the world. Our actors, screenwriters and production crews deserve certainty. Our local production companies deserve stability, and our audiences deserve authenticity. In the electorate of Barton, we have families who watch Bluey together on weekends, seniors who love watching local documentaries, young people who binge Australian dramas, and new migrants who learn about Australia through the stories we tell. Representation matters, fair access matters, and cultural visibility matters. Deputy Speaker, we should not underestimate how important it is for Australians to see themselves on screen, whether this is through shows like Newsreader, which explores the media landscape of the 1980s, or Heartbreak High, which reconnects young audiences with stories of contemporary Aussie high school life. These shows reflect our humour, our diversity, our challenges and our triumphs. They show Australia in all of its complexity and beauty, and this bill ensures that these kinds of stories will continue to be made. And while this bill strengthens Australian content obligation, it also sends a message to the world. It says that Australia values its creative industries, that we trust our artists and storytellers, that we believe in our capacity to create world-class content that can reach global audiences while staying proudly Australian. Deputy Speaker, I'm proud to be part of a government that is investing in culture, in creativity, and in the stories that hold us together. This bill supports jobs, it supports the economy, it supports our national identity. It supports the idea that Australia should not simply consume stories from abroad, but should also contribute stories that enrich the global conversation. As the federal member for Barton, one of the most culturally diverse electorates in the country, I know how important it is for people to see their heritage, their languages, and their experiences represented truthfully. From the children in our multicultural schools to the families they meet at community festivals, people want to see themselves reflected like they want to see themselves reflected in this Parliament House. They want to see Australian stories that acknowledge their contributions and their place in our national story. This bill makes it possible. Deputy Speaker, I commend the Minister for the Arts and the Prime Minister for their leadership. I'm incredibly proud to represent a community that is home to creative organisations with such heart, purpose and talent, like Shopfront and Bus Stop Films are shaping the next generation of Australian storytellers. They prove that when we invest in local creativity, we do not only produce content, we produce confidence, belonging, pride and opportunity. This bill supports them. It supports the broader industry and it supports every Australian who deserves to see themselves reflected on screens. I commend the screen sector, the Screen Producers Australia, and for its continued advocacy, and I commend that many Australian creators whose talent, passion and perseverance has kept Australian storytelling alive, even during the most challenging years. This bill is for them, this bill is for our future children, and I proudly support this bill and I encourage all members of this House to do the same.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Ryan.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Greens have long campaigned for local content quotas on streaming platforms. Big tech companies like Netflix and Amazon, who make massive profits from Australians, should be required to have Australian content that gives back to the Australian economy and contributes to a stable, thriving local screen industry. Australians deserve to have ourselves, our community and our stories reflected on our screens. It helps us make sense of who we are. It's even more important that these stories are told in our kids' content. Generations of Australians have grown up on shows like Play School, Round the Twist, which was a huge favourite of my kids, was that really last century, and Bluey. Our kids deserve better than a diet of generic American cartoons. They need to hear stories told about our community too. The Greens will be supporting this bill in the House and reserving our position in the Senate. And I do want to speak a bit more about the importance of our local screen industry and perhaps one of Brisbane's greatest homegrown success stories. I am very proud to say that Bluey and the Healer family live in my electorate of Ryan. Well, that's actually disputed by some. There are people out there who claim that Bluey lives in Red Hill. But I know they live in the Gap, or maybe Barden, or the western part of Ashgrove, or Auchenflower, or Toowong, or indeed Paddington. But in any case, I'm proud of what Bluey represents, and that is Brisbane at its best. Everyone should be able to live the Healer family dream, to own a beautiful home, to have secure jobs, a heap of time for their kids, whether that's playing keepy-uppy, octopus or zoo. Access to beautiful public spaces and natural surrounds. Walk up to the Lookout at Mount Cootha, play a game of cricket in Watonga Park in the Gap, or head to the city for a day at South Bank. Sure, the parents are tired. Being a parent is tiring, but they've got what they need to live a good life. Could use a bit more public transport, to be honest. Here's the thing, though. The Healer family wouldn't be able to afford their place if they were buying now. More and more people are further and further away from this Bluey dream. In a wealthy country like Australia, that's just not right. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I give the call to the member for Griffith.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. For many of us, Australian stories live in our memories as moments on screen that marked out whole chapters of our lives. We remember Scott and Charlene's wedding on Neighbours with the classic 1980s big hair and the bigger shoulder pads, when it felt like the whole nation pressed pause to watch two young Aussies say I do and then talk about it at school and work the next day. Who can forget sitting around the television for Molly's death on A Country Practice? A heartbreaking scene in the garden, tissues in hand, as families right across the country cried together. That slow fade to black still feels like a punch in the gut to me today, Deputy Speaker. We remember the collective shock and outrage when Dr. Patrick died on Offspring. That gut punch of an episode had people texting each other as the credits rolled, wondering how a fictional character could make us feel like we had lost a friend. Even the New South Wales Police joined in the drama, posting, "We appreciate your calls, but we cannot arrest anyone at Channel 10 for killing Patrick." Or who could forget the visual of Maggie clutching her proud bargain purchase of some roadside oranges on mother and son, or the chaotic moment as a dozen oranges wreaked havoc at the graveside. My mother recently threatened to buy some oranges on the way to a recent funeral that we attended. Or Ernie Dingo in the house auction skit of Fast Forward. With my remaining minutes, Deputy Speaker, we could barely scratch the surface of the countless incredible scenes and iconic lines from Kath and Kim, which I'm sure we could all hotly debate our favourites. We all know, of course, it's when Kath fake-tanned her wrong arm. These moments stayed with us because they were ours. Australian characters, Australian heartbreak, Australian humour, beamed into living rooms and woven into our shared story. In Griffith, I see every day how much stories matter. On weeknights in West End and Woolloongabba, Coorparoo and Carina, families pile on the couch after dinner, kids in school uniforms or pyjamas, flicking through channels trying to find something to watch together. Sometimes it's an Australian drama like Home and Away or Neighbours that looks like the beaches and cul-de-sacs in the community. Sometimes it's an original docuseries like Annabelle Crabb's Civic Duty that highlights to us the remarkable story of the uniquely Australian democratic system that we all rightly treasure. Sometimes they land on Bluey, that little blue healer from Brisbane who has become a global superstar. And whilst I hear the member for Ryan's comments, I have heard some argue that Bluey, in fact, does live in Griffith. What this amendment about is very simple, making sure that no matter which platform the people of Griffith and across Australia choose, they can still find Australian stories on their screens. Revive, our national cultural policy, is a 5-year plan to renew and rebuild Australia's arts, entertainment and cultural sector. It sets out a simple but powerful vision, a place for every story, a story for every place. At the heart of Revive is a recognition that our people and our stories are our greatest cultural asset. Stories shape how our kids see themselves. They tell migrants and refugees that their experience belongs here and enriches our country. They help us understand First Nations cultures that have cared for this continent for tens of thousands of years. Revive also identified the need for Australian screen content requirements on streaming platforms, recognising that as audiences shift from free-to-air and pay television to subscription video on demand, we must make sure local stories are not crowded out or allowed to disappear from our screens and our platforms. For many years, Australian content rules have applied to free-to-air television and subscription broadcasters. The Broadcasting Services Act 1992 and the Australian Content and Children's Television Standards 2020 require commercial broadcasters to meet Australian content quotas, including a minimum of 55% Australian programming between 6 a.m. and midnight on primary channels and specific first release quotas for Australian drama and children's content. These rules exist for a reason. They make sure that our screens reflect our own identity and diversity, and that local creators have a fair go in their own market. But the way we access and watch our content has changed. Families in Griffith, including my own, are watching more streamed content than ever before. Platforms like Netflix, Disney+, Stan, Amazon Prime and others have brought extraordinary choice and some remarkable shows. But unlike traditional broadcasters, they currently have no baseline obligation to invest in Australian stories. Industry has been clear about the risk. Without local content requirements on streaming platforms, Australian drama, kids programs and documentaries will be squeezed out by cheaper imports and global productions. Producers struggle to finance local projects. Crews face insecure work, and Australian kids grow up seeing fewer and fewer shows that sound like them and look like the streets they walk down. Revive promised a renewed commitment, and now we are putting this plan into action. This bill amends the Broadcasting Services Act 1992 to introduce Australian content expenditure requirements for subscription video on demand streaming services. It also makes consequential amendments to the Australian Communications and Media Authority 2005 Act, so the regulator can oversee and enforce the new framework. For the first time, major streaming services operating in Australia, those with more than 1 million Australian subscribers, will be required to make a minimum investment in new Australian content. First, a 10% expenditure obligation. Regulated streaming services will be required to invest at least 10% of their total program expenditure for their Australian service on new Australian commissions or first release acquisitions of eligible programs. Total program expenditure includes spending on all eligible programs available to Australian subscribers, except news or sport, and includes the Australian share of globally commissioned or licensed content. Eligible formats include drama, children's, documentaries, arts, and educational programs. Second, a flexible 7.5% revenue option. As an alternative, providers can choose a voluntary pathway where their obligation is calculated as 7.5% of their gross Australian revenue, again limited to those same eligible program types. This hybrid model recognises that different businesses have different expenditure patterns while still guaranteeing a meaningful level of local investment. Third, a clear, consistent definition of Australian content. The bill uses the existing definition of Australian content in the Broadcasting Services Australian Content and Children's Television Standards 2020, the same framework that currently applies to free-to-air and subscription broadcasters. That means a level playing field across platforms and continuity for producers who already work within those rules. Fourth, a 3-year carryover period. Screen production works in multi-year cycles. Some years will always be heavier on commissions than others. To reflect that reality, services will have a 3-year carryover period to acquit their program expenditure. Over-delivery in 1 year can be carried forward to assist in meeting obligations in subsequent years. Fifth, review and accountability. The The bill requires a statutory review 4 years after the obligations commence to make sure the scheme is effective and fit for purpose and to consider whether adjustments are needed. Breaches of the new obligations will be subject to civil penalties, with ACMA empowered to monitor compliance, just as it does for existing television content rules. Sixth, targeted scope and sensible exemptions. These obligations are aimed squarely at major subscription streaming services. They do not apply to services that offer predominantly user-generated content, services that do not have paying subscribers and rely wholly on advertising, services that only make money from one-off transactions, services with limited appeal or special interest audiences, or services that only operate for a special event or provide content of very limited appeal. This ensures that we are not burdening small or niche platforms, but focusing obligations where they will have the greatest cultural impact. In short, this amendment guarantees a minimum level of investment in Australian stories on the platforms Australians increasingly use, while giving services flexibility in how they meet that obligation. Deputy Speaker, people in Griffith are not thinking about the Broadcasting Services Act when they sit down to stream a show after work. They just want good content that feels like it belongs to them. What this amendment means for them is that when they open a streaming app, there will be Australian stories there, stories with our accents, our humour, our landscapes and our diversity. It means more shows like Bluey being made here and shared with the world. Content like Bluey connects Australians with who they are and helps us share that worldwide. For workers in Queensland's screen sector, this amendment means greater certainty. Queensland's screen industry is already a major contributor to our state economy, generating hundreds of millions of dollars in production expenditure and providing jobs for skilled Queenslanders and diverse local businesses. We see that in studios across Brisbane, on sets around our suburbs and at the Screen Queensland facilities that are attracting domestic and international productions to our state. A stronger pipeline of Australian commissions on streaming platforms means more work for writers, directors, actors and crew. It means more opportunities for post-production houses, costume and set builders, caterers and small businesses. And it means more chances for students in our local schools and TAFE campuses who dream of a career in film, television or digital production. For First Nations storytellers in our community, this also means more platforms to share stories that are so central to who we are as a nation, which is a key focus to revive. And for parents in Griffith, it means our children will be able to grow up with new Australian kids shows that reflect their world and values, not just imported content. The voices on screen will not just come from somewhere else, they will sound like the kids in their classroom. The 10% expenditure obligation with an optional 7.5% revenue-based pathways gives companies choice in how they meet their obligations. The 3-year carryover period reflects real production cycles. The 4-year review ensures that we can adjust settings if they are not delivering the intended outcomes. This is not regulation for regulation's sake. It is a carefully calibrated framework that aligns streamers with obligations that free-to-air and pay TV already meet, gives certainty to industry and workers and guarantees audiences access to Australian content across all major platforms. Deputy Speaker, Labor has always believed that culture is not an optional extra. It is part of the basic fabric of a fair, confident and cohesive country. Revive repositions arts and culture as central to Australia's future, alongside health, education and jobs. This bill is one concrete way to give life to that idea. It delivers on the commitment made in Revive to introduce Australian content requirements for streaming services. It delivers on the commitment made by our Prime Minister and the Minister for the Arts during the election campaign, and it delivers on the commitments from the Minister for Communications and the Minister for Arts to legislate an Australian content obligation on streaming platforms. It says to every child in Griffith who wants to write, act, animate or direct, there will be space for your story. It says to every worker in our screen and creative industries, your skills and your jobs matter, and this Albanese Labor government is prepared to put in place the rules that give you a fair go. And it says to audiences in global market with endless choice, Australian stories will not be left to chance. They will be guaranteed. Deputy Speaker, in Griffith we know that when our kids see themselves in their communities reflected on screen, they feel that this country truly belongs to them. The Communications Legislation Amendment Australian Content Bill is about making sure that as technology changes, that simple truth does not. It's about putting Australian stories in front of Australian audiences on every screen. It is consistent with our national cultural policy. It is backed by industry analysis. It is fair to platforms and vital for workers. And it honours the promise we made to ensure a place for every story and a story for every place. For the families of Griffith, for Queensland's screen sector, and for everyone who believes that Australian stories matter.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Warringah.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I welcome the government finally delivering on their promise to implement the local content obligations on streaming providers. It's an ambitious and progressive reform designed to safeguard our cultural identity, strengthen creative industries and ensure global platforms contribute their fair share. With Australian screen jobs, children's content and cultural representation very much at stake. We are so lucky in Warringah to have a vibrant community of screen industry professionals, writers, directors, documentary makers, producers and emerging creators. In August, I met with a group who were in the industry who explained frankly the impact that the industry felt under the current status quo. It was a dwindling investment, shrinking commissioning opportunities and a deep fear that without legislative obligations, Australian stories would disappear from our screens and through streaming platforms. These Warringah professionals, they're talented, innovative, they're determined, but they are under real pressure. And without legislated obligations, the ecosystem that sustains Australian storytelling is at breaking point. From hearing those stories, I launched the Save Australian Stories petition, which called on the government to fulfil its promise, the promise that they made first at the 2019 election, 2022 and then 2025, and ensure that the Australian content remains visible, accessible and adequately funded. The support was clear. Within a month of launching the petition, we reached more than 13,000 signatures from people across the industry and across Australia. Australian broadcasting has long relied on local content quotas to ensure Australians see themselves reflected on screen. But while traditional networks continue to shoulder obligations, global streaming platforms, now dominant in Australian households, have operated without equivalent responsibilities. Labor repeatedly promised to introduce Australian content obligations for streaming platforms, yet this was languishing and nothing was happening. For years, the sector has been left in uncertainty. Consultations were held again and again alongside discussion papers and roundtables, expert panels, all the while investment in Australian content dwindled. Now, what we know is there was some 60,000 Australian screen jobs at risk without these legislated quotas. Representation is slipping. Women and underrepresented creators hold only 34 to 36% of key creative roles. And modelling shows that this could fall down to 2% within 2 decades without mandated investment. So this bill proposes that streamers with more than 1 million Australian subscribers must invest either 10% of total program expenditure or 7.5% of Australian revenue into new Australian drama, documentary, children's and educational content. And this must be a floor, not a ceiling. I've previously called for more investment, up to 20% of streamers' revenue to be the investment, which is aligned with international best practice and the needs of our industry. I've discussed with the government where they landed and asked, in fact, for modelling to show whether or not this will result in an uplift in investment to the industry to, in fact, preserve those 60,000 jobs. It's unclear, but it is felt that there is fluctuating spend from year to year and that some streamers are good players and do invest, others are not investing at all, and so they will see an uplift in their spend. So on balance, I'll accept the government and the department's briefing or indication that this should result in an increase in spend, but also a balancing out of those fluctuations. The government's proposal holds some warning that it may not be sufficient to address the scale of decline or to rebuild the Australian screen sector. But I do acknowledge that this is a step forward. Currently, Australia risks becoming a backdrop for foreign projects with little genuine Australian representation on our screens. And this really matters because we know that for every $1 invested in the screen sector, it delivers around $3 to $4 in broader economic benefit, generating jobs, attracting international investment and bolstering the sector's credibility and capabilities. Not only does Australia's local screen production sector benefit directly from secure and guaranteed investment in Australian content, so do post-production services, distributors and exhibitors. Other industries benefit indirectly with screen production, such as tourism, hospitality, building and construction, service, so many areas. So it's not just a cultural policy, it is a smart economic policy. So this bill is a significant step forward, but we need to make sure that the obligation balances investment to sustain and build the industry, while making sure the streamers can continue to operate with regulatory certainty. So we need to make sure that there is balanced investment across all genres of and types of product. The bill introduces investment requirements across Australian drama, documentary, children's and educational content, but there isn't a sub-quota or requirement across those different types. While this is necessary, the bill has not included sub-quotas for example, around drama, documentary, children, to be more specific. And so there's no real guarantee of balanced investment across those different genres is not guaranteed. And we know it is necessary. Since quotas were removed from commercial TV, Australia's children's content has almost evaporated. In the 2007-2008 financial year, there was a total of 200 hours of children's content on Australian TV. In the 2023-2024 financial year, this has dropped to an all-time low of just 35 hours of children's TV content. The collapse is occurring despite the extraordinary global success of Australian programs like Bluey, a show that has become a cultural phenomenon, beloved worldwide, proving beyond doubt that Australia's children's content is not only viable, but exceptional. To address this, I'll be introducing an amendment that would reflect the intention of the bill that balanced investment across all types and is expected. And this will be an amendment to the objects to ensure that that indication is clear. Regulatory certainty is essential. Whilst the bill provides a mandate for ACMA to determine how compliance will be achieved, this provides little reprieve for streamers who are trying to navigate this new obligation. It's not about resisting the obligations, it's about ensuring the industry has predictability, a stable operating environment and clarity on how compliance will be monitored, measured and enforced. To this end, last month I met with Netflix and the Australian and New Zealand Screen Association. I also met with Stan, which has shown strong leadership as an Australian-owned platform. Stan has commissioned some of Australia's most distinctive local series and illustrates the importance of locally committed platforms. Both streamers stress the need for an effective obligation framework which requires a stable, predictable and clarity around the requirements. It allows broadcasting industry to plan ahead, commissioning pipelines and compliance systems with confidence. So any uncertainty around enforcement, definitions or reporting frameworks risks discouraging investment rather than encouraging it. So the government must ensure that ACMA's regulatory approach is not only strong but also transparent, consistent and properly resourced. We need to make sure Australian-owned production companies are in fact the beneficiaries of this. We must avoid a scenario where increased investment flows predominantly to foreign-owned production companies operating in Australia at the expense of locally owned independent Australian producers. To genuinely strengthen the Australian screen sector, policy and regulation must ensure that new investment supports the Australian businesses, creative talent and cultural perspectives that anchor our national storytelling. If implemented with care, foresight and proper oversight, this bill can be transformative, setting the new foundations for ambitious, progressive and accountable future for Australian screen content. We need clear funded enforcement capability. ACMA must be resourced to enforce obligations and investigate ownership structures, including international corporations operating behind the corporate veil. There needs to be a reasonable transition period. Streamers have argued that the 60-day window to select revenue or expenditure obligations is too narrow, that the government should consider extending this. Of course, there's also for them the question around the definitions, but also the period of review and the fluctuating. I am absolutely sympathetic to their concern that there is a long pipeline of commissioning projects, and for them the fear is this new obligation will change some of their forward planning. And accurate investment reporting. Streamers' expenditure must reflect net private investment only and not be inflated by federal or state funding through the producer and location offsets. This must be removed from the definition of expenditure. Of course, new legislation like this, we need to make sure we have a robust review period to consider whether it is working or whether it has had unintended consequences. The government has proposed a robust 4-year review to consider whether or not by that time we would need doubling the requirements for sub-quotas for children and documentary content visibility, requirements for Australian titles and supporting Australian-owned production companies. So the question is essentially, without being too specific in this round and this legislation, in 4 years' time the government will look to see whether in fact the things that we're warning of now will come to pass. And that's why I would urge the government to consider the amendment that I will be moving to the objects to make sure that there is clarity on all streamers to comply with that need for diversity of investment. Supporting Australian-owned production companies is important. We have to avoid a scenario where increased investment flows primarily to foreign-owned companies operating in Australia behind corporate veils. So I welcome the government introducing the bill. The Australian screen industry cannot survive in its current form, but let's be clear, it's well overdue. There is some complexity. There hasn't been broad consultation on where the bill has finally landed, and there are concerns from all involved as to how it's going to work in application. Whether or not there is going to be sufficient certainty around the definitions of Australian content and what some of the issues that I've touched on in terms of what will be included in that spend. But let's make sure this legislation marks the beginning of a more ambitious, progressive and accountable and optimistic future for Australian storytelling. We know, if we go back to where this all started, the importance of safeguarding our culture and Australian stories on our screens. As more and more households turn to streamers for their content and their entertainment, we have to make sure there is good Australian stories being told. Streamers like Stan have been putting great content. There's some of my favourite shows of recent years have in fact been there. But we have to make sure that all platforms are contributing to this incredible industry and making sure we keep saving Australian stories.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Maribyrnong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. What an exciting day for Australian storytelling. Today we're talking about something Australians do better than anyone else, telling our own stories in our own voices and on our own screens. This bill, the Australian Content Streaming Bill 2025, is about celebrating who we are, what we value and how we see ourselves in the world. Because in 2025, we're not just watching television anymore, we're streaming on our phones, tablets, laptops, smart TVs. The way we watched has changed, but one thing hasn't. Australians still want to see Australian stories. Stories that sound like us, that look like us, that make us laugh, make us think and make us proud. And that's exactly what this bill does. It guarantees that no matter what screen you watch, there'll always be a place for Australian stories. Under this bill, streaming services with more than 1 million Australian subscribers, like the big players, Netflix, Disney, Prime and others, will be required to invest at least 10% of their total program spend, or 7.5% of their revenue, into Australian stories, dramas, children's programs, documentaries, arts and educational content. This is about more homegrown productions that capture our humour, our heart, our contradictions and our community spirit. This is about more jobs for Australian crews, writers, actors, editors, camera operators and designers, and it means audiences everywhere from Essendon to Alice Springs can continue to see Australia on screen. Because, Deputy Speaker, our stories are important. When we see ourselves on screen, we understand each other better. We see the beauty and the chaos of our country reflected back, and that creates connection. Let's be honest, Australian content isn't just about entertainment, it's identity. It's how we see ourselves, how we laugh at ourselves, and how we introduce ourselves to the world. Take Bluey. It's not just a show for kids, it's a love letter to modern Australian life. Every episode is packed with joy, honesty, and imagination. It's backyard cricket, play pretend adventures, and the pure chaos of trying to get everyone out the door before the bell rings. It's teaching children across the globe what Aussie really means. And Deputy Speaker, kids in Europe and the US now know exactly what a bin chicken is. That's soft power diplomacy at its cutest. Then there's Wentworth. Filmed in Melbourne, it took the humble prison drama and turned it into a global phenomenon. It's fierce, clever storytelling with women at the centre, unapologetic, raw and real. It showed that Australian creatives don't just follow trends, they set them. When we invest in local content, we invest in stories that make the world sit up and pay attention. Heartbreak High, what a triumph. A vibrant, fearless portrait of young Australia as it really is. Diverse, messy, funny, political and proud. It's proof that when we give new voices the mic, they create stories that reach millions. It's not nostalgia driving its success, it's authenticity. It's young Australians claiming their space and shaping the culture of tomorrow. And of course, the adventures of Priscilla, Queen of the Desert, our sparkling, defiant gift to the world. That film rolled out of the desert in a cloud of dust and glitter, waving a feather boa and changing cinema forever. It premiered when being gay was still illegal in parts of this country, and our film industry answer wasn't shame. It was 3 drag queens, a hot pink bus, and a whole lot of sequins tearing through the red dirt, saying, "Get used to it, mate." And then there's The Castle. I couldn't give a speech on Aussie content without mentioning this icon. Filmed in my electorate of Maribyrnong in the streets of Strathmore and Essendon, it's an ode to working class Australia. Family, fairness, and fighting for what's right. The Kerrigans reminded us that home isn't about bricks and mortar, it's where belonging lives. It's the vibe, Deputy Speaker, and it's so Aussie. Straight to the pool room, that's right. These stories, from the playrooms to the prison yards, from the outback to the suburban backyard, are not small. They are Australia on full display. Unpolished, heartfelt, hilarious and brave. They remind us why this legislation matters, because the world wants more of us. When we back Australian storytellers, we're not just funding art, we're funding identity, community and pride, the things that turn our country into a culture. This bill delivers a key commitment from our national cultural policy, Revive. Revive is our roadmap for rebuilding and empowering Australian culture, because creativity isn't a side project, it's part of our national identity. It's about putting Australian stories front and centre again. It's about saying our voices matter, just as much as the big Hollywood blockbusters. And it's about ensuring that our screen industry, one of the most dynamic and creative in the world, continues to grow, thrive and inspire. Deputy Speaker, this bill puts us back in charge of our cultural future. For decades, our free-to-air broadcasters have carried the Aussie flag, meeting content quotas and giving us generations of icons. The foxy ladies from Fountain Gate, the lovable chaos of the Proudmans, and those unforgettable neighbours on Ramsay Street. But then streaming came along, shiny, global, irresistible, and our proud Aussie rules of storytelling didn't follow. Suddenly, Australians were watching more than ever, yet less of it was made here at home. This is exactly what this bill fixes. We're telling the streaming giants, if you're operating in Australia, if you're cashing in on the Australian audiences, then it's your turn to create the next Aussie classic. Fair's fair. This is about a level playing field. The same expectation that built our local screen legends now applies to the platforms dominating every screen on every device. Deputy Speaker, Australia's screen industry is nothing short of extraordinary. We have actors, writers, directors and technicians whose talent lights up the world stage. From Oscars to Emmys, we've produced icons that make the globe sit up and take notice. Think Cate Blanchett, commanding every room she enters. Sarah Snook, dazzling in everything she touches. And Nicole Kidman, stealing every scene she's in. Think Baz Luhrmann, George Miller, Warwick Thornton, geniuses who learnt their craft on our shores and then went off and showed the world how it's done. But let's not forget, behind every star is a constellation of hard-working Australians who make it happen. Costume designers, lighting technicians, sound engineers, editors, producers, caterers, drivers. 1,000 hands bringing magic to the screen. And when a film or story shoots in Melbourne, Sydney, the Gold Coast or the Northern Territory, it's more than arts, it's jobs, it's training, it's opportunity. Right here in my electorate of Maribyrnong, you can feel it buzzing. Young film students across the river at Victoria University learning the ropes. Small, creative collectives proving that talent, ingenuity and grit can thrive anywhere. When the Australian screen industry thrives, everyone benefits. Local talent, small businesses, regional communities. It's not just a creative economy we're building, it's a full-circle Aussie powerhouse that turns ideas into careers, dreams onto the screens and stories into national pride. From script to screen, this is how we back Australians to shine. This reform is ambitious, but it's also practical. The investment requirement applies only to major streaming services with more than 1 million Australian subscribers. We're not putting unnecessary pressure on small or niche platforms. There's flexibility built in. Streaming companies can choose whether to invest based on expenditure or revenue, and they'll have a 3-year carryover period to balance their spending. We'll review the system after 4 years to make sure it's working, making sure the investment is real, the content is high quality, and the outcomes are strong for Australian audiences and creators alike. That's how Labor does reform: thoughtful, balanced, and built to last. Deputy Speaker, this is far more than just television. It's about who we are as a nation. Messy, brilliant, colourful, and proudly diverse. When Australian stories are put on screen, we see ourselves reflected. Our struggles, our triumphs, our humour, our accents, our landscapes. And that reflection matters. It tells every kid growing up in Melbourne's northwest or in regional WA that their story, their voice, their life is worth watching and worth celebrating. Think of Rabbit-Proof Fence and Total Control. Each, in its own way, shines a light on the shadows of our history and the barriers that still linger today. Rabbit-Proof Fence brought the heartbreaking truth of the stolen generations to the world, while Total Control shows the legacy of colonisation still shaping a modern Australian life, including our politics. These are stories that confront us, move us, and remind us exactly why Australian storytelling matters. Because narratives like these, the ones that make us laugh, cry, or question, help us to understand each other. They challenge prejudice, celebrate diversity, and elevate the voices often pushed to the margins. That is the power of culture: bold, honest, inclusive. And that is exactly what this bill safeguards. This bill isn't just about preserving what we've had, it's about inspiring what comes next. Imagine what the next decade of Australian storytelling could look like with this kind of support. Imagine the next Bluey, made by a young animator in Moonee Ponds. Imagine the next Red Dog, filmed in the red dirt of the outback. Imagine a new generation of Australian storytellers, actors and filmmakers who are given every opportunity to shine because their country backs their creativity. This bill gives them that chance. Deputy Speaker, this reform sits proudly within Australia's long legacy of backing Australian art and culture. From the establishment of the Australian Film Commission in the 1970s, to the creation of Screen Australia, to the revitalisation of our national culture institutions through Revive, Labor has always understood that our stories are part of our national strength. And just like Revive, this bill is a statement of confidence. It says we are not just consumers of international content, we are the creators of it. We are a nation that makes things, that tells stories, that celebrates who we are. Deputy Speaker, this bill is more than just about fairness. It's an investment in the future and fierce faith in Australian creativity. Because when we invest in our stories, we invest in ourselves, in the spark, the sass, the soul of this country. We invest in the jobs, the skills, that unshakable Aussie spirit that can turn a story about a girl and her wedding into similar gold. We make sure that when our kids and grandkids sit down to stream something, they'll see a bit of home: a Hills hoist, a magpie swoop, a sausage sizzle, or backyard cricket. They'll see who we are: bold, funny, complicated, beautiful, and they'll know they belong to a country that celebrates its own voice. And not just one voice, but many. From the world's oldest storytellers, our First Nations creators, to the countless cultures that now call Australia home, our stories weave together like a great big patchwork doona, stitched with grit, colour and heart. That's the real magic of Australia. Every accent, every background, every yarn, adding a new shade to our national story. They remind the world that Australia doesn't just watch culture, we create it. This bill says loud and clear, our stories, our artists and our future is worth every frame. It's the vibe, Deputy Speaker, and it's unmistakably, unapologetically Australian. I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Wentworth.
Deputy Speaker, Wentworth is home to some of the most vibrant and dedicated people working in Australia's film and television sector, from production companies and screenwriters to actors, directors, crew and many creatives who make the stories of Australia come alive. From iconic series like Kath and Kim or Rake to recent successes like Colin from Accounts, a personal favourite, and Boy Swallows Universe, these stories matter. Our local screen industry is not just an economic contributor, it is a cultural treasure. These are the people who help us understand who we are, who reflect our diversity, our history and our hopes for the future. These stories help create community, foster respect and build understanding. They spark connection around dinner tables, workplaces and waiting rooms. But over the past decade, this sector has been worn down. It has endured years of neglect and underinvestment, compounded by COVID-19 and the growing dominance of global streaming services whose power far outweighs that of local creators. I've heard from constituents who've been forced to walk away from the industry they love, peoples whose skills, talent and livelihoods are at risk. When we lose those workers, we lose more than jobs. We lose storytellers, cultural custodians and the very voice of Australian creativity and Australian stories. We know that streaming services are now where most people and most Australians find content, whether it be Netflix, Disney+, Apple TV or Prime. However, a large proportion of the Australian screened content available on these services tends to be older content, with the commissioning of new Australian content by streaming services low by international standards. A 2023 AMPA analysis report found that Australian content comprised just 8.8% of Stan's catalogue, 5.0% of Paramount+, 3.7% of Binge, 4.1% of Netflix, 3.6% of Amazon Prime Video, and only 0.2% of Disney+. And Screen Australia's 2023 to 2024 report shows a 17.5% drop in Australian titles on TV in just 1 year. Without screen content quotas, our local industry is vulnerable. Streamers can choose to fill their slates with repeats, international reality TV that do not reflect our own. While these shows are entertaining, it's crucial that we see our lives reflected on screens. Our stories should be treasured, and without enforcement, they are fading. Australian content obligations for streaming services is something I've been advocating for since I was elected in 2022. I've worked extensively with Screen Producers Australia and with producers and production companies in my electorate who tell me how important this reform is. I want to highlight the incredible work of these advocates, especially Screen Producers Australia, in their tireless campaign to achieve quotas. I'm pleased to see the government finally introduce this legislation, and I commend them for taking this step. Though I will note, and I have been very frustrated, that it has been a long time coming, promised over 3 successive elections and again in the National Cultural Policy of January 2023. While the regulatory design has required complex negotiations, the long period of uncertainty has had real and very negative consequences for the Australian film industry. Production companies have struggled to plan, and major streaming services have delayed commissioning decisions because they did not know if or when the obligations were coming, with renewals and new projects stalling as a direct result. However, I am encouraged by elements of this bill which have the capacity to make a significant impact. It establishes Australia's first legislated requirement for major streaming services to invest in new Australian screen content, applying only to major platforms with more than 1 million subscribers, excluding specialist services. It defines what qualifies as an Australian program using existing content standard definitions. Programs must be newly commissioned with drama, documentary, factual, animational entertainment and under Australian control in development and production. The bill inserts new obligations into the Broadcasting Services Act, requiring eligible streamers to invest either 10% of global program expenditure or 7.5% of Australian source revenue in new Australian programs. Many in the sector, I'll be honest though, are disappointed, having advocated for a 20% revenue model for over a decade. This model would deliver stronger investment without the capacity for services to manipulate their expenditure figures, which is of great concern to the industry. A compliance framework is also established in this legislation, with ACMA empowered to determine eligibility and publish reasons, and decisions reviewable by the Administrative Review Tribunal and the Federal Court. Finally, the bill includes a statutory review after 4 years. My hope is that by then we have the data to make clearer, stronger decisions, including increasing these requirements if necessary. With an industry in crisis, I see the urgent need for this reform to be passed this year, with changes to be in effect from the 1st of January 2026. This is what the sector wants. Therefore, I'm looking to be constructive, as always in my engagement of this bill, but also timely. However, in my consultation with members of the Wentworth screen community, peak bodies and representatives across different parts of the sector, there are significant loopholes which could be rectified to strengthen the bill. Firstly, and one of the most important ones, is weak guardrails around the expenditure model. Because at the heart of this bill is an expenditure model that leaves too much to chance. We are asking ACMA to police complex financial structures used by some of the largest corporations in the world, but without giving ACMA any extra resources. This is a recipe for problems discovered only after the damage has been done. The definition of qualifying expenditure is so broad that streamers could sweep in costs with little or connection to Australian content. Internal IT allocations, corporate overheads, padding out numbers without creating a single Australian job or minute of Australian screen time. The requirement that costs fall under development, pre-production, production or post-production could be easily manipulated. We are relying on ACMA to scrutinise these costs with a fine-tooth comb. When we know that services will work hard, in some cases, we certainly expect to minimise their obligations. If we are serious about transparency, we cannot rely on a post hoc audit by a regulator already stretched across everything from social media to national security rules. Stakeholders have been very clear. Without firm guardrails, like the guidelines used by Screen Australia and the ATO for the producer offset, this system will be easy to game and hard to fix. These guardrails may be included in regulations or published by ACMA once powers are granted, but it is essential that we monitor them closely and review any potential manipulation at the statutory review. Secondly, a second issue is also fundamental. Under this bill, streaming services can count taxpayer-funded producer offset as part of their own Australian expenditure. That is not investment, that is substitution. Although these offsets are specifically designed to support independent producers, a growing trend, particularly with Netflix, is for the streamer to cash flow production on the condition that this government offset, the taxpayer-funded offset, is handed back to them. Is handed to them. Producer offsets exist to strengthen the independent sector, not to subsidise the multinational balance sheets of these streamers. When these offsets were first introduced, the Minister for the Arts said at the time, it's intention that the independent sector should be beneficiaries of the producer rebate. When a $10 million project ends up costing the streamer only $7 million, yet they can count the full $10 million, the public carries the burden while the streamer claims the credit. I understand that this was retained for consistency with free-to-air transmission quotas. However, no such trend is occurring in that sector, and if it did, it would too need reform. Now, this has been raised with me by different screen producers personally, talking about how this is a growing trend that perhaps the government is not aware of, that this is increasingly, streamers are saying, okay, we know how much producer offset you're going to get, We want that back to be able to fund this show. And so this is of real concern because this is very, very substantial government backing of the Australian screen industry, but then is going to be used to really effectively subsidise the big companies whose content quotas we are trying to manage. Thirdly, is the gap of any absence of any for Australian producers to retain their IT. Because without their IP, they lose the economic and cultural lifeblood of their work. A simple safeguard allowing streamers a 36-month licence period, after which rights revert to the Australian production company, would ensure Australian stories remain in Australian hands. It would prevent the erosion of Australian identity in the global digital market and avoid scenarios where beloved programs are reshaped for foreign audiences, for example, by re-recording Bluey with American accents. We invest in Australian stories not because of their content, but because they are culture. And finally, fourthly, a lack of stipulated investment. Children's and documentary content continue to suffer from chronic underinvestment. While the bill sets an overall quota, it does not protect genres uniquely vulnerable in the market. Sub-reporting for genres would at least give us the data needed at a review to determine whether further action, including sub-quotas, is necessary. And finally, quotas that simply legislate the status quo. That is the final challenge with this bill, because we need to be honest about the numbers. The bill's proposed thresholds, 10% of expenditure or 7.5% of revenue, sound ambitious, but the government's own explanatory memorandum tells a very different story. It states that the total expenditure required of the major streaming services would be between $175 million to $200 million each year on new Australian content, consistent with the current expenditure for Australian adult drama, children's and documentary programs by SVODs, which is on average of $193.4 million. In other words, by the government's own modelling, these quotas do not meaningfully increase investment. They simply legislate what the streamers are already spending. This bill risks locking in the status quo at a moment when the Australian screen sector desperately needs growth, ambition and renewal. Legislating to prevent further reduction in investment is an excellent start, but these numbers are not good enough. If our goal is a thriving world-class industry capable of telling Australian stories to Australian and global audiences, then we cannot congratulate ourselves for maintaining the current baseline. We do need settings that drive additional investment, nurture emerging creatives, and build a sustainable pipeline of Australian content for the future. All of these loopholes lessen the positive impact that this legislation can have on our screen industry. This is why I have circulated 3 amendments which aim to fix some of these problems, which I will discuss more in this consideration in detail. These amendments are 1, excluding any producer offsets recouped by streaming services from qualifying expenditure. 2, setting terms of trade such that any agreements about an eligible program provides business and ancillary rights to the production company, with primary licensing rights returning to said company after 3 years, or after 5 years if the program has been renewed. And 3, mandating the reporting of subgenres in required reporting to ACMA and to the Minister. I urge the government to consider these reasonable and fact-based amendments which really respond to the challenges of the screen industry and also the complexity of managing and regulating this industry. So in conclusion, this bill moves us in the right direction, but we cannot pretend it's enough. Our screen industry is too important, too vulnerable and too full of potential for us to settle for the status quo. Australian stories enrich our culture, strengthen our community and help us see ourselves on screen. The bill lays important groundwork and I support it. But we should remain ambitious and I wish I had seen a more ambitious bill. I look forward to working within this Parliament and with my community to build for a stronger, fairer and more vibrant screen future that our nation deserves. Thank you.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Moreton.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, when I was growing up, watching TV was a shared experience. We'd sit around the television with our TV trays full of food and we'd catch up on the latest Australian television, whether that be McLeod's Daughters, whether it be Blue Heelers, or The Secret Life of Us. And after we'd go through that experience, we'd go to school or we'd go to work the next day and we'd talk about that Australian television. It was a cultural experience that we had collectively. Deputy Speaker, that's not how TV works anymore, because nowadays, when we watch television, our faces aglow with the light reflecting off a mobile phone screen. It's a very different experience. But the way that we watch TV shouldn't stop the presence and the persistence of Australian content. In recent years, it's become commonplace to ask your mates, "What are you watching on Netflix?" Enthusiastic conversations follow, with people bonding over the shared enjoyment of a show, recounting late-night binge watches and noting recommendations of the next must-see series. You could substitute Netflix in this question with Amazon Prime, with Disney Plus, with HBO, Apple TV, Kayo Sports, Stan, Binge, Paramount Plus, and the list goes on and on. Australians have taken to video subscription on demand with absolute gusto. Media Week cites figures that show that Australian households subscribe to an average of 3.7 streaming services. This is up over 60% since 2021. In fact, in 2020 to 2021, Australians were, for the first time, more likely to watch an online subscription service than free-to-air television, whether that be live or recorded. The estimated earnings of streaming services in Australia in this period were over $2.4 billion. All these services give us a myriad of entertainment options on demand, an immense volume of content that is readily available at our fingertips, for the price of a subscription, of course. Streaming services offer programs from all over the world, but as the National Cultural Policy stated, this risks drowning out the voices of Australian storytellers. And those voices are important. That's what this bill's all about. As Professor Julianne Schultz wrote, and I quote, "Some of the largest, richest, most concentrated companies in the world have built streaming repositories that make the grand libraries of the past look like a child's Lego building." Netflix alone has more than 16,000 titles that live practically in perpetuity, even as they are slowly entombed by new shows, new movies, new documentaries. And Professor Schultz not only has a great name, but she has a point. That's just Netflix. Think about the thousands and thousands of hours of programs that exist on all the platforms I listed. With this in mind, it is now more important than ever to protect and indeed to amplify our stories, Australian stories. And with the Communications Legislation Amendment, Australian Content Requirements of Subscription Video on Demand Streaming Services Bill, Australians will be guaranteed to see more Aussie content on their streaming services. And these are the stories that deserve to be told. Not only that, these are the stories that are reflective of who we are, of our culture, of fundamentally who we want to be as a country. And not only are they reflective of that, they also have a practical and a tangible outcome too, because they drive economic growth, they create important skills, and they create jobs that we need for our country. In January 2023, the Prime Minister launched Revive, a 5-year plan to revitalise Australia's arts sector. Revive focuses on 5 main pillars, which encompass putting First Nations front and centre, having a place for every story, celebrating the artists, building a robust cultural infrastructure, and engaging the audience both at home and overseas. I want to talk a little bit more about Pillar 2, a place for every story, because it puts us into context what the heart of this bill is all about. To quote from Revive, Australia's people, and their stories are our greatest cultural asset. Stories communicate shared identities and a sense of belonging to place and each other, and can be shared through an artwork, narrative, dance, screen content, music, or an idea. Stories bring people together and enable the exchange of experiences, ideas, and perspectives. Stories give us a voice. All Australians benefit when they are represented by and in the nation's stories, and that they can hear their own voices resounding in the national narrative. Our stories are shaped by histories, places, identities, languages, cultures, families, and communities. The importance of sharing and celebrating our Australian stories is absolutely clear. I think that it is widely agreed upon. Indeed, there are rules regarding broadcasting Australian content on commercial television, and this is monitored by ACMA. The Broadcasting Services Act 1992 sets out the requirements. These are that 55% of the content must be Australian between 6 a.m. and midnight on primary channels, and 1,460 hours of Australian content between the same hours on non-primary channels. There are also requirements around first release Australian program quotas. Up until now, there have been absolutely no Australian content requirements for subscription video on demand or streaming services. Speaker, this bill resolves that astounding problem. It's important that while our viewing habits may be changing, our access to the stories that reflect who we are as a nation is unaffected. This bill means that whether you're watching a show on commercial television or accessing a program via streaming, that you will be able to watch Australian stories being told. Deputy Speaker, it means that whether you're picking up a channel changer, whether you're pressing a button on your phone, whether you're swiping, Australian stories can still be told no matter what the screen looks like. To achieve this, the bill demands the Broadcasting Services, the bill amends the Broadcasting Services Act and makes consequential changes to the Australian Communications and Media Authority Act 2005. The changes apply to streaming services with 1 million or more subscribers. These services will be required to invest at least 10% of their total program expenditure on new Australian commissions or first release acquisitions of eligible programs. These programs include drama, documentary, arts, educational formats, and children's content. And children's content is so important, it's something that we can't forget. In my home, the children's content of choice is Bluey, but I must warn you that the opening credits have been altered in my household. Mum, Dad and Bingo still get a Guernsey, but Bluey's name is regularly replaced by Margaret's. Importantly, this requirement covers the Australian portion of globally commissioned or licensed programs, ensuring that our creative sector benefits from international productions as well. The bill provides flexibility. Streaming providers may choose an alternate compliance option by investing an amount equivalent to 7.5% of their gross Australian revenue. The bill adopts the definition of Australian content from the Broadcasting Services Australian Content and Children's Television Standards 2020. And these are the definitions which currently apply to free-to-air and subscription broadcasters. These new requirements do not apply to services that primarily host user-generated content, have no paying subscribers, rely solely on advertising, operate on one-off transactions, or cater to niche audiences or special events. These exemptions ensure that the framework targets the major players in the market without imposing unnecessary burdens on smaller or specialised services. Deputy Speaker, this bill has been welcomed by Screen Producers Australia, who recognise that the legislation represents a very critical step toward restoring confidence in the Australian screen sector and laying the groundwork for a more substantial future for production. Screen Producers Australia views the Australian content requirements as far more than regulations. They see them as the cornerstone of Australia's screen industry, noting that as a relatively small English-speaking nation operating within a global market dominated by larger players, Australia faces a unique challenge. And this bill is designed to help our industry with it. Without the content quota safeguards, Australian stories would struggle to be financed and would struggle to be produced. And audiences would lose the opportunity to see and hear their own voices. Australian voices, Australian values, and Australian experiences reflected up there on the screen. Screen Producers Australia insists that to ensure these stories are told, a clear cultural mandate from government is absolutely essential. And this is what the bill provides. The Australian Writers Guild also backed this bill in, with the President and Logie Award-winning showrunner Peter Matesi saying, "World events move fast and impact our industry in many different ways. Meanwhile, streaming platforms are taking billions of dollars out of the country in subscription fees from Australians. Australians who tell us over and over again that they want to see more Australian content on their screens." The legislation also reinforces the principle that Australian content is vital while providing certainty for creators, producers, and investors alike. The Australian screen industry is a significant contributor to the national economy. It's a vital source of employment for Australians. In 2025, the market is projected to reach approximately $3.3 billion, underscoring its scale and its influence within the creative sector. In the 2023-24 financial year alone, total expenditure on screen production reached $1.7 billion. Beyond production budgets, the sector supports a vast ecosystem of over 10,000 businesses. Many of those are small businesses, ranging from production companies to post-production facilities to technology providers and creative service firms. This network has grown steadily over the past 5 years, creating thousands and thousands of jobs for writers, for directors, for actors, for technicians, and other skilled professionals. The economic ripple effect extends far beyond the screen itself, stimulating tourism, regional development, and innovation in important digital technologies. In short, the screen industry is not only a cultural powerhouse, but also a critical driver of economic growth and employment in this country. Deputy Speaker, this bill is about so very much more than regulation. It is about safeguarding our cultural identity and supporting the many thousands of Australians who work in our screen industry by ensuring that streaming platforms invest in Australian stories. We are investing and reflecting in our people and creativity and our economy, and that's what this bill aims to do. By strengthening local content rules, we are not only protecting jobs and fostering innovation within that creative sector, we are also investing in the social and cultural fabric of the nation. We're investing in us. We're investing in our families. We're investing in our neighbours, in our mums, in our dads, and in our workmates, along with their very important stories. This is why the introduction of this legislation is both significant and deeply welcome. It is a decisive move toward a future where Australian voices remain strong, where Australian voices remain diverse, and where Australian voices are visible in an ever-changing media landscape. It signals a renewed commitment to ensuring our stories are told.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. I call the member for Boothby.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. They say the culture you grow up with in your childhood and teenage years will always be the culture that speaks to you. I was lucky enough to be a child and a teenager in the late 70s and early 80s, and this was an era when the rest of the world discovered Australian culture. It was an era of fantastic Australian bands, and it was an era that spawned so many iconic Australian movies and TV shows. Picnic at Hanging Rock, who can forget Miranda? Mad Max, the franchise that launched Mel Gibson, Breaker Morant, We of the Never Never, Dogs in Space, Crocodile Dundee, Call That a Knife, Puberty Blues, The Light Horseman, Gallipoli, and on TV, the soapies, Neighbours, Everyone Stayed Home for Scott and Charlene's Wedding, Molly's Death on a Country Practice, Home and Away, Young Doctors, Prisoner, The Big Gig, The Comedy Company, and The D-Generation. Australian producers, writers, artists were churning out high-quality television and movie content, showcasing Australian stories, Australian humour, Australian culture. That gave jobs to Australians, writers, actors, directors, producers, camera operators, costume designers, set designers, so many more. And also, importantly, we were seeing Australian stories, Australian actors on screen, hearing Australian accents. This had been a bit of a cultural cringe prior to this era. We tended to import our culture from England in particular, and increasingly from America. And then suddenly we, the Australian industry, were kicking goals around the world. Our stories and our actors were not only on our screens, they were being exported to the world, and suddenly people in New York and London were watching our stories. We should never underestimate how important it is for Australians to see ourselves on screen. It helps us to better understand ourselves, our neighbours and our community, and it allows the world to see us and understand us a little better. Australian stories play an important role in shaping Australia's national identity, fostering social inclusion and encouraging cultural expression. Humans are hardwired to understand the world through stories. They are our greatest cultural asset. They build a sense of community, identity, collective well-being, shared identity. They reflect and define who we are as a nation and make us recognisable on the international stage. Australian stories help make sense of our past, define ourselves in the present, and promote Australians, our people, our creativity, and our country to the world. They bring us together with shared understandings and enable the exchange of experiences, ideas and perspectives. All Australians benefit when we are represented by and can hear our voices in the stories brought to the big and small screen. It makes us proud of who we are. But the way we consume media has very much changed since the 1980s. Major structural changes in the way media is provided to us has meant audience viewing habits have changed. Australian audiences, like audiences around the world, are increasingly engaging with content across multiple platforms. Public broadcasters, commercial broadcasters, cable, streaming are all part of Australia's television landscape now and into the future. We are less likely to watch free-to-air television and live broadcasts. We are less likely to go to the movies in a cinema. We are more likely to be watching on-demand streaming services. And the shows we are being offered have changed as well. They are more likely to be relatively cheap to make reality TV shows or programs imported from overseas, known as global content, because it's cheaper to buy up the international rights and show the same programs around the world wherever the streaming service has a presence. It's cultural colonialism, where we are all absorbing the same stories, the same standards, becoming homogenous with the cultures of the sending countries. And it undermines the special uniqueness that is Australia and Australian society in all its many forms. In 2023, this government released the National Cultural Policy Revive, a place for every story, a story for every place, the first national cultural policy in a decade. And as one of the 5 pillars of this policy, the Australian Government committed to introduce requirements for Australian screen content on streaming services to ensure continued access to local stories and content. And today the Albanese Labor government is legislating for streaming services and subscription services to have guaranteed Australian content. Deputy Speaker, public broadcasters already have this requirement. The ABC Charter includes the requirement for the ABC to broadcast programs that contribute to Australia's sense of national identity, inform and entertain, and reflect the cultural diversity of the community. The SBS Charter states that the SBS's principal function is to provide multilingual and multicultural broadcasting and digital media services that inform, educate and entertain all Australians, and in doing so reflect Australia's multicultural society. Australian commercial television stations had their first content quotas for commercial television introduced in the 1960s to ensure that Australians had access to stories and to see their culture, language and values reflected on the screen. These local content requirements were updated in the 1990s to apply to free-to-air and to other subscription television broadcasters, requiring broadcasters to commission a minimum level of Australian content every year. This is either based on hours or, in the case of free-to-air commercial television broadcasters, or in the case of other subscription broadcasters, a percentage of their total drama expenditure in Australia. These requirements stabilise the market and act as a safeguard for the Australian screen production sector. But unlike free-to-air broadcasting services and other subscription television services, streaming services currently have no requirements to make Australian content available on their platforms. The ready availability of cheap content produced in other countries risks drowning out Australian stories. Without government intervention, there is no guarantee that streaming services will produce and make Australian content available to Australian consumers. There are streaming services operating here in Australia that currently have zero Australian content. Without Australian stories, Australian voices, Australian content, our country will be the poorer for it, and our society will be the poorer for it, and certainly our creative industries will be the poorer for it. This bill amends the Broadcasting Services Act 1992 and subordinate legislation to allow for an Australian screen content requirement on subscription video-on-demand streaming services. It will mandate that streaming services with more than 1 million Australian subscribers will need to invest at least 10% of their total program expenditure for Australia on eligible program formats in Australia and on new Australian programs. Eligible program formats are drama, children's programs, documentary, arts and educational programs. The requirement uses the definition of Australian content, which is set out in the Broadcasting Services Australian Content and Children's Television Standards 2020. This is the definition that is already used for commercial free-to-air and other subscription television broadcasters, and is therefore the appropriate consistent definition. The requirement also includes a voluntary option for streaming services to acquit their requirements based on a calculation of 7.5% of their Australian revenue. Streaming services can acquit their obligation over a 3-year period, and this principle was put strongly to the government during the extensive consultation by the streaming services and reflects the lumpy nature of investment cycles in high-quality programs. There will also be a statutory review conducted 4 years after the commencement to make sure the requirement is operating effectively. This obligation will give vital support to our domestic screen sector and arts workers by ensuring quality local stories. The proposed requirement we are debating today is consistent with Australia's international trade obligations. Streaming services covered by the new requirements will report to ACMA, the Australian Communications and Media Authority, which will administer the Australian stream content requirement. The Australian Government committed to ensuring Australians have access to local stories wherever they choose to watch their screen content, and this bill fulfils that commitment. Since their introduction in Australia, streaming services have created some extraordinary shows. In the last few years, many of them have produced great Australian content. A minority, however, are yet to produce any. This legislation is not a criticism of the streaming businesses in Australia. It's an endorsement of Australian stories, a celebration of Australian creatives and a show of respect for the Australian audience. This bill will guarantee Australians will have access to Australian stories now and into the future. It will ensure that no matter what remote you're holding, Australian stories will be at your fingertips. Australians will see themselves, know each other, and the world will meet us. I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time. The member for Macquarie has the call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The legislation before the chamber presents an opportunity to open a new chapter for Australia's screen industry. This is the moment where we can ensure that in the streaming age, Australian stories do not fade into the background, but take their rightful place in the spotlight, centre stage. This legislation requires streaming services with more than 1 million Australian subscribers to invest at least 10% of their expenditure, or 7.5% of their revenue, into the Australian sector. It will need to be invested in new local drama, children's programs, documentaries, arts or educational content. There are two clear principles at stake here. One is that Australians deserve access to their own stories, no matter which screen they're watching on. And the other is that those who profit from access to Australian audiences should support Australian storytelling. The idea of guaranteeing Australian content is not a new or radical idea. In 1942, the Curtin Labor government introduced quotas for Australian music on commercial radio stations to support local musicians and foster a distinctive cultural identity. The Whitlam Labor government built on that reform, raising the requirement to around 20%. That change provided crucial support for Australian music during the golden age of Australian rock and pop in the 70s and through to the 80s. The Menzies government introduced Australian content requirements for commercial television in 1961, and the Whitlam government strengthened them in 1973. Those changes ushered in a renaissance of Australian screen, which my generation got to see, bringing productions like Number 96, The Sullivans, a country practice filmed locally, largely in the Hawkesbury, and Prisoner to Australian audiences. When pay TV services launched in the 1990s, they were initially exempt from content obligations until the Keating government acted in 1995 to require providers to invest at least 10% of their expenditure in Australian drama. This simple measure ensured that pay TV would meaningfully contribute to Australian drama, and it has. As a result, Australian viewers have enjoyed acclaimed series such as Love My Way, Wentworth and Cloud Street. Radio and broadcast television reach their audience through publicly regulated airwaves. Pay TV providers operate through cable networks that, in many cases, were built with public investment. It's reasonable to expect that in profiting from these assets, media companies deliver a measurable public benefit in return. Since the Rudd and Gillard governments began the build of the National Broadband Network, streaming platforms have had unprecedented access to Australian audiences. Without the NBN, it simply would not be possible to operate large-scale, reliable streaming platforms in Australia. Yet, unlike radio, broadcast and pay TV, global streaming platforms have until now had no specific obligation to invest in Australian content, no obligation whatsoever. That discrepancy has real consequences. We know the way Australians consume screen content is changing rapidly and fundamentally. In 2017, just 29% of Australians used paid subscription streaming services. By 2024, that number had risen to 69%. 2021 was a watershed year, marking the point when Australians were more likely to have watched through an online subscription service rather than live or recorded free-to-air TV. According to some sources, the average household now has more than 3 streaming subscriptions. Global streaming platforms are rapidly becoming an essential element of our cultural infrastructure. It's vital that this technology be deployed in a way that supports local cultural expression rather than accelerates the globalisation and homogenisation of culture. Time and again, we've seen that without clear rules and well-calibrated regulation, local content is vulnerable. Not because audiences don't value it, they do profoundly, but because global market forces won't prioritise it if they're not required to. It's for precisely these reasons that France, Italy, Spain and Canada have all introduced local content obligations. Indeed, all EU member states require streaming platforms to ensure at least 30% of their catalogue consists of European works. So Australia is not an outlier here. We're just catching up to where we should have been some time ago. Streaming platforms can and do produce fantastic Australian content. This reform is about guaranteeing that this will continue in decades ahead. If streaming platforms are where Australian audiences are watching, and increasingly they will be, then Australian stories must be there too. It's the responsibility of government to guarantee that access, and that's exactly what this legislation will do. By passing this law, the House will send a clear signal that providing Australian content is not a voluntary contribution, but a fundamental obligation. The legislation creates a regulatory framework fit for the digital age. It upholds the right of Australians to see stories that reflect our shared identity, while ensuring our screen industry isn't just viable, but is thriving. It affirms our commitment to forging a cultural identity that's made here, not imported by default. Labor's taken this policy to multiple elections, and our commitment was reiterated in our National Cultural Policy Revive, which voiced the aspiration that Australian stories are seen and heard regardless of platform, and that our creative industries and practice are future-focused, technology-enabled, networked and globally recognised. This change has been talked about for many years. The government has consulted on it extensively. We've listened to feedback and adjusted the policy accordingly. The time has come to deliver. This reform is well and truly due because it's not just the future of Australian storytelling that is at stake, it's Australian jobs. When streaming services invest in local productions, the benefits ripple outwards through the entire economy. Screen productions create valuable work, not just for writers, actors and directors, but for the crews and businesses that make it possible. These are real, meaningful, skilled jobs like camera operators, set builders, hair and makeup artists, costume designers, location scouts, caterers, editors, post-production specialists, visual effect artists, accountants, drivers and so many others whose livelihoods depend on a strong and steady production environment. The screen sector industry directly engages a workforce of around 55,000 people and contributes more than $6 billion in value to the Australian economy. With a guaranteed minimum investment in our domestic screen industry, local producers will have the certainty that they need to make long-term plans and invest in the next generation of creative and technical talent. This system will help ensure that those workers have a future in their own country. It will help prevent the loss of creative Australians to more supportive environments overseas that robbed our country of so much great talent in earlier decades. Now, we know that no model will satisfy everyone. When balancing cultural and commercial imperatives, it's impossible to achieve 100% consensus. Some may have preferred a different figure for the investment obligation. To them, I would say this 10% expenditure requirement is a floor, not a ceiling. And let's be clear, what matters most is the cultural outcome, not the number itself. The legislation mandates a statutory review after 4 years. If the data shows that the scheme has fallen short, the policy settings can be revisited. This mechanism ensures that if changes are needed, they can be made, and that when the industry grows, the policy can grow with it. Others will argue that obligations are unnecessary, that streaming platforms are already doing their fair share. To them, I'd say this system does not impose an undue burden, but it does remove uncertainty. It's a modest, predictable requirement that ensures local content continues to be available to Australian audiences and that jobs in the creative sector are supported. If this system was already in place, the vast majority of platforms would already be meeting their obligations. If streaming platforms want to invest more, and several already do, this framework doesn't stand in their way. Streaming platforms are already producing fantastic local content across a range of genres, with productions like Apple Cider Vinegar, Boy Swallows Universe, Heartbreak High, Totally Completely Fine, Deadlock, Colin from Accounts and Bump. This legislation will ensure that the production of great content like this continues well into the future. Our government wants to work in partnership with the streaming platforms active in the Australian market. That's why we're putting forward a system that is practical and flexible. Our system will allow streamers who've invested more than 10% in 1 year to carry that surplus forward as a credit for a period of up to 3 years. It recognises that production doesn't always fit into a neat 12-month window. The system allows platforms to choose which stories they want to tell and to meet their requirement through any mix of drama, documentary, children's, educational or arts content. These are the genres where the cultural imperatives are most at stake, the genres where the risk of market failure is greatest. So these are the genres that our system is most focused on. It'll allow them to meet the obligation either through 10% of expenditure or 7.5% of revenue, whichever best aligns with their business model. The revenue approach may be particularly attractive to new entrants to the industry, which will help ensure that we have diverse and dynamic streaming market in future years. And this system will give streamers the freedom to fulfil the requirement through one major production or several smaller ones if they wish. This reform, Deputy Speaker, has been almost 2 decades in the making. But as Special Envoy for the Arts, I know how intensely we have worked on this over the last few years. I want to thank every industry representative who's contributed to the extensive consultation process that shaped this legislation, some of whom have held many meetings with me and my team. To Screen Producers Australia, whose Make It Australian campaign has kept this issue on the political agenda for years, thank you. You and your members have made a huge contribution. To the Australian Writers Guild, the Australian Directors Guild, the Media, Entertainment and Arts Alliance, and the hard-working advocates of the children's content sector, your passion and persistence have ensured that storytellers remain at the centre of this debate. To the streaming platforms themselves, thank you for your constructive engagement. Your willingness to meet, discuss and collaborate and meet again and discuss and collaborate is crucial to a sustainable and vibrant screen ecosystem. The government looks forward to working closely with you as the system's introduced. To the opposition and crossbench members who voiced their support for this important reform, thank you for backing Australia's creatives. I'd like to particularly acknowledge our Labor Ministers for Arts and Communications, past and present, who've demonstrated so much commitment to Australian creativity and invested so much hard work in designing a system that is flexible, fair and fit for purpose. Deputy Speaker, this legislation will not fix every challenge facing the screen industry. It will not deliver perfection, but it will deliver certainty and confidence. It will deliver investment. It will deliver opportunity for creative workers. And it will Deliver Australian stories to Australian audiences. I'm confident that a decade from now we'll look back and say that was the moment Australia stood up for its cultural sovereignty. That was when we said our stories matter, our creative talent matters, and our screen sector deserves a strong future. Ultimately, this legislation is not about regulation, it's about identity. It's about the future of Australian stories and who gets to tell them. It's about whether our kids will grow up seeing their experiences on screen, hearing voices that sound like theirs and recognising the landscapes they know. It's about telling every Australian your stories matter. They deserve to be seen, heard, celebrated and shared with the world. Our culture deserves to be nourished by content that reflects who we are, not who someone overseas thinks we ought to be. Every time we share a new Australian story on screen, we strengthen our sense of who we are. With this reform, a strong screen industry and our extraordinary creative talent will remind the world that Australia is a nation with something to say and the confidence to say.
The question is that this bill will be now read a second time. The member for Spence.
Thank you, Speaker. And before I start, I would like to acknowledge the previous Speaker, the member for Macquarie, for that very fine contribution to the House. As a Special Envoy, I know she carries out her duty with great passion and care, and she should be commended for the work that she does. So thank you. I stand today to speak in strong support of the Communications Legislation Amendment Australian Content Bill, a bill that ensures that no matter where you live, where you stream or what device you watch it on, Australians will always be able to see a bit of themselves on screen. Because whether you're home away or just popping in to see your neighbours, this bill guarantees that Australian stories remain on Australian screens. It's about making sure our voices, our humour, our landscapes and the real Australian accents don't get lost in the noise of global content. Because we're not just a country that consumes stories, we are creators of them. This bill delivers on a core commitment in our national cultural policy revive, ensuring that streaming services invest in Australian content so that our screen industry, our creatives and our communities all share in the benefits. And as someone from Adelaide's north, I know what opportunity looks like when it's backed by government and action. The same way we've supported manufacturing, defence and apprenticeships, this bill supports the next generation of storytellers, filmmakers, editors and animators. The Communications Legislation Amendment Bill makes one simple promise. If you're making money from Australian audiences, you should be investing in Australian stories. Pretty simple. Under this legislation, major streaming platforms with over 1 million Australian subscribers like Netflix, Disney, Amazon Prime Video and others will need to invest a minimum of 10% of their total Australian program expenditure on new local drama, documentary, children's, arts or educational content. Alternatively, they can contribute 7.5% of their Australian revenue to meet the same goal. It's simple, it's fair and it's long overdue. For too long we've been told that streaming services are different, that they exist outside the rules that apply to free-to-air and pay television. But when you're charging Australians for subscriptions, when you're part of our entertainment diet, when our shows dominate the cultural conversation, you have responsibilities too. Responsibilities to invest locally, to tell Australian stories, to hire Australian talent. Speaker, when Australians turn on their screens, they should see our stories reflected back. Whether it's a gritty true crime story, an animated family of dogs teaching us all life lessons, or a surf lifesaver in Summer Bay. Because those moments of recognition, they matter. They make us laugh, they make us proud, and sometimes they even make us cry. This bill ensures those moments don't vanish into the algorithm. It brings streaming platforms into the same fair framework that already applies to broadcasters. If you ask me, that's just common sense. As Kath Day-Knight might put it, it's noise, it's different, it's unusual. Speaker, we're a creative nation. We've given the world The Castle, Picnic at Hanging Rock, Priscilla, Queen of the Desert, Mad Max, Muriel's Wedding, Crocodile Dundee, Red Dog, The Dry and Bluey. Each one a reminder that our stories, when told authentically, have a power that resonates globally. But they also start small, in communities like mine. In the north, with local filmmakers and creative graduates taking their first steps. For every Oscar-winning performance by Nicole Kidman or Cate Blanchett, there's a local production assistant working on their first short film at Elizabeth TAFE. And as this bill reminds us, if we want our next generation of storytellers to thrive, we have to make space for them to start. And when it comes to the north, we have our fair share of creatives leading the way, like award-winning director Justin Kurzel, who brought the haunting story of Snowtown to the world and just a few years later reimagined Macbeth as a striking historical epic. His success reminds us that talent from our suburbs can capture the world's attention, and the next generation of filmmakers in Australia can turn local stories into international cinema. That's what this bill delivers: guaranteed access for Australian audiences to Australian content and guaranteed investment into the local industry. Speaker, Revive, the national cultural policy, was built around one simple belief: that our people and their stories are our greatest cultural asset. This bill turns that belief into law. It makes sure that Australian stories don't just survive, they thrive. Because frankly, if we can binge watch 3 seasons of The Office in a weekend, we can certainly make room for Utopia or Rosehaven. Speaker, this legislation doesn't just talk about culture, it delivers for the economy. The Australian screen industry already supports more than 50,000 jobs. Every film, every series, every documentary made here creates work for actors, sound engineers, set builders, caterers, drivers and designers. The benefits ripple through local economies, and that's true for Adelaide's North too. Our communities and our TAFE campuses provide the pathways for the next generation of storytelling, and this bill helps solidify that pathway. It's a jobs and justice policy for the creative sector, ensuring that when global giants profit here, Australian workers share in the dividends. And it's fair, because the same principle applies across our economy. If you make money in Australia, you invest it back into Australia. That's the foundation of the Future Made in Australia agenda, and it's just as relevant to culture as it is to critical minerals or clean energy. Speaker, we've all had that experience of opening the streaming app, ready to relax after a long day and being flooded with options that are anything but local. Endless lists of shows about New York lawyers, London detectives, or maybe even a Nordic crime thriller. And sometimes you just want to see someone in the suburbs and landmarks you know, like Kath Knight telling off Kel for wearing a Sydney Swan scarf, or Ray Shoesmith trying to balance a life of crime and trying to be a good dad. This bill generates that balance, ensuring that no matter how global the content landscapes become, there will always be room for stories grounded in Australian experience. It ensures that when the next Underbelly, Offspring or Sea Change comes along, there's space, funding for it to be made. And also helps ensure that shows like Bluey, which is now our most iconic export since Vegemite or a Tim Tam, have a future. Because Bluey didn't come out of nowhere. It was born from years of sustained investment in children's content. If we lose those frameworks, we lose the foundation for the next generation of Australian success stories. And as any parent will tell you, if we lose Bluey, bedtime negotiations across the country will collapse overnight. So yes, Speaker, this bill is partly about national security, the security of parents' sanity. But it's also about identity, belonging and opportunity. It says to every kid watching TV in Gawler or Salisbury or Elizabeth, your world matters, your story matters. You belong here, and that's powerful. Speaker, the bill also supports documentary production, a genre where Australia punches well above its weight. Our documentaries tackle big issues from the Australian dream to Working Class Boy, Backroads and Australia in Colour. These are stories that educate, challenge and inspire. They capture who we are and we've been and where we've been and where we're going. This bill ensures that that kind of storytelling has a sustainable future too. Importantly, the legislation has a built-in flexibility. It includes a three-year carryover period for investment, giving streaming services the time to plan major projects. It also mandates a statutory review for 4 years after commencement, ensuring it continues to meet its goals effectively. There are sensible exemptions too. This isn't about hobbyists uploading to YouTube or niche services streaming wedding videos. It applies to the big players, the ones with serious market presence and serious profits. That's why it's fair, proportionate and enforceable. Civil penalties apply for breaches because, Speaker, we're serious about this, because that's what we do as the Labor Party. We're a product and we produce and solidify the arts. Protect and solidify the arts. We recognise that a nation's creativity is not a luxury. It's a foundation, one that fuels innovation, identity and pride. We back the painters, the playwrights, the performers and the producers because we know that when Australian art thrives, Australia thrives. And we do it not for applause or accolades, but because storytelling in every form is how we strengthen the social fabric that binds us together. This bill also protects innovation. By ensuring a steady flow of investment into local production, it encourages creative risk-taking, the kind that leads to new voices, new genres, new success stories. And we know from experience that when Australians tell their stories, the world listens. The Drive brought the Mallee to the big screen. Lion told of a story that spanned continents. The 12 showed that Aussie courtroom drama can revive anything out of Hollywood. This is the pipeline we're protecting. And we do it not because we fear global content, but because we value local creativity. Speaker, it's also about balance, cultural and economic. In recent years, global streaming services have spent billions worldwide on content, but only a fraction of that in Australia. This bill fixes that imbalance. It ensures that Australian subscribers aren't just paying for foreign content, they're helping fund Australian production too. That's not protectionism, that's participation. It's saying, if you're part of our cultural ecosystem, you play by the same rules as everyone else. And I'd argue that that's as fair as splitting the bill at the pub. Everyone chips in for their fair share. Speaker, we should also recognise how this legislation supports regional Australia. More and more productions are being filmed outside capital cities, and that's good news for places like the Barossa, the Riverland and Adelaide's North. When crews roll into town, they book local hotels, hire local transport and eat at local cafes. The economic multiplier is real, and every dollar spent on screen production benefits the broader community. That's why this bill matters not just to Sydney or Melbourne, but to every region that wants to be part of Australia's storytelling future. And Speaker, in a world of deep fakes, AI-generated voices and synthetic scripts, authenticity matters more than ever. You can train an algorithm to mimic a voice, but you can't code an Aussie sense of humour. You can't fake the heart of the Sullivans or the warmth of the McLeod's daughters. You can't replicate the chaos of Rake or the absurd brilliance of Utopia. Those shows work because they're grounded in who we are. This bill ensures that identity endures and evolves in a digital age. Speaker, I also want to acknowledge the arts workers who have been calling for this reform for years. Writers, producers, directors, editors and crew. People who love this country enough to tell its stories. They've waited long enough for fair treatment. This government listened and we're delivering. The previous government spent a decade talking about creative industries without giving them the creative certainty they needed. But we're changing that. We're turning commitment into legislation, and we're doing it because we believe that storytelling is nation building. It shapes how we see ourselves and how the world sees us. Speaker, for me, this bill also speaks to fairness, something Australians instinctively understand. If a teacher in Elizabeth pays taxes, if a nurse in Gawler contributes to super, if a tradie in Manapara follows the rules, why should multi-billion-dollar streaming companies be the exemption? Everyone should do their bit because that's what fairness looks like. And fairness is what this bill delivers. So whether you're watching Heartbreak High or Hey Hey It's Saturday, Gladiators or Glitch, you'll know that what's on your screen is part of something bigger, a fair go for Australian stories. And maybe that's the real takeaway here, Speaker, that our screens aren't just entertainment, they're mirrors. They show us who we are, where we've been and what we can become. So whether you're watching from a lounge in Virginia, a kitchen in Truro or a shed in Anglevale, you'll always have access to stories that sound like home. That's what this bill guarantees. And as the castle taught us, when you stand up for what's right, it's the vibe. It's the vibe of fairness, creativity and community. It's the vibe of Australia. And for that reason, Speaker, I proudly commend the Communications Legislation Amendment Australian Content Bill to the House. Thank you.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. The member for Curtin has the call.
When I was in my early 20s, I was renting in Sydney, working hard and loving my life and my friends. And once a week, I sat down with my boyfriend and we watched The Secret Life of Us on TV. I loved it. I felt like Claudia Carvin and Samuel Johnson could easily have been my friends. They sounded like my friends, lived similar lives and dealt with similar issues. We looked forward to Monday nights and chatted about it at work. It became part of the language and culture I shared with my friends, and it brought us together. Later, as a parent of young kids, turning on Justine Clark and Jay Lagaya on Play School provided the window I needed to get a load of washing out, tidy up or lie exhausted next to my toddlers for a moment. I didn't want my kids to learn to talk with an American accent. I wanted them to understand, embrace and share our unique Australian culture. And although my kids were too old for Bluey, I've watched it with my nieces and nephews and seen the same thing in today's toddlers. Bluey shows the best of us, reflecting our culture and values in a way that reminds not just the kids, but also the adults who we are. Only a few years ago, I loved watching Tim Minchin's Upright, a road trip across Australia that ended with a homecoming to Cottesloe in my electorate in Curtin. The trees, the architecture, the vibe bring these stories into our lives and make them real to us. As our TV viewing patterns have changed, with far more choice, global content and streaming services, our cultural references are becoming more fragmented. We have fewer of these common cultural touchpoints, these collective Australian experiences that bring us together. Some of this is inevitable and positively reflects that we now accept a much broader range of ways to be Australian, and we have endless global choices available to us. But it also comes at a cultural cost, and this cost is not inevitable. TV stations are required to include some Australian content, which is how we get to hear more of our stories. But until now, streaming platforms have not had this requirement, and this bill fixes that. This bill is a significant and long-awaited reform. It's a milestone for Australia's cultural life. And I want to commend the government, and Ministers Burke and Wells in particular, for delivering the decisive action that Australia's screen sector has needed for far too long. The bill introduces for the first time a clear and enforceable Australian content requirement for the major streaming platforms like Netflix, Disney Plus and Prime Video, the services that now dominate how Australians watch television. If a streaming service has at least 1 million paying subscribers in Australia, it will be required to spend more on new eligible Australian programs, either 10% of its total program expenditure for Australia or 7.5% of its Australian revenue. And these eligible programs include the backbone of Australian storytelling: drama, children's content, documentaries, arts and educational programs. Streamers can acquit their obligations over a 3-year cycle, recognising the lumpy, project-based nature of screen investments, and they must report annually to ACMA. Crucially, it brings streaming services into line with the free-to-air and subscription broadcasters who've carried these obligations for decades. In short, the bill guarantees that no matter which remote control Australians pick up, Australian stories will remain at their fingertips. Now, this reform is not just a technical fix, it's a cultural safeguard and a cultural opportunity. For decades, Australia's local content rules have ensured that we can hear our own voices and see our own communities, histories and quirks reflected on screen. But audience habits have changed dramatically. More and more Australians watch content through streaming platforms, and those platforms have had no requirement to invest in Australian stories. This gap has left our screen sector increasingly vulnerable. Production has slumped, local commissions have declined, and a highly skilled workforce, actors, directors, writers, crew, editors, musicians and creatives, have faced deep uncertainty. The Media, Entertainment and Arts Alliance described today's reforms as a vital lifeline. They stressed that the new content requirements will deliver safe and secure employment opportunities and offer real hope to thousands of creative workers who rely on a stable, sustainable production sector. Screen Producers Australia called this a landmark day, the result of more than a decade of advocacy built on the simple principle that Australian stories deserve a guaranteed space in our media landscape. As SPA put it, without clear local content rules, the ready availability of imported content risks drowning out our own voice. And of course, this is about audiences too. Australians want Australian stories. They want stories that reflect our identity, our humour, our complexity and our diversity. They want programs that understand our communities because they come from our communities, and this bill honours that. There are some small improvements that could be made to this bill. I'll be supporting the amendments proposed by the member for Wentworth to exclude the amount of the producer offset from qualifying expenditure in order to prevent international streaming services from artificially reducing their Australian expenditure. That amendment also ensures that Australian companies, rather than international companies, retain important intellectual property rights over the new Australian programs. And it requires that the streaming services report on the subgenres of their new Australian programs to support broader assessment and monitoring of the health of key sectors of the screen industry, like children's programming and documentary production. I urge the government to seriously consider these amendments. To conclude, this is good, thoughtful, balanced legislation. It recognises that Australian stories are not just entertainment, they're part of the fabric of who we are. They help us understand ourselves, understand each other, and allow the world to understand us. The government has listened through extensive consultation and years of advocacy and acted, and I commend them for that. I strongly support the bill and the amendments being introduced by the member for Wentworth, and I look forward to seeing it strengthen our culture, our creative industries and our national identity for years to come. Thank you.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. The member for Moncrieff has the call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Australians have changed the way they consume their media. There's been a significant decline in the number of people who watch live broadcast television free-to-air. 2024 marked a key milestone in Australia's viewing patterns, with less than half of Australians watching live free-to-air TV for the first time, at only 46%, down from 52% in 2023. And this was accompanied by a decline in the average time spent viewing broadcast television, down to 4.8 hours a week in 2024, from 5.6 in 2023. Australians have shifted the way they consume their content, but two things have not shifted: Australians' desire for a strong Australian arts and media sector, and the legislative landscape for subscription video on demand. Right now, free-to-air broadcasters have Australian content requirements. Pay TV has Australian content requirements. Streaming services do not. This gap means Australian stories are being overshadowed by a global library of content created elsewhere. And that's why I'm so happy to support the Australian Content on Streaming Services Bill. This is practical legislation that strengthens our cultural sector and delivers clear benefits for communities like mine in southern Sydney. 56% of Australians believe the arts benefit their well-being, but half of Australians are not attending as much as they would like, with cost and location cited as significant barriers to arts attendance. It's clear that Australians want access to arts, entertainment and media right here in Australia. This legislation aims to ensure that we maintain a significant arts and cultural industry in Australia. Streaming services really took off around the world during the mid to late 2010s. It was an enormous opportunity for regulatory reform for those who were in government during that time, to ensure that Australians were positioned to take advantage of this transition in consumption. Did we have a government during those years that was innovative and forward-thinking? Unfortunately not, Deputy Speaker. We had those opposite in government. While overseas companies were swooping into Australia to take advantages of these changes, those opposite did nothing to ensure that Australians would benefit from it. In a challenging landscape, Australian streamers like Presto and Quick Flicks collapsed. On top of that, those opposite butchered the arts sector. The 2014 federal budget slashed almost $60 million of the arts and cultural development funding, and also slashed about $68 million from Screen Australia and the Australia Council. Cuts that devastated the arts community and shattered the trust of artists and creative workers across this nation, that Australia was a place where a career as an artist could be built. Those opposite efforts damaged the industry. They sought to create an environment where the arts couldn't flourish, just as they sought to create an environment where manufacturing couldn't flourish. They dared our manufacturers to go offshore, and that's exactly what our vehicle manufacturers did. And those efforts almost did the same to the arts sector. As the brother of one of those in the creative sector, I know how much value is added to our society by the arts sector, and how devastated the arts community were to know that the Liberal National Government didn't see their value. Fortunately, the Australian people rejected this antediluvian and backward-thinking approach. They elected an Albanese Labor government to bring back an Australia where creativity and the arts could flourish. In its first 12 months in office, the Albanese Labor government released its national cultural policy, aptly named Revive. Revive is structured around 6 interconnected pillars which set out the government's strategic objectives. Firstly, it puts First Nations first, recognising and respecting the crucial place of First Nations stories at the centre of Australia's arts and culture. Secondly, it allows a place for every story, reflecting the breadth of our stories and the contribution of all Australians as creators of culture. Thirdly, it recognises centrality of the artist, supporting the artist as worker and celebrating artists as creators. Fourthly, it provides strong cultural infrastructure, providing support across the spectrum of institutions which sustain our arts, culture and heritage. Finally, it engages the audience, making sure our stories connect with people at home and abroad. This bill builds on the structure put in place through the National Cultural Policy. For so many in my electorate, arts are an important part of life. In September, I had the opportunity to meet with Eric Nash of Glass House Productions, a local filmmaker from the Sutherland Shire. Eric wrote, directed and produced the feature film Love You Like That, and shot it entirely in the Shire. Starring Mitchell Hope and comedy great Steph Tisdale, the film celebrated our local area on screen and achieved national success, screening in over 90 cinemas. It's now streaming in the USA, Canada, the UK and here in Australia, proudly showcasing the beauty and heart of the Sutherland Shire to international audiences. Hughes is a photogenic place, Deputy Speaker. We have the beauty of Bundina, the marvels of Mayinbar, the rare beauty of the Royal National Park, the spectacular Simo's Beach, the healthy hum of the Heathcote National Park, the gentle run of the Georges River, and a thriving and healthy koala population. Hughes has a lot to offer, and Australia has a lot to offer the world of film, television and streaming. However, local gems of films like Love You Like That struggle to get the national spotlight in an environment that favours big international players. I'm sure, Deputy Speaker, that you'll be rushing home to stream it online as soon as you're out of the chair, now that you know what it has to offer. But others aren't so fortunate. When Australian film and television is allowed to shine, we know that it is highly successful on the world stage. Programs like Bluey have children all around the world saying, "Airport? I'm not going to the airport," in an Australian accent. Colin from Accounts brought the relatable situation of falling asleep on the T4 and waking up at Waterfall to the screen, and dared to imagine a world in which Waterfall had a big Chinese restaurant. Mad Max Fury Road had fans all around the world witnessing it. This is what Australian cinema can achieve when it's given a fair go. Our films go straight to the pool room. But the media landscape has been stacked against Australian creators for too long. This bill builds on the government's efforts to change that. Families in Barton Ridge, Hammondville and Macquarie Fields gather at home in the evenings to watch dramas and documentaries. They love David Attenborough, as we all do, but they also want to hear Australian voices telling Australian stories that matter to Australians. And that's why this bill matters to people in Hughes. It ensures that no matter what screen they choose to watch, there is guaranteed access to Australian productions that reflect our identity and our values. Deputy Speaker, this bill is straightforward. It requires major streaming services with over 1 million Australian subscribers to invest in at least 10% of their total program expenditures on new Australian commissions or first release acquisitions of eligible program formats. These formats include drama, children's content, documentary, arts and educational programs. Alternatively, services may choose a voluntary option to invest 7.5% of their gross Australian revenue. Without a new tax, without a new levy, it's a simple requirement to reinvest a small part of the value these platforms derive from the Australian public back into Australian stories. It mirrors arrangements that already exist for other broadcasters and ensures Australians continue to see themselves represented on screen. Australia has always played an important global role in the film industry. The first full-length narrative feature film was created right here. On Boxing Day 1906, The Story of the Kelly Gang opened at the Athenaeum Theatre in Melbourne, the first multi-reel feature-length film ever produced in the world, and it was produced right here. So our history of the film industry is long and it's important. And for the people of Hughes, this bill does several important things. Firstly, it strengthens local industries. Our area is home to producers, editors, animators and creatives who work across the screen sector. Many residents commute into the city each day to work in production houses, studios or digital design firms. This bill helps secure jobs for these workers by giving producers more certainty that local content will be commissioned. Secondly, it supports small business. Sydney is home to businesses that supply equipment, post-production services, sound design and filming support. When Australian productions increase, these businesses grow. It means jobs in our local communities. It means the growth of local spending. And that's a direct economic benefit for Hughes. Thirdly, it supports young people. There are thousands of young creatives in Hughes. Students in schools across the Sutherland Shire, Liverpool and Campbelltown LGAs study media, film and performing arts. They are capable, they are ambitious, they are eager to contribute to an industry that feels increasingly global and competitive. By increasing Australian commissions, we give these students a clearer pathway for their career and more opportunities to develop skills close to home. Lastly, this bill ensures strong and continued representation for all Australians. The Hughes community is very diverse. Families from many cultural backgrounds call Hughes home, and Australians want these stories, the stories of modern Australia, reflected on screen. Residents bring perspectives shaped by their heritage, their personal histories and their connection to local places. If we want the future Australia to feel seen and to feel understood, our screens must reflect that diversity. The current market does not always guarantee this, but this bill introduces a stable requirement that improves representation and supports stories that come from communities like ours. The bill amends the Broadcasting Services Act to introduce these Australian content requirements for subscription video on-demand services. It also makes consequential amendments to the ACMA Act so that the authority can administer these obligations. It establishes clear rules, including a 3-year carryover period for expenditure and a statutory review after 4 years to ensure the scheme is working as intended. This balances certainty with accountability. Services have flexibility to manage expenditure across years, while the public can trust the system will be evaluated and improved over time. The requirement only applies to major services with more than 1 million Australian subscribers. It excludes platforms that feature predominantly user-generated content, services that rely solely on advertising, or those with limited appeal. It ensures the scheme targets the largest players without burdening small platforms. This legislation also protects the public by imposing civil penalties for breaches. When rules exist, they must be enforceable. The ACMA will have powers to determine classes of expenditure and revenue and to request notifications from service providers. These delegated powers are made through disallowable instruments, which protects parliamentary oversight. In relation to why the level of regulation is necessary where the market already produces Australian content, the answer is simple. Without clear requirements, local content becomes vulnerable to fluctuations in global investments. Large platforms commission programs for many countries at once, and decisions are not always made with the Australian public in mind. Our content can be deprioritised or replaced with cheaper imports. Over time, this has the potential to erode the presence of Australian voices. A stable requirement ensures that even as technology changes, our identity is not diluted. Deputy Speaker, residents in Hughes want Australian stories on their screens. They want Australian children to grow up watching Australian programs that reflect their lives and surroundings. They want an arts and cultural sector that offers good jobs and strong career pathways. They want the creative talent in southwestern Sydney and the Sutherland Shire to be supported, not overshadowed. This bill responds to those expectations. It supports economic development. It strengthens cultural expression and representation. It gives certainty to creators and businesses. It ensures major global companies that benefit from Australian audiences contribute meaningfully to Australian storytelling. Deputy Speaker, the people of Hughes are passionate, diverse and proud to be Australian, and they want their stories reflected on screen. They value fairness and contribution. They expect when a service operates in Australia and profits from Australian households, it should also invest in Australian culture. This bill meets that expectation in a balanced, proportionate and effective way. Australians love their television, they love their film. This bill gives Australians the opportunity to love Australian film and media like that. Deputy Speaker, I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. The Assistant Minister for Defence has the call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Wake and fright, sometimes that happens when I'm in Canberra. Death in Brunswick, that happens in my electorate. Breaker Morant, Gallipoli, great historical stories. Picnic at Hanging Rock, Lantana, Farlap, The Castle, another great favourite. Strictly Ballroom, Two Hands, Walkabout. I could go on, Deputy Speaker. Great Australian cinema. And some for you, Deputy Speaker. Acropolis Now, Our Generation, Wog Boy, all that great TV that we saw growing up. The Slap, Skippy the Bush Kangaroo, you remember that one? Absolutely. I watched that when I was a kid. Kath and Kim, look at me, Deputy Speaker. I'm talking about Kath and Kim. The Secret Life of Us, Mystery Road, Heartbreak High, on and on and on. Great Australian television. My kids watch Investigators, that was on the ABC. Fantastic show for kids. And this is what this is about, Deputy Speaker. This bill is about supporting Australian storytellers, Australian cinema and Australian TV, and making sure in amending the Communications Legislation Amendment Bill that we introduce content obligations on streaming services to make sure that no matter which screen people are watching on, they have guaranteed access to Australian stories. And now we've always been a nation of storytellers, Deputy Speaker. From the world's oldest continuous cultures, the First Nations storytellers, more modern storytellers as well, that have brought to life the modern multicultural stories of Australia to our screens, both the small screen and the silver screen. The screen industry, Deputy Speaker, is one of the most powerful platforms we have to share Australian stories, to share our stories with the world, whether it's Crocodile Dundee or Kath and Kim. Now, this bill ensures that our national identity, our voices, our experiences and our creativity is not only preserved, Deputy Speaker, but projected out proudly to future generations and to audiences across the globe. This bill will amend the Broadcasting Services Act to introduce an Australian screen content requirement for subscription video on demand services and will guarantee a minimum level of expenditure on new Australian content on streaming services. This is about ensuring access to Australian content, Deputy Speaker, making sure it's made readily available and not unreasonably denied to Australian consumers and international audiences. It's going to require, this Act is going to require that streaming services with more than 1 million Australian subscribers will need to invest at least 10% of their total expenditure in Australia, or 7.5% of their revenue, on new local drama, children's TV or film, documentary, arts and educational programs. Now, Deputy Speaker, the bill marks a major shift in how Australians will access Australian-made content. The world has changed. And we know that Australian stories are fundamental to shaping our national identity. And I say that in the sense that, you know, people might think, oh, it's just TV or it's movies. But what the screen does, what those stories do, they do contribute to our social cohesion as a nation. It reflects back to the community the stories, and seeing ourselves on the screen is all about being able to express culturally what we're about, who we are, help us understand who we are, what we're about, and sometimes why we are, when you get some of those deeper artistic efforts. And the National Cultural Policy Revive affirmed a simple truth. The people of Australia and the stories we tell are effectively our greatest cultural asset. They are worth every dollar, Deputy Speaker, because they tell the story of us. And the power of seeing ourselves on the small and large screen is so undeniably important because they cultivate community, these stories. They share the experiences that we have with each other. And it's a sense of belonging that is nurtured by telling those stories, being part of those stories and seeing yourself reflected back from the screen. I remember as a kid growing up, I got so excited when there was an Australian film or an Australian television show with Australian accents, because you get a lot of American television and so on, and some of those sitcoms were very funny and great, whatever. But there was a certain buzz, there was a certain excitement watching, you know, BMX Bandits or any of these shows like Skippy or whatever it might be with Australian accents on the screen. And that was important for us growing up. We also get to see our values reflected, our diversity and our character. And in a sense, these stories on the screen show the world who we are, and they give us also a way to interpret our past, define our present, and showcase the creativity that exists here in Australia, and to put that out on the global stage. Now, we know, Deputy Speaker, that the world has changed. The way that we consume media, the way we consume art and television and film has changed. Streaming services now dominate, in many respects, the media landscape. The Australian Communications and Media Authority has found that the majority of Australians use streaming services as their preferred method for consuming screen content. That's about 81% of Australians subscribing to at least one streaming service. That's a significant shift in the way that we consume this content. We're spending a whopping $3.8 billion on video streaming services and have a total of 26.6 million video streaming accounts. That's in Australia. Yet until now, until this bill, these services have had no obligation whatsoever to invest in the country from which they have profited or are profiting. So writers, performers, producers, directors, costume and makeup artists, set designers, gaffers, I can go on, I don't know all the technical roles that exist. All the Australian creatives deserve to have these streaming giants invest in their talent and in their work, their brilliant work. And I'm not alone in saying that. The majority of Australian streaming service users, in fact, agree that it's important to have Australian stories, voices and culture platformed on these services. There have been a number of studies done on this. Australians want to see more Australian content available to them. Beyond this, we can't understate the importance of the Australian screen industry, not just for entertainment, but on our economy as well. This is an industry that creates Australian jobs, innovation, cultural identity and international influence. It's an industry that employs tens of thousands of people, writers, editors, actors, technicians and many others whose contributions often go unseen, unless you sit there, and you should, by the way, until the end of the credits, because it takes a lot of work and effort to produce some of those films and those TV shows. So this all depends on a strong local industry, Deputy Speaker. But to be clear, the concept of more people, and I've heard this being said, you know, more people go to the NGV, that's the National Gallery of Victoria, than the MCG. And therefore, there is this great, you know, look at all the arts, people are enjoying the arts more than they enjoy sports. And remember, Melbourne is the sporting capital, so that's quite a statistic. But you know what I'd say to that too? That's great, but not all arts is commercially viable. There is a place for us to support emerging artists, to support new art, to support new film and television as it emerges. and provide that support for them, because otherwise you won't have an industry. It can't just be totally based on the commercial value. Otherwise you'd just be making Hollywood productions up in Queensland. That's an important part of the industry. But, you know, Dwayne Johnson running around, you know, with his top off, pretending to be in Los Angeles while he's in the Gold Coast is not an Australian story. Let's be honest about that. It's filmed in Australia, but it's not an Australian story. While it's important for work for those creatives, I'm talking about Australian content, Australian stories. So when you speak to the people in the industry, Deputy Speaker, it's this idea of a strong local industry that is such a point of the advocacy that's been something that has characterised the debate around the streaming services and the lack of obligation in the past to actually provide some of their revenue towards local content. I recently met with a constituent of mine, Sky Davies, who's a local cinematographer and screen practitioner in my electorate of Wills. I met with a number of creatives in my electorate. Wills in the northern suburbs of Melbourne has one of the highest percentages of creatives probably in Australia, I'd say, concentration. She was joined by all these screen practitioners. There was Ryan, there was Mike, there was Con, all of them who felt the devastating decline in Australian stories and the impact of not having any quotas for local content on streaming services and how that's impacted their work, particularly in Victoria and the filming. Like I mentioned, some of the work that's happening up in Queensland, that's great, but obviously in Victoria and other states, when you don't have the local content, they suffer. So the attrition rate of crew members is at a historic, the number of crew members is at a historic low. There's a very high attrition rate. People are being forced out of the industry due to depleted employment opportunities. And the situation is so dire that the group expressed to me that if this continued in 1 year, probably only one member of the group would be sitting in our meeting as a working creative. Now, for decades, the Australian screen industry thrived because of the Australian content requirements that were on free-to-air TV. Quotas for local content have long been required for broadcast free-to-air, but do not exist for the streaming services as they've emerged and have taken over a lot of the platforms that people use to watch this content. So those requirements in the past actually ensured that our screens reflected our lives as Australians, reflected us back to ourselves and our stories. So when we turned on the TV, we saw our cities, we saw our unique humour, our history and our culture on the screen. But the world has changed and the way Australians engage with and watch content has shifted, as I mentioned earlier. There has been a 17.5% decline in the numbers of Australian titles this year alone, and a large reduction in overseas investment from streaming services. Now, I've worked before politics at SBS as an executive of SBS. I've worked in film finance, financing independent film. I'm very passionate about the importance of local content and telling Australian stories. When I was at SBS, we brought on NITV to be part of SBS. The profound impact of telling First Nation stories, not just for Indigenous people across Australia, but for all Australians, has been really felt, and the benefits have developed from that. It's also about telling our multicultural stories, who we are as a nation. Deputy Speaker, earlier in my speech, I referred to Acropolis Now and some of these other multicultural sitcoms that you have a laugh about. They were great shows, but they told the stories of the emerging migrant groups, and we see that people reflected on the screen telling us who we are and showing us who we are. Now, this government is committed to delivering on our National Cultural Policy Revive, and that policy is pivotal to our ability to promote that cultural importance of local Australian stories, to ensure that we have international reach of Australian content and supporting Australia's global brand and standing, and our ability also to boost the positive economic impact of the screen sector on Australia's economy. So this government, Deputy Speaker, believes strongly that we should never ever underestimate how important it is for Australians to see themselves represented on the screen, to understand who we are better, to tell our stories, to express ourselves. There's nothing wrong with You know, the American sitcoms and all that, they're all great shows, European shows and so on, but they're not our stories. Our stories are unique to us, and they also are a window into Australia and the diversity of Australia, and being able to tell those stories to the rest of the world is important for Australia's standing globally. So this bill, Deputy Speaker, the Albanese government is actually standing with our Australian creators. We're making sure that that percentage of revenue that the streaming services collect in Australia from their subscriptions is going to be reinvested in Australian content. There's a steady stream. And everything I've heard from the industry is like, we need that stability. We need that baseline to continue to be able to know that we've got work and a pipeline of work, not one job and then 8 months sitting at home and then hoping for another job to come, but to have that steady stream coming through. So we're always, as a government, going to invest in our culture, our industries and our future. And Deputy Speaker, I think this is a really important bill for Australia's cultural identity and for all the creative people and all the young people as well as older people who want to continue to work in the creative industries, to tell our stories. It's such a special part of who we are. The arts, it's not just about the economics. It's the heart and soul of any society, Deputy Speaker. It's intangible to a certain extent, it's immeasurable to a certain extent, but you know it when you see it and you understand it when you see it, how important it is to us as a people to be able to tell those stories and how that moves us emotionally and moves our hearts as well as our minds. And I think it's so important to be able to provide this certainty for the screen industry. And that is why, Deputy Speaker, I very happy to commend this bill to the House. Thank you.
I thank the Assistant Minister for Defence. The question is the bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Brisbane.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise in support of this bill, and when this bill passes, Australians will see more Australian-produced content on their streaming services. So whether you're watching shows on the television, your iPhone, your iPad, your laptop, it is important that you get to see it and that our government plays a role in supporting Australian content where it can. Now, the first television broadcast in Australia took place on the 30th of September 1929 at the Menzies Hotel in Melbourne, using the electromechanical radio vision system. Believe it or not, that's a mouthful. After 18 months of test transmissions, regular broadcasts began in Brisbane on the 6th of May in 1934 using a 30-line system, and that reached an estimated 18 receivers around Brisbane. The test transmissions, which were an hour of duration each day, were made from the Wickham Terrace Observatory Tower. Now, the programs included news headlines, still pictures, you've got to go way back into the early 1900s here, and silent movies such as the temperance film Horrors of Drink. But since the introduction of the television in Australia, there have been a number of programs and world events that stopped the nation, and we've used the box to see them. The first world event was one of the first was the moon landing. I can't remember that one. The second was, for me, 9/11, which there was wall-to-wall coverage. And then who could forget the Women's World Cup quarter-final with the Matildas versus France and that penalty shootout that had the entire nation sitting on the edge of their seats. And then, of course, my favourite, Cathy Freeman, with the weight of the nation on her shoulders, and she came steaming home to take the 400-metre gold at the Sydney Olympics. These things just are in my memory, and I think of, it's just like yesterday. But one of my earliest memories as a kid was coming home from school and huddling in front of the television with my sisters to watch Skippy. Skippy, the theme song, will be playing Skippy, Skippy, Skippy the Bush Kangaroo, and it stood the test of time. And then when I was a teenager, as a family, we would gather around the television to watch a country practice about the lives of the locals in Wandon Valley. It was a quintessential Aussie show, and who could forget that episode that stopped the nation when Molly Jones died? There wasn't a dry eye in the lounge room. And then on a lighter note, every Saturday we turn on the television at 6:30 for Hey Hey It's Saturday, rolling around the floor laughing at the different skits, and who could forget Red's face? And then there was a classic, Kingswood Country. We can't forget Ted Bullpitt, who himself was a TV addict and his absolute love of his Holden Kingswood. And one that others have mentioned here before, Kim, look at moi. I'm sure many in this House can recognise that line from the iconic Kath and Kim series. There are also classic Australian dramas like Neighbours and Home and Away that launched international stars. Think Kylie Minogue, Chris and Liam Hemsworth, Margot Robbie, Julian McMahon, Naomi Watts, Simon Baker, Heath Ledger and many more. Deputy Speaker, even though we are a relatively small country with 27.5 million people, we have always batted above our weight when it comes to producing shows that stand the test of time and can compete on the international stage. When Australian writers and performers are given the support to produce Australian stories, we always see the most amazing productions come together. And we've heard from others here this afternoon, from previous speakers, the titles of some of our greatest. But we should never underestimate how important it is for Australians to see themselves on screen. It helps us better understand ourselves, our neighbours better, and allows the world to see us. And that's why in 2023, this government released its landmark national cultural policy, Revive, a place for every story, a story for every place. It's a 5-year plan to renew and revive Australia's arts, entertainment and cultural sector. It delivers new momentum so that Australia's creative workers, organisations and audiences continue to thrive and grow, and so that our arts, culture and heritage are repositioned as central to Australia's future. Revive is structured around 5 interconnected pillars which set out the government's strategic objectives. Number 1, First Nations first. It's about recognising and respecting the crucial place our First Nation stories and places our First Nation stories at the centre of Australia's arts and culture. A place for every story, reflecting the breadth of our stories and the contribution of all Australians as the creators of culture. Centrality of the artists, supporting the artists as workers, celebrating artists as creators. Number 4, a strong cultural infrastructure, providing support across the spectrum of institutions which sustain our arts, culture and heritage, and engaging the audience, making sure our stories connect with the people at home and abroad. And then sitting across these pillars are 10 principles that guide actions and investments over the next 5 years. Number 1, First Nations arts and culture are First Nations led. All Australians, regardless of language, literacy, geography, age or education, have the opportunity to access and participate in arts and culture. Number 3, artists and arts workers have career structures that are long-term and sustainable, supported by vocational pathways. Australian students have the opportunity to receive an education that includes cultural, creativity, humanities and the arts. Creative talent is nurtured through fair remuneration, industry standards and safe and inclusive work cultures. Number 6, arts and cultural organisations have representation and leadership that is reflective of contemporary Australia. Cultural infrastructure, including galleries, libraries, museums, archives and digital collections, is restored, built and maintained. Number 8, Australian stories are seen and heard regardless of the platform, very central to today's discussion. Creative industries and practices are future-focused, technology-enabled, networked and globally recognised, including through reciprocal exchange, export and cultural diplomacy. And arts and culture are generative, meaning creating new works and supporting emerging artists, and preservative, meaning protecting heritage and conserving cultural memory. Now, this legislation delivers on our commitment in the National Cultural Policy Revive to set local content requirements on streaming services. It recognises that Australian people and their stories are our greatest cultural asset. Australian stories help shape our national identity, define who we are, and make us recognisable on the international stage. And once this legislation is passed, it will make sure that no matter what screen you're watching from, you have guaranteed access to Australian stories. It will mandate streaming services with more than 1 million Australian subscribers to invest at least 10% of their total expenditure for Australia, or 7.5% of their revenue on local drama, children's documentary, arts and educational programs. Deputy Speaker, this will give vital support to our domestic screen sector and arts workers by ensuring quality local stories continue to be produced in Australia. Now, we have Australian content requirements on free-to-air television and pay TV, but until now there has been no guarantee that we could see our own stories on streaming services. We really are in a new era where fewer and less people are sitting down in the lounge room to watch their favourites on the box. And it's all about streaming platforms now, and we have to go where the people are going. With this legislation, we'll be able to ensure that no matter which remote control you're holding or which laptop button you're clicking, Australian stories will be at your fingertips. Now, in my electorate of Brisbane, I recently visited Ludo Studios. What's Ludo Studios? Think Bluey, Dingo, Chili, Coco and Dusty, amongst others. This show is now an Australian icon, and I spoke with the co-founder of Ludo Studios alongside the Screen Producers Australia about the importance of locally produced content. What I heard was real Australian content like Bluey matters. It connects us to who we are and shares our culture with the world, which is why these laws are so important. These laws will enable us to see the great work of our screen producers and artists. And in my electorate office, I recently met with Rebecca and Stephen from Screen Producers Australia, and they were talking about Make It in Australian, Give Our Stories a Fair Go campaign. They shared real-life examples of how challenging it was to compete with big companies like Netflix, Stan, Apple TV and Amazon. They said that when Australian industry is not invested in, we lose these skills locally and often end up importing these skills from overseas. They said what makes the most difference is having quotas in streaming services like the quota system that was introduced to broadcasting. Countries like the United Kingdom and Canada have quotas in place, and it has made a big difference to locally produced content. Now, Australian audiences have shifted to online streaming platforms, but our long-standing local content rules have not yet followed them. Australian stories are being left behind, and our audiences are missing out on the most accessible form of culture available. In fact, one artist who lobbied for quotas has gone on record to say there is something like 50,000 shows accessible to an Australian every day, which is unbelievable, and we want to get in on that and tell some of our stories and be part of a bigger picture. It's important that a model of streaming regulation delivers more genuinely Australian stories of cultural worth on our screens, particularly for our children. Deputy Speaker, the screen industry wanted to see a firm commitment from the government to support legislation on streaming services to invest in key genres including children's content, scripted drama and documentaries, and that's exactly what this legislation will do. We want to work with the Australian screen industry to deliver on their priorities. And their priorities are around ensuring Australian audiences see and hear their own stories. They want to see flexible and fair local content investment obligations for streaming platforms tied to revenue or subscribers. They want to see intellectual property protections to keep Australian stories in Australia, and to ensure independent screen businesses can thrive and be autonomous. They'd also like to see strengthened national broadcasters and screen bodies through more funding for the ABC and the SBS, and also build a competitive, fair screen investment framework. By boosting local production, rewarding Australian ownership, and by fixing industry gaps which can attract investment and keep production local. The screen industry really does support a diverse range of jobs across our creative industry economy. And this includes writers and actors, but you also have costume designers, set designers, camera operators, audio-visual tech operators, and many, many more. Deputy Speaker, this industry really drives economic growth across the country by creating skilled jobs, innovation and adaptation of new technology. It drives tourism and exports Australian culture and values globally. It helps to shape our cultural identity through protecting local stories that strengthen our national pride. and it boosts connection with authentic Australian stories that foster belonging, community resilience and a shared experience. Now, Deputy Speaker, as you probably gathered, I love a good Australian production, and I've not long finished watching Mystery Road with Detective Jay Swan, and if you haven't seen it, I highly recommend it. Through a well-produced drama, the audience experiences life in the outback, First Nation struggles with inequality and a history of a stolen generation. It's a great Australian story. Yeah. And this homegrown creative force is one of the many we should be proud of and be prepared to ensure it gets in front of fellow Australians. Now, something a little bit lighter is the fantastic program Muster Dogs. It follows 5 graziers from across Australia who are given 5 Kelpie puppies from the same litter. Now, who doesn't love a puppy, right? But they are set the challenge of transforming these uniquely Australian dogs into champion Muster Dogs. But it's great shows like these that could miss out on being developed if we didn't support the industry with this bill. Government has a role fostering the creative forces which live right here at home. But as we know, the government doesn't do creating. That role belongs to our artists. Artists who need to be respected as both workers and as creators. Artists that need strong infrastructure that provides training, development and space to share new works. And the nation needs those works to engage the audiences both here at home and around the world. And that's why I'm proud to be part of a government who not only recognises but supports our creative industries so they can continue to thrive and tell great Australian stories. So, Deputy Speaker, in conclusion, I'd like to quote the Castle, which to me sums up the principle behind this bill. Daryl's standing in front of the judge and the judge says, "And what law are you basing this argument on?" And Daryl responds with, "The law of bloody common sense." And with that, I commend the bill to the House.
I thank the member for Brisbane, and great speech. The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Cunningham.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I am also proud to rise today in support of this bill. I am a fierce advocate for celebrating and protecting Australian content and Australian artists in all their forms. So I was really pleased to have the opportunity today to talk about the buzz happening in the Illawarra right now with some really exciting projects that we've seen this year. Supporting Australian content is crucial not only for the jobs and economic benefit that it gives, supporting thousands of Australians every year and positioning Australia on the global stage. It is also crucial for sharing our stories and protecting our culture and way of life. Because while we share many similarities with places like the United Kingdom and the United States, there is something unique and special about Australia. Seeing that uniqueness represented on our screens is so important for cementing our own national identity. For us to know who we are, who our neighbours are, and for fostering that shared sense of pride and understanding. You can't be what you can't see, and Australians need to be able to see ourselves represented in the ever-growing streaming content that we consume every day. This bill introduces a requirement for streaming services to include a minimum level of Australian content on their platforms. Streamers with more than 1 million Australian subscribers will need to invest at least 10% of their total expenditure on new Australian commissions or first release acquisitions. Or alternatively, streaming providers can choose to invest 7.5% of their gross Australian revenue. The eligible programs will be new local drama, children's shows, documentary, arts and educational programs. This is part of the Albanese Labor government's commitment in Revive, our national cultural policy, to set local content requirements on streaming services. Our government is committed to ensuring that our future is made in Australia. We believe this in our core, that our future must start here at home. And that's not just manufacturing and goods exports, it's also our cultural exports. And we simply cannot guarantee the future of Australian cultural exports without protecting them through content requirements. We have Australian content requirements on free-to-air television and on pay television, protecting Australian cultural identity and Australian jobs. The growth of streaming services over the past few years has been huge, and it is important that they be subject to these same requirements for the same reason: to protect our stories and ensure that we are seeing ourselves represented in arts and culture. This guarantee means that there will be Australian stories on all screens. In my electorate of Cunningham in the Illawarra, we are proving ourselves to be a big draw card when it comes to content creation. If I have one message for these streaming companies, it is the Illawarra is open for business, and we have it all. A short helicopter ride from Sydney, as we saw with Elton John. He proved this when he flew in and out of WIN Stadium for his amazing concert just a few short years ago. From memory, it took him about 20 minutes, a very short commute, if you ask me. We have the most picturesque coastline you could imagine. Our famous Seacliff Bridge has featured in advertisements and television shows multiple times, showcasing just one aspect of what makes our coastline so beautiful. Where the mountains meet the sea, as beautiful a picture as you can get. And Hollywood has already started to discover our wonderful recipe. This year alone, we have seen 2 famous and recognisable faces come to Wollongong to make their latest Hollywood blockbusters. In February, the incredible Russell Crowe was spotted in Wollongong Harbour, filming his movie, The Beast in Me, with a famous Australian lineup that included Daniel McPherson, Luke Hemsworth and Amy Shark. Russell has felt the Illawarra magic before, filming Poker Face in Kiama and Gerringong in 2022 as well. And then in April, the small and very quirky and arty town of Port Kembla was absolutely abuzz. The original Baywatch girl, Pamela Anderson, herself was filming on Wentworth Street. The film, Place to Be, used the Servo as its set, a fantastic local bar and live music venue that is also committed to giving local Australian artists a platform. Port Kembla was also the set of Stan series Exposure in 2023 and featured in the BBC's mystery series Return to Paradise last year. Another famous Hollywood movie, Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes, was filmed in multiple spots across the Illawarra, including the old Helensburgh Tunnel, a spot many local people would have instantly recognised in the film. At the time, Screen Illawarra's Kingston Anderson said that the production was probably the largest feature film to be shot in Australia. And that happened in my hometown. There's not much that gets more thrilling than that. We have so much potential, as you know, Deputy Speaker,
Indeed.
not just for Hollywood, but for locally made content as well. Our very own Yale Stone from Orange is the New Black fame filmed her recent Paramount Plus series, One Night, in the northern suburbs of the Illawarra, with many instantly recognisable landmarks like the famous Scarborough pub, the Seacliff Bridge, local train stations and more. In the series, Yale's character, Hat, does what many locals do, commutes to the city every day on the train to get to work. And it was actually at Thirroul train station where I met Yale for the very first time during the 2022 election campaign. This is a piece of our community's reality, a small but important feature of this drama series. Produced by Screen Illawarra patron Ian Colley's company, Easy Tiger Productions, the film employed lots of locals and helped project our beautiful coastline onto screens worldwide. The film Over is a community-driven production which has a cast and crew entirely made up of Illawarra artists. It was filmed across Wollongong and last year it won Best Commission Film at the Wollongong Short Film Festival. In yet another exciting development in 2025 that has really seen our region hit some high notes for Australian filming, it took out the Specsavers Award for Australian Best Comedy Short Film at Flickerfest 2025. How great is that? These are just some examples, Deputy Speaker, because there simply is not enough time to celebrate all the amazing productions to come out of Wollongong in the last few years. A lot of these opportunities have been thanks to the incredible hard work of Screen Illawarra that has been tireless in its effort to pitch our region to the screen industry. Earlier this year, Screen Illawarra took a delegation of industry representatives from Warner Brothers, Disney and the BBC on a tour of our coastline, visiting local attractions like Bald Hill, Symbio Wildlife Park, BlueScope and more. I have been speaking regularly with Screen Illawarra about ways that our government can help support them to grow this blossoming market. and I look forward to seeing so many more exciting exports coming to a streamer near you very soon. There's lots of exciting possibilities being worked on, I'll say that much, and I can't wait to see what is next. And I would just like to take a moment to acknowledge and thank Chair of Screen Illawarra, Nick Bolton, and all of his team for their outstanding advocacy and genuine hard work to get the Illawarra to where it is today and where it will be tomorrow. Our region is so lucky to have you fighting for us, seeing our potential and for helping to make that a reality. Thank you. And Deputy Speaker, it is not just film and television where our government is demonstrating our commitment to local Australian artists. Just last week, I was so privileged to get to attend the ARIA Awards, our national night to celebrate everything Australian music. I owe a huge thanks to the Minister for the Arts, Tony Burke, for helping me to get there for one very exciting reason. For the very first time, the ARIA Awards had a brand new category of Best Music Festival, and Wollongong's Yours and Ours was nominated. We could not have been prouder of our guys getting this national recognition, and I just had to be there with them to celebrate that. They may have been pipped at the post by Laneway Festival, but that does not diminish the incredible achievement it was to make it into that category on its inaugural year. And congratulations to Adam, Ballin, Ben and all of their team on this mighty achievement. What made the night even more exciting was while I was there, I got the news that Yours and Ours had been awarded $250,000 under the Revive Live program. So I got to tell Adam face to face this exciting news while we waited for the announcement of their award nomination. Revive Live is supporting our live music industry, keeping venues open, keeping festivals entertaining fans and keeping Australian music alive. It was such a great moment to give Adam that news, and I am so pleased to be supporting Yours and Ours with original Australian artist fees, marketing, production and accessibility costs. I mentioned the Servo earlier, Deputy Speaker, where Pamela Anderson was filming. Well, once again, I was delighted to provide them with $75,000 under Revive Live. We're also giving $33,832 to La La La's, another local live music venue which is helping to promote local artists and ensuring Australian music is enjoyed by fans in the Illawarra. Since the Revive Live program began this year, we have delivered over $650,000 to help support local artists and venues, and I will keep doing everything I can to champion Australian music, our talented Australian artists and the venues that celebrate them. I once again want to highlight the strong dedication our government has to protecting Australia's culture, protecting Australian content and ensuring that we don't lose valuable jobs and revenue to overseas markets. I want to give a special mention here to Minister for the Arts, Tony Burke, and Minister for Communications, Annika Wells, for their dedication to making these content requirements law. We have a clear and defined purpose to create a future made in Australia. It's not a tagline, it's not just a motto, it is a guiding principle we are following through with real policy and real funding to ensure that it happens. This has real and tangible benefits for Australian communities, particularly in regions like the Illawarra. We have already been big winners here. We have everything you could ever need for a production. We've got the vistas, we've got the proximity to a large city, we've got the talent. I recently went on a tour of Disney Studios in Moore Park. I wasn't really surprised to learn that a significant portion of their workers live in the Illawarra, particularly in the animation field. And that's a workforce ready to go for the next major Hollywood or hopefully Australian production. Big stars like Russell Crowe and Pamela Anderson know it. Companies like Disney and Warner Brothers have seen the potential. And our government will do everything we can to create the environment that attracts investment in Australian products and Australian people. It's just one more notch for the future made in Australia. So I say to anyone thinking about the next big Australian film or series, come and knock on our door. We're ready and the Illawarra is open for business. You will not regret spending your time in the mighty Illawarra. I commend the bill to the House.
I thank the member for Cunningham. The question is the bill be read a second time And I call the member for Richmond.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I too rise to speak in support of the Communications Legislation Amendment, Australian Content Requirement for Subscription Video on Demand Streaming Services Bill 2025. And of course, this bill delivers on the Albanese Labor Government's commitment to introduce an Australian content obligation on streaming services, ensuring that no matter what screen you're watching from, you have guaranteed access to Australian stories. And of course, our National Cultural Policy, Revive, which is wonderful, it recognises that our greatest cultural asset is Australia's people and their stories, our stories. It also acknowledges that there have been major changes in the way that audiences access and consume film and television content, and we've all seen that over the past few years. Australia's television landscape has evolved to include not just public broadcasters, commercial broadcasters and cable, but increasingly a huge variety of streaming platforms and services. And Australian content quotas for commercial television were first introduced in the 1960s, showing that we have long known how important it is that the content of our screens reflects our culture and our identity as Australians. These content requirements were updated in the 1990s to capture free-to-air and other television broadcasters, and this ensured a minimum level of Australian content being produced every year. And of course, both the ABC and SBS acknowledge in their respective charters that their functions include informing, educating and entertaining audiences with content that represents our diverse identities, values and experience. Now, while streaming services derive very big profits from Australian audiences, often the content they deliver does reflect someone else's experience and someone else's identity. And what these laws do is really level the playing field. Just as free-to-air networks and pay television has long supported Australian stories through content requirements, streaming giants will now be required to invest in our people, our places and our perspectives. And Australian audiences, of course, are engaging with streaming services because these services produce some fantastic, wonderful, engaging shows, including the production of great Australian content. Only a minority of services are yet to produce any Australian content. And we want to ensure that that quality Australian content continues on those services. And this bill is not intended to criticise the operation of streaming businesses, but to acknowledge the fantastic content they produce and ensure that Australian audiences invested in watching these services are also able to continuing to access important Australian stories. And Deputy Speaker, the bill represents a significant step forward for Australia's creative industries as well as our cultural identity. And this bill amends the Broadcasting Services Act 1992 to introduce a clear and enforceable Australian screen content requirement for on-demand streaming platforms that millions of Australians are using every day. And it does this by guaranteeing a minimum level of expenditure on new Australian content on those services. And this is really important because, as we say, our stories matter. They reflect who we are, where we've come from and the values we all share. They showcase our unique voices to the world and ensure that future generations grow up with access to content that speaks of their own experiences. And it also highlights the immense talent and creativity of Australian actors, writers, directors, artists and other creatives. We just have so many creative industries and people that we're incredibly proud of. And it's not just Aussies that want to see Australian content on their screens. We all know worldwide how well regarded Australian films are. Indeed, we've seen over the decades films that have had massive international success like Pitting at Hanging Rock, Mad Max, The Castle, Crocodile Dundee, Priscilla, Queen of the Desert and Strictly Ballroom and Muriel's Wedding, which not only was a reflection of my area in northern New South Wales, was actually filmed in parts of that as well. And we have also, of course, recently seen some other Australian-made content achieve global success. We see it all the time, from Rake to Mr In Between to Colin from Accounts and, of course, Bluey. We all love Bluey. Australian film and television have a global reputation for innovation and emotional honesty. And these Aussie-made shows have been hugely successful, reaching international audiences, and we want to see more of that. In the words of Bluey, coconuts have water in them. Oh, sorry, wrong quote. In the words of Bluey, if you can imagine it, you can play it. And Deputy Speaker, this bill guarantees that streaming services will invest in telling those stories by setting a minimum level of expenditure on new Australian content. Under these reforms, on-demand streaming platforms will be required to dedicate at least 10% of their total program expenditure to commissioning or acquiring first-release Australian drama, children's programs, documentaries, arts and educational content. And these are the genres, they're the ones that shape our culture and inspire us creatively. This bill also allows providers to meet their obligation on a revenue basis, investing at least 7.5% of their gross Australian revenue in eligible Australian content. This approach ensures fairness whilst maintaining strong support for local production. Importantly, the bill adopts existing definitions from the Australian Content and Children's Television Standards, providing consistency across the industry. It also includes practical measures, such as a 3-year carryover period for expenditure and a statutory review after 4 years, to ensure the framework is effective and responsive to change. Oversight will of course be provided by the Australian Communications and Media Authority, ACMA, which will administer the Australian screen content requirement and receive reports from streaming services on their compliance with the requirements. These reforms will future-proof our screen sector. As traditional broadcast consumption declines, streaming platforms we know just dominate how Australians, especially young Australians, consume media. And without these laws, there's a real risk that Australian voices could become increasingly marginalised on platforms that prioritise high-volume international content. Now, this legislation ensures that future generations growing up seeing the people that represent them in towns and cities like theirs, telling stories that reflect Australian humour, character and resilience, of course. It ensures that Australian stories will not be lost in an ocean of overseas content. The development of the content requirements in this bill reflects the extensive and genuine consultation that the Albanese Labor government has undertaken with industry stakeholders. We arrived at a policy that will achieve meaningful outcomes in ensuring the representation of Australian voices and perspectives on screen, and one that's also consistent with Australia's international trade obligations. Now, of course, these reforms are not just about entertainment. They're about jobs, investment and employment opportunities. And as the member for Cunningham said too, for regional areas like hers and like mine, it is a game changer when we have productions occurring in our regions and a lot of employment as a result of Australian-made television and film. And of course, these opportunities will strengthen our screen industry, create work for thousands of Australians in production and post-production, and help our stories reach audiences both here and overseas. And economically, these reforms will importantly drive job creation, particularly in regional areas where film industries are emerging as major contributors to local economies, and that's certainly the case in my area, northern New South Wales. And more Australian productions means more work for writers, actors, directors, set designers, lighting specialists, camera operators, caterers, accommodation providers and transport services. And of course, in my electorate of Richmond, we have a growing film and production industry. And we also have so many elements that really contribute to making it a great location for film and television. We know that we've got so many versatile locations with pristine beaches, subtropical rainforests, stunning hinterland, historic towns, agricultural properties and coastal villages, all within a short driving distance. And we have a growing network of film and television production professionals supported by organisations like Screenworks, which plays a pivotal role in building local talent capacity, connecting regional crew with inbound productions and offering really important training for screenwriters, producers and directors. Also in my electorate, Finn Ballina is a visual effects studio. Their VFX artists, designers and producers work with some of the biggest names in film, television and other visual mediums. We also have so many international film festivals. The Byron Bay International Film Festival, running since 2006, showcases Australian and international film talent for thousands of film lovers throughout our region. And also Film by the Northern Rivers, another annual film festival in my electorate, showcases the work and filmmaking talent of New South Wales public school students from kindergarten to year 11. And the festival's aimed at promoting storytelling through film, and it's a really great celebration of the creativity of our young future filmmakers. We also consistently see the secondary impacts of productions in my local area and the huge economic benefits for our local community through the demand for accommodation, catering, transport, hiring and tourism. And we can never underestimate that ongoing benefit that it brings, from Hollywood blockbusters that we've had filmed, like Aquaman, which was filmed in our region, and many more, and lots of TV shows, including the very long-running British version of I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here, which has actually been filmed in a place called Dungey, just outside of Murwillumbah, for more than 20 years. Now, having that in place, the economic benefits that flow on from that is absolutely massive. So we consistently have, and I couldn't name them all of the movies and the television shows that are made in our region, and we certainly want to encourage that and encourage more local job creation because of it, both in those industries and also the industries that support them doing that. So, Deputy Speaker, in conclusion, this bill ensures that Australian content remains front and centre, and that's what our government's committed to doing. It's about protecting our culture, supporting our economy and guaranteeing that Australian stories continue to be told on the platform that Australians enjoy and watch all the time on our streaming services. And Deputy Speaker, I commend the bill to the House.
I thank the member for Richmond and I call the Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move that the debate be adjourned.
The question is that the debate be adjourned and the resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for a later hour this day or the next sitting. All of those of that opinion say aye. Opposed say no. I think the ayes have it. And I call the clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 3, Excise Tariff Amendment Draft Beer Bill 2025, resumption of debate on the second reading.
Before the debate is resumed on this bill, I remind the House that it's been agreed that a general debate be allowed covering this bill and the Customs Tariff Amendment Draft Bill 2025. The question now is that the bill be read a second time. And I call the member for Patterson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. We all know Australians have endless names for beer. A frothy, a cold one, a schooner, a pint, a middy, a jug, a stubby, a tinny, a long neck, a pony, a coldie, a bevy, a brew. And for many, simply, I'll have the usual thanks. Whatever we call it, Deputy Speaker, every Australian knows this. A beer at the local isn't really just about the drink. It's about the place, it's about the people, it's about the community. And that's why I rise today to speak on a measure that is practical, targeted and responsible, a measure that supports small business, protects local jobs and keeps the price of every beer, schooner, pot, middy, stable for the next couple of years for everyday Australians. I speak, of course, about the Albanese Labor government's 2-year pause on the indexation of the draft bill excise and excise equivalent customs duties, which commenced on the 1st of August this year. Now, this might sound like a technical tax change, and yes, excise indexation is really the stuff of headlines, but what this pause represents is so much more than a line item in the budget. It is a recognition of the cultural, social and economic role that pubs, clubs and breweries play in communities across the country, especially in regional communities like mine. To understand why this matters, I have to take the House back to the beginning of the year, when severe storms ripped through the Hunter region and the lower North Coast. The damage was heartbreaking. Homes ruined, farms underwater, roads washed out, businesses forced to close, thousands of people without power, without communications, without certainty. People were frightened, they were exhausted, and they were not alone though, because as we always do in the Hunter, we showed up for one another. Neighbours checked in on neighbours, food appeared where it was needed, generators were shared, warm showers offered, meals cooked for strangers, comfort given freely. And in those difficult days, something else became unmistakably clear. Our pubs and clubs once again became the beating heart of our communities. When people needed warmth, they went to the pub. When they needed the latest information, they went to the pub. When they needed a meal, a phone charge, a friendly face, they went to the pub. And in town after town, these venues transformed from watering holes into community hubs. One in particular, Deputy Speaker, was the Beresfield Tavern. Located right in the heart of Paterson, Carla and her hard-working team at the tavern rolled up their sleeves and cooked 250 hot breakfasts for locals each morning who, at that point, had no power, no food and no phone service. They didn't ask for recognition, they didn't wait for instruction, they simply saw the community in need and stepped up, like so many small family-run venues do time and time again. The morning of the Beresfield Tavern stood up was far more than a pub. It was a refuge, a community kitchen and a safe haven. It became exactly what pubs across Australia have always been, a gathering place for families, for sporting teams, for old mates and new friends, a place where milestones are celebrated and tears are sometimes shed, a place where darts are thrown, pool balls are sunk, yarns are spun, and when the tap beer flows, bringing just a small piece of comfort in difficult time. Right across my electorate of Paterson, those stories were repeated time and time again, and a problem shared is often a problem halved at the pub. Deputy Speaker, that's precisely why this policy really does matter. Let me be perfectly clear. For the next 2 years, the cost of purchasing a keg of beer is not going up. No automatic indexation, no extra tax pressure, no surprise increases for pubs, clubs or breweries. This pause gives small business owners what they have been calling for: certainty and cost stability. It supports Australian brewers, especially small and independent ones. It helps local venues keep their doors open, and it helps keep the price of a beer stable for the everyday Australian who is enjoying that one at their local. It's not a handout, it's not special treatment. It is a balanced, responsible pause that maintains the integrity of our excise system while providing genuine relief to a sector that employs thousands. In Paterson alone, we have around 340 licensed venues that will benefit from this policy. 3/4 of them are small family-run businesses, the sort that sponsor junior footy teams, host raffles, take on apprentices and put their profits straight back into their communities. And we all know at this time of the year, the ham raffle is a very, very special thing. Across Australia, around 160,000 Australians rely on this sector. These workers are not abstract statistics. They are bartenders, chefs, delivery drivers, cleaners, managers, brewery technicians, hard-working people with families and bills and stories of their own. I know this because I was one of them at one point. At 18, I worked in what was then known as the brewery at Queen's Wharf in Newcastle. We used to brew our own beer there. Bruce was the brewer. We had those magnificent tall copper brewing stills, and then also the beers came in pints and half pints. It was a legendary place. My sister got me the job, although I was too embarrassed to tell anyone that I was the boss's sister, and we kept that under wraps for quite a while. In fact, my grandmother's family, the Sharps, ran the Hinton Hotel as well, so I won't claim to be from long lines of publicans. I do have a touch of it in my veins. I also wore out the carpet at the Commercial Hotel in Morpeth, where my sister had the very first restaurant for quite a while, and I worked for a while I was at school. So there's plenty of understanding in my family about this industry. In Paterson, we have a proud craft brewing tradition as well. The Dusty Miner Craft Brewer, Molten Hops Brewhouse, the Riverport Brewing Company, and of course Murray's Craft Brewing. These businesses are part of our local identity, our regional economy and our tourism sector, and they stand to benefit from this measure, just like our pubs and clubs. Because when a pub stays open, a community stays connected. When a club remains affordable, families stay included. When a brewery survives, local jobs endure. As we move into this festive season, a time defined by connection, gratitude and community, I want to acknowledge the enormous contribution of our pubs, clubs and breweries and how they knit that social fabric of Paterson together. They will host Christmas lunches, end-of-year parties, charity raffles, community events and New Year's Eve celebrations. They will help shape the memories that carry us forward into another year. To every publican, every brewer, every hospitality worker, every cleaner, every supplier and small business owner in Paterson, thank you. And be kind to those people, even if the queues are deep at the pub. It's a time of the year when we all just need to remember that civility costs nothing. Thank you for your resilience to those people who work in that sector, your generosity, your commitment to your community, occasionally the terrific jokes, and especially in the hard time. Thank you for just being there. And to all of the people of Paterson and to all Australians, I wish you a very Merry Christmas, happy holidays and a safe and joyful and restorative New Year. May your days be filled with kindness, connection and community, and yes, perhaps a cold, responsibly enjoyed beer at your local. I'll say cheers to that.
I thank the member for Paterson. The question is the motion be read a second time, and I call the member for Cook.
Thank you. Yeah, look, excise tariff amendment is critical to my electorate. We have lots of pubs and clubs in the seat of Cook, from the Feros group that runs a number of them, to the Laundy group that runs Iconic Northies, where I spent part of my university years doing security and working there. It employs hundreds of hard-working people across my electorate who pour the beers, who serve the meals, and it keeps a lot of our economy going. The Sutherland Shire has a lovely tourist clientele along the Bait Bay beaches, the beautiful pubs and clubs of the Sutherland Shire that adorn some of the finest views we have in all of Sydney. And that's why this excise freeze is critical. Many of the small pubs and small operators that are family operated and run have not been doing well. They have not invested in poker machines, they've been putting live music, and they're getting pushed on their margins, both their cost and their revenue. So this is welcome relief. I'd also like to acknowledge the local tradies club, who supports dozens and dozens of charities right across my electorate.
Order. It being 7:30, I propose the question that the House do now adjourn, and I call the member for Barker.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Mr Deputy Speaker, I rise today to speak on behalf of the people of Barker, a vast, proud regional electorate in South Australia. And I want to express my strong opposition to the government's proposal to reduce the default speed limits on unsigned rural roads to 70 kilometres per hour. Let me begin with a simple truth. The problem on our regional roads is not the speed limit. The problem is the state of the roads themselves. For years, communities across my electorate have been pleading for the basics: proper sealing of unsealed roads, shoulder upgrades, resurfacing works, and potholes filled before they become craters. Instead of delivering what regional Australians need, this government has opted for the laziest of proposals: a consultation on slowing everyone down in the name of road safety. It's been called lazy by the grains producers of SA, who represent hard-working grain growers of South Australia, the largest rural commodity. They have said clearly that reducing speed limits without fixing roads themselves won't make travel safer, but it will make rural life harder. Their members are the ones travelling huge distances on poorly maintained roads every single day. They know these roads better than anyone, and they're not alone. This proposal is not just inconvenient, it's economically damaging. In my electorate, transport is the lifeblood of the economy. Freight operators, farmers, small businesses, service providers otherwise rely on the efficient transport of goods over long distances. Cutting speed limits by nearly a third on many of these roads will slow down supply chains, increase costs and reduce productivity. The Australian Trucking Association has already warned that slowing freight routes will raise costs for food, fuel and essential goods. Long-distance drivers are deeply concerned that spending more time on the road will actually increase the risk of driver fatigue, one of the most significant risk factors contributing to road accidents in rural Australia. So when the government claims this policy is about safety, they're ignoring one of the most well-documented risks in regional driving. Experts in road safety and rural planning agree that the safest, most effective approach is to actually improve the road, not simply lower speed limits. That means sealing unsealed surfaces, widening shoulders, improving line marking and proper maintenance. And the government knows this. Their own regulatory analysis acknowledges that most regional roads are in poor condition. But rather than fix it, they've gone for the cheap answer. Shift the burden onto regional drivers, they say, regional families and regional businesses. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, that would be disappointing enough. But I now want to turn to what should be one of the most concerning aspects of this proposal. While government ministers continue to market this as a, quote, safety measure, the consultation regulatory impact analysis tells a very different story. It's as if they want to tell that story sotto voce. On page 10, the RIA explicitly includes emissions reduction from lower fuel consumption as a calculated benefit of reducing rural speed limits. I thought that must have been a mistake, but then on page 56, the document shows that emission savings are not a side note, they form a material part of the monetised benefits used to justify this policy. And on page 70, so as to reinforce the position, the modelling integrates emissions reduction per vehicle kilometre as a key variable in the cost-benefit analysis. Mr Deputy Speaker, let's be clear. These are not accidental inclusions, they're deliberate. What we see here is the Albanese Labor government using road safety as a convenient cover for a backdoor net zero agenda, an attempt to reduce emissions through speed reductions, not through proper energy or climate policy. Regional communities are being slowed down because this government wants to meet their unrealistic emissions reduction targets. But instead of saying that honestly, they've packaged it up as a safety reform. That's not transparency, it's not good governance, and certainly not respect for regional Australians. Mr Deputy Speaker, the people of my electorate, and indeed all Australians, regional or otherwise, deserve safer roads, not slower ones. They deserve honesty, not hidden agendas, and they deserve investment, not excuses. Congratulations to State Labor government who's ruled this out as a proposal, presumably because they're in the shadows of an election. I urge this government to withdraw this proposal, and if you think it's a bad idea as well, sign my petition, because it shouldn't be about emissions reduction, it should be about safer roads.
I call the member for Deakin.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This afternoon we witnessed a stunt in the Senate that did nothing to advance policy and everything to inflame division. Senator Hanson chose to repeat her 2017 theatrics, entering the Senate in a burqa and demanding a ban, without a moment's regard for the people who will feel the consequences of that performance most acutely. This was not an act of leadership. It was not an act of concern for public safety. It was a calculated spectacle designed for attention rather than for the Australian people. Let us be honest about the repercussions of such behaviour. A stunt like this does not merely provoke commentary within these walls. It reverberates across the nation. It licenses ignorance. It emboldens hostility. It hands a megaphone to those who thrive on suspicion, division and hatred. There are women in this country and in my community who already steel themselves before stepping onto a bus, into a shopping centre, or down a street where they've previously been mocked or questioned. Women who navigate their daily lives with a heightened awareness of how their clothing, their faith, or simply their appearance might be judged. For those women, today's spectacle was not a curiosity. It was a reminder of every sideways glance, every muttered comment, every moment when their belonging was made to feel conditional. When a parliamentary chamber becomes a platform for theatrics that caricature their identities, it sends a message far beyond Parliament House. It tells them that their safety, their dignity, their freedom can be traded away for a headline. It tells them that their lived experiences, their anxieties, their hopes for their children, their sense of place in this country are secondary to someone else's political point scoring. The reality is that this kind of performance does not spark debate. It heightens the risk that ordinary women, our neighbours, our colleagues, our fellow citizens will face harassment, hostility or discrimination in their everyday lives. What we say and do in this chamber has an impact in the community. It can paint a target on the backs of people who already have to navigate a world of judgment. Today's performance was beyond dog whistling. Dog whistling at least cloaks itself in subtlety. What we witnessed was a foghorn, an unmistakable signal designed to agitate and divide. It was a politics at its laziest and most dangerous. using fear as a prop and people's identities as stage costumes. Deputy Speaker, this Parliament must be better than the theatrics we witnessed today. We owe the Australian people a standard of debate that reflects the seriousness of our responsibilities and the diversity of our nation. Difficult conversations and points of disagreement can be had, but the way we conduct those debates, particularly on sensitive topics, matters. The path we take matters. It matters to the women who will walk home tonight wondering whether Parliament sees them. It matters to every Australian who wants to believe their Parliament respects them and will stand up for them. So let's continue to meet that responsibility with courage, decency and with the respect the Australian people deserve and exercise most of the time. With that said, I want to turn my attention to the kinds of things that really make a positive difference to people's lives in communities like mine. I would prefer to be talking about things like the investment in social housing, the investment of 62 new social homes in Mitcham through the Housing Australia Future Fund, the 13 new crisis and transitional homes in Maroondah. I'd like to be able to talk about more of this time, to talk about the 700 Deakin locals who have entered home ownership for the first time thanks to the 5% deposit scheme. Because when we turn our attention to how we actually improve the lives of people, that is the work that matters. And I know it's the people across the chamber. We're here to make the lives of people in this country better than they were yesterday. That's the job. And that is where the majority of us are focused most of the time, and we can engage in rigorous debate in good faith, believing in our convictions, but conducting ourselves in a way that reflects the dignity of this Parliament and of this and of the solemn roles that we have on behalf of the Australian people. I look at community projects where we can make a girls' change room available in a sports club that's excluded them for years, where we can support emergency relief organisations to deal with the most vulnerable citizens in a way that government simply can't. That when I go to the Rotary clubs and Lions clubs where members of the community not only identify problems but spend their days being part of the solution. I go to small businesses that are innovating and changing the way we think about problems confronted by our society, like energy and other things as well. This country is full of amazing people doing amazing things. And as their representatives, the least we can do is try to hold ourselves to a higher standard, focus on the issues that matter to them, and to dedicate every day to the task of making the standard of living in this country better than it was before. Thank you.
Thank you. I call the member for Lyne.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Agriculture, mining and forestry, the three industries that help build Australia and Australian prosperity, and they have a special place in our history and future. That is, if governments can be kept away from regulatory meddling and, worse, using them as sources of votes. The worst lamentable example is forestry. Native hardwood timber supplies our housing, infrastructure, construction, transport and manufacturing sectors. Timber is a product we need, and it's an industry we need to look after. Its people are experienced professionals who understand the science behind healthy and sustainable resource ecosystems and work in a highly regulated and scrutinised industry. Governments of all persuasions need to rethink their orthodoxy and instead reflect on the reality of forestry, not the ideology of those opposed to it. Take, for example, the announcement by New South Wales Premier Chris Minns on Sunday, September 7th, yes, Father's Day, to create a Great Koala National Park out of 176,000 hectares of state forest on the New South Wales North Coast. A day when dads who work in the North Coast timber industry were told their job was in jeopardy. What a low blow. Government should be looking to grow jobs in industry, not cancel them. When trees grow and are harvested, they grow jobs, careers, communities, industries, housing and infrastructure, and provide real carbon solutions. As trees grow, particularly younger trees, they absorb and lock away carbon, and then after the harvesting and processing, store carbon away in the array of timber products. The cycle is then repeated with regeneration. This is climate action in action. The New South Wales Labor Premier and his ministers are tearing up timber mill contracts, and workers are losing jobs as a result. In my own electorate, workers have lost jobs at the Herons Creek timber mill. I went to the mill last week and spoke to the workers who'd just been sacked. They were gutted, destroyed, bewildered. These were good jobs, good men in a good industry, a sustainable industry, an Australian industry focused on looking after our forests, not to destroy what provided their livelihoods. What did they do wrong? They don't deserve this. Communities in my electorate and up and down the New South Wales North Coast don't deserve to have good jobs destroyed by the stroke of a government pen. Efforts are underway to get these workers a decent redundancy package, and I want to acknowledge the work of the Timber, Furnishing and Textiles Union in taking it right up to the New South Wales Government. In addition to the cost of the worker and industry compensation, the New South Wales Government has committed $80 million for the park and an extra $60 million for the National Parks and Wildlife Service. It's going to be an expensive new park. But for what? The people on the ground know that there is absolutely no additional conservation value in this park in protecting koalas or other species, and that the threats to koalas are more from urbanisation, vehicles, dogs, disease and wildfires. We also know that koala density is mostly similar between state forests and national parks, and that if these forests are not well managed by regular fuel reduction, they'll become raging infernos on hot windy days, a far bigger threat to koalas. Mr Deputy Speaker, the heart of this matter is not koala conservation. That's the spin. At the heart of this decision is a deal between the New South Wales and federal Labor governments to deliver on its extreme net zero policy. A deal that sees the Minns Labor government lock up state forests in exchange for funding from the Albanese Labor government through earnings from Australian carbon credit units. In the New South Wales government's own words, the final creation of the park is dependent on the successful registration of a carbon project under the improved native forest management method, which is currently moving through the federal government assessment processes. I note that the less than supportive feedback on the draft method by the Carbon Market Institute Task Force. And I also note that the Australian Forest Products Association is urging the federal government to withdraw support for the New South Wales government's proposed method due to validity and integrity concerns. I urge the Albanese government to reject the methodology, and I urge the Minns Labor government to remove the moratorium on native timber harvesting, come clean on its real agenda and to rethink the size of the park. I'm incredibly disappointed that yet again Labor governments, state and federal, are attacking another legitimate primary industry, attacking the workers and their families who rely on the timber industry and attacking regional communities by killing jobs and industry.
I call the member for Moore.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Australia doesn't replay its history in a loop, but we do see a pattern every time the political pendulum swings. When Labor is in government, we build the institutions that give ordinary people security and opportunity. And when the Liberals return, their instinct is to wind those gains back. Understanding that pattern tells us exactly what's at stake here today and exactly why this moment matters. The real wealth of this country is not the markets or the forecasts. It is our land, our resources and our people. For most of our history, working people have had little control over that wealth. The rights we now enjoy were won by shearers, miners, maritime workers, suffragettes and migrants, people who organised because no one else would fight for them. After the Second World War, Australians learned something important. If we could mobilise the entire economy to win a war, we could mobilise to build a fair peace. From that came full employment, public housing, Medicare's early foundations, TAFE, universities and compulsory superannuation. These were deliberate choices that recognised what Australians want: a secure job, a decent home, healthcare when they need it, education that opens doors and dignity in retirement. From the 1980s onwards, a different ideology took hold. It weakened unions, privatised essential services and insisted that markets alone should rule. Its sharpest impact has been on housing. Government once built homes, now homes are treated as speculative assets. Tax concessions reward investors. Young Australians take on life-shaping debt just to get a foothold. And the more debt people carry, the less power they have at work. That is not an accident. It is the consequences of political choices that treat shelter as a commodity rather than a right. When Conservatives promise efficiency, discipline or reform, we must ask, better for whom? As Margaret Atwood wrote, better never means better for everyone. It means worse for some. Privatisation means higher prices, Deregulation means weaker rights. And budget repair often means cuts borne by the people who can afford them least. This is where our obligation lies. As a Labor member, I know I am part of a movement that is far bigger than myself. Everything we stand on was built by the people who came before us, who fought for rights they were never guaranteed, and institutions the Conservatives have tried to dismantle ever since. Our responsibility is simple: to carry the torch forward so those who come after us inherit something stronger than what we found. We are the custodians of a tradition defined by one idea: progress is only real when it lifts people up, not when it leaves them behind. That is why the work of the Albanese Labor government matters so deeply right now, because it speaks directly to the real practical things Australians need in their lives. We lifted wages after a decade of stagnation. We made wage theft a crime. We strengthened bargaining so workers can negotiate collectively again. We're rebuilding the TAFE system and delivering fee-free TAFE places so people can get skilled without taking on crippling debt. We created the Housing Australia Future Fund, the first serious federal investment in new social and affordable homes in a generation. We expanded rent assistance. We're partnering with the states to build more homes faster. And we're shifting the national conversation away from speculation and back to housing as a basic human need. We made medicines cheaper by cutting the PBS co-payment. We tripled the bulk billing incentive so children, pensioners and concession card holders can actually see a GP without breaking the bank. We're strengthening Medicare because affordable healthcare should not depend on where you live or what you earn. Energy rebates, cheaper childcare, targeted tax cuts for middle and low-income Australians. Not handouts, but responsible, targeted relief that actually helps households rather than inflating executive bonuses. We put nurses back into aged care homes 24/7. We lifted aged care wages. We're rebuilding a system that treats older Australians with dignity, not austerity. We're rebuilding Australian manufacturing, investing in clean energy and new industries, backing communities in the transition, because a strong future must be made in Australia, not outsourced. This is what Australians want: practical improvements that make life easier, fairer and more secure. And that is exactly what the Albanese Labor government is delivering. The struggle for fairness in Australia isn't a circle, it's a relay. Those before us built the foundations, we strengthened them, and those after us will stand taller because of what we do now. Our duty, Labor's duty, is to run our leg with clarity and courage and leave behind an Australia that is fairer, stronger and more secure than the one we found.
I call the member for Bowman.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Our hospitals are caring for many people who should not be there. Not because they're unwell, not because they require acute medical treatment, but because they have nowhere else for them to go. In my community of the Redlands, 60 elderly men and women are stuck in hospital beds they simply do not need. They are medically fit for discharge, their treatment is complete, but they remain in acute wards designed for the critically unwell because there are no aged care beds available to take them. This is being repeated in hospitals across Queensland and right across the country. These Australians are stranded because of a shortage of aged care and disability placement beds, a shortage that sits squarely within the responsibility of the federal Labor government. They should be in dedicated facilities where they can receive proper support. Instead, they are confined to acute hospital wards for no reason other than a system that has failed to provide them an alternative. Warwick from Vicky Point wrote to me recently to share the story of his wife. His wife was admitted to Redland Hospital in early September and remains there today, not because she needs hospital-level care, but because no aged care placements are available. Despite completing the entire My Aged Care application process and meeting all the requirements, Warwick has been confronted with an impossible choice: selling the family home to have a chance of securing a place for his wife. But right now it appears that his wife will be forced to stay in hospital indefinitely. Let me be clear about the scale of this issue. According to the Gen Aged Care report from March 2025, Australia has around 223,000 residential aged care places spread across 2,600 facilities. On top of that, we have more than 299,000 Australians receiving a home care package, but Senate estimates in October revealed that over 120,000 people are still waiting for the level of care that they have already been approved for. National Seniors Australia reports the longest delays are for those needing level 3 and level 4 high care packages. Australians needing the most help are waiting 12 to 15 months, sometimes longer, for support that has already been assessed as essential. When an elderly person can't get a home care package, when a bed in a residential aged care facility isn't available, when a provider can't staff the beds they have, there is nowhere else to stay but the hospital. Yet every one of these occupied beds has consequences. It places additional strain on nurses, doctors and allied health professionals who are already working under enormous pressure. It adds to the growing queues of families waiting for their loved ones to receive essential surgery. It affects every person who dials 000 only to find ambulances ramped outside hospitals with no available beds. The Albanese Labor government are failing older Redlanders and older Australians across our entire country. Earlier this year, the Coalition had to shame the government into releasing 83,000 additional home care places they promised that should have been available from 1 July. But by September, not a single extra place had been delivered. It was months of secrecy, broken promises and a waiting list that had blown out to more than 108,000, which is a 400% increase in just 2 years. Their explanation? That the sector wasn't ready. But that claim simply wasn't true. Providers, peak bodies and advocacy organisations all made it clear that they were ready and willing to deliver care. After days of sustained questioning, the Coalition forced Labor to back down and release 20,000 long-delayed home care packages immediately, with a commitment to release the full 83,000 by the end of the financial year. It was only after the Coalition exposed the inaction of the government that they finally began releasing the in-home care packages that Australian seniors desperately needed. One local Redlands resident, Michael from Birkdale, wrote to me about the severe delays in receiving his approved Level 2 home care package. He described the government as incompetent and heartless. Sadly, his experience echoes what many older Australians are facing. Victoria from Capalaba contacted my office questioning, what happens to the forgotten ones who need help but cannot access it? Matt from Cleveland wrote to me about the My Aged Care system advocating on behalf of his parents. He wrote, it's absolutely disgraceful that it has taken over 12 months to get to the stage where my parents were approved for a Level 2 and now at least a further 6 months for the government to release the funds. Deputy Speaker, it's time to call it out again. Our communities deserve better. Our healthcare workers deserve better, and above all, older Australians deserve the dignity, certainty and appropriate care that they deserve.
I call the member for McEwen.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I rise tonight to talk about two terrific projects delivered in McEwen. Projects that demonstrate exactly what happens when a government stops making excuses, stop issuing media releases and actually gets on with the job of putting communities first. In Diamond Creek, the upgrade to the much-loved community pool has finally been delivered. These upgrades give the local families a modern, accessible and safe facility that our growing community deserves. It's not just about fresh tiles and new change rooms, they're also giving everyone in our community, from young children to families and our seniors, an accessible and affordable place to swim. It's about making sure that the communities of Nillumbik have the kind of recreational facilities that keep a community healthy, active and connected. Locals came to us before the 2022 election and let us know how important the upgrades to this beloved community asset was, and we listened with our $1.5 million commitment. And I want to acknowledge here particularly the advocacy of Councillor Peter Perkins, who is a hard-working local councillor. This funding saw improvements to the existing toilets, change rooms and improved accessibility. Improved the facade, painting works, updates to the plant room, a new heat pump to come, and upgraded walkways for access around the complex. This $1.5 million commitment came from the Investing in Our Future program, and that's exactly what the Albanese Labor government is doing in our communities. Now, over in Doreen, the Hilltop Playground and Splash Park has taken shape and is already proving to be an extremely popular, as I found out Saturday firsthand. This project has delivered a vibrant and inclusive outdoor area where kids can play, cool off and simply enjoy being kids. It's exactly the kind of infrastructure our community deserves and will be a draw card from people from surrounding communities as well. We already know that there are plenty of parties being planned there and taking place where it's somewhere where kids can do this and do it for free. The $1.5 million funding from the Albanese Labor government under the Investing in Our Communities program and additional Victorian government and State Council, Willoughby Shire Council contribution, this is a perfect example of what happens when federal, state and local governments come together and deliver the right things in our community. The Hilltop Playground and Splash Park features an interactive water play area, accessibility-friendly design and facilities, shaded seating and upgraded landscaping to support a welcoming, family-friendly environment. Projects like this strengthen our community. They boost participation and improve livability for the long term. It's really important as an investment that our community, and I want to acknowledge here the support of Councillor Deb Gunn and Councillor Jared Lappin in getting this done. Of course, as I said, it relied on the Victorian government as well, and thanks to the great advocacy of Lauren Cathergy, the member for Yan Yean, we all got together and got this thing delivered in such a way that it's just given an amazing rejuvenation to the Hilltop Park area. Just like the Diamond Creek Pool, community voices were central in shaping the splash park and the playground. Today we see the results. Fantastic, vibrant space that's designed for everyone. But these projects don't happen by accident. They're happening because our government, the Albanese Labor government, made commitments, budgeted for them and delivered them, just as we said we would. No fanfare, no political theatre, no splashy promises that disappear as soon as the camera's turned off. Just hard work, proper planning and genuine follow-through. And that's a real contrast. For too long, under the former Liberal and National government, communities like ours got plenty of announcements but never any action. We got photo ops and media releases instead of progress. We got over-promising and under-delivering that became a trademark of the Abbott, Turnbull, Morrison mess. Local families were left waiting, in some cases for years, for projects that were never funded properly, never prioritised and ultimately never delivered. Our community deserves a government that treats its commitments as obligations, not publicity opportunities. They deserve investment that actually gets it done, not grant schemes built on colour-coded spreadsheets. They deserve to see the work that's happening on the ground, Diamond Creek, Doreen, right across McEwen. Proud that we're backing local councils to deliver community infrastructure. Proud that our parents, kids and grandparents alike will soon feel the benefit of these projects. And proud to say when we promise something, we deliver it and we do it. The Diamond Creek Pool upgrades, the Hilltop Playground Splash Park in Doreen show the differences a government with integrity and purpose can make. Our community asked for these facilities, Labor listened and Labor has delivered.
It being 8 o'clock, the House stands adjourned until 12 o'clock tomorrow.